so he just snowballs from kill to kill to kill. It is a really nice hero to have in this game one for Liquid, because in theory it gives you a lot of pace, guarantees a good lane for Mickey, and that's exactly what you're looking for out of this carry role.
Yeah, if Duracio's hero of this tournament anyway is Chaos Knight, I feel like Mickey has got to be Monkey King. So we'll see if he's able to put it to work here. 33 is always limping back to his tier 1 tower. Duracio is just non-stop when it comes to the pressure on this offlaner. We talked about the importance of being able to win your lanes. It's very interesting to me that 33 opted for the facet that is much weaker in the laning phase. He opts for Krill Eater, which is a Tidehunter start where you are much weaker as an offlaner, and by the time you get to level 10, you're then to even stats, and then from there on out, Tidehunter is stronger than normal. But I would have expected, much like other Tidehunters of this tournament, for him to have gone for the other facet that builds up your Kraken shell.
Maybe he's just that confident in his matchups in this game. I mean, in theory, Tide is very good with the Kraken shell versus the Brood, and some of the other summons that Gaimin are presenting through the Chen and the Beast. Though I will say Beast as a summons hero, I don't know about that one, right? Like, yeah, you have boars, but this hero is all about the axes, the roar, and the Ags buildup. So I think that matchup is not nearly as good for Tide as it used to be, but it's definitely a hero that can slow the game down and defend your towers. And that's what you're going to look to do with it here. So if that Tide gets through the early game, then the extra scale from the Krill Eater could compound here. Plus, you scale the model size, and I mean, that just feels good, right?
That's true. Who doesn't love a big boy? Well, Quinn seems to be doing quite well for himself in the mid lane. Nisha really tried to put the screws to him early. We saw a lot of early harassment and chase down in lanes, but ultimately the Quas Invoker has been able to regen up and stay above and beating him now in CS. So, could be adding another hero to the pool, and any counter to Pango at this point is going to be a godsend for a best of 5, right? If you're sitting in the drafting pool, you're thinking about, okay, what do you got to deal with Pango, especially after watching that lower bracket final.
Gaimin pulling ahead on 3 lanes here, doing quite well, and double Ghoul on this bottom lane. The Ghoul Assassins out in force today. Now, I would mention these for lore reasons, of course, Austin, but I would also mention them. This is some stacking regen reduction with the necrotic webs down here.
Yes, it is.
Like, there was a point where 33 had 0.9 regen on this lane, getting hit by the Ghoul and in the web. Just no extra sustain down here for this Tidehunter. He's getting his mana burned from the Satyr Creep, getting his regen reduced from the Ghoul and the necrotic web. This is not a fun lane for 33, just trying to survive it right now. And of course, the 4-position Morph lane, I mean, he's a mid-game payoff hero, not really known for his lane prowess. Liquid just trying to get as much out of this as they can. As Gaimin make the first rotation, they're going to head mid with the Jakiro, secure the power rune, take it away from Nisha. We'll need a bottle refill off the Crystal Maiden neutral creep suicide. Insania, he already knew that they were not going to win that rune, so he preemptively killed himself.
Throw himself to the neutrals, and TP's mid refill Nisha's bottle. Yeah, I mean, if the safe lane, when it comes to the safe lane of Liquid, being, trying to focus on making sure you don't lose lanes and some early aggression, the off lane is the antithesis of that for Liquid. A Krill Eater Tidehunter and a 4-position Morphling. They better hope this safe lane is able to pay out, and it's not right now. It was going well early. The rotation comes out from Celery, though, as the Chen, and they are going to take this tower very, very early. They cannot do anything to mirror this pressure. The Broodmother is still free farming.
An uncontested move off the Chen for Celery, and we saw this in a lot of those other games for Gaimin. If the Chen gets off a few of these rotations that work, suddenly he's level 5 or 6 earlier than you want, and the snowball just starts to escalate incredibly fast. That is a very fast tier 1 that just went completely uncontested on a lane that Liquid, I think, we're hoping to dominate a bit more here. Didn't get any of the early kills out of it. You didn't get any extra XP for this Crystal Maiden, who invested a lot of resources on the lane. You're looking at that net worth for the Maiden right now on Insania. That is regen investment to try and get a payoff on the Monkey King. Just didn't happen there. Now he is going to be a creep on the map. Gaimin can now look to make this rotation into mid whenever they want. Burn out some of the Pangoliers mana, maybe backstab with the Beastmaster Chen army. So the next move Liquid are going to have to think about in this game. We would love to have Rolling Thunder and Ravage up for these tower defenses. Those are long cooldowns, however, so you cannot waste them in a game like this, as Gaimin are going to up the tempo, up the pace. The scan will connect, so Liquid are going to bring reinforcements.
Morphling's going to be first one in. And they're going to go for the kill on Quinn. Trying to hit him. Shield crash. Burns out most of the mana. They still have some to go, but look at the stuns raining in from the Golem. Stopping Nisha. He just cannot, between the Cold Snap and the Golems, get off that Rolling Thunder. So the team fight spell is missing.
Extra armor here on Quinn. He's getting Frost Armored plus Divine Favored. This Invoker is not squishy at all, and you are now committing in. Still have the Rolling Thunder.
Try it again. Cold Snap stopping him time and time again. Quinn keeps on rebuking Nisha's attempts to get aggressive. Nisha's in big time trouble. Turns around, gets off the shield crash. Now gets off the Rolling Thunder. He has the shield for a little bit. It's just a bit stronger. Maybe enough to be able to help get the kill onto Quinn, who goes invisible. Oh, a Primal Roar bounces over on Nisha, slowing him down. The axes cut him down. Ace gets the first blood and looks for second. As, yeah, he's going to get Insania as well. That is a well-timed show up there from Ace.
Absolutely on point there. That was a nice turnaround from Nisha using that extra shield, and Ace turns up exactly when Gaiman need him to turn the tide on this fight. And again, it points to how tanky this Invoker was in the early exchanges. He's getting extra lifesteal off the new Quas. You're getting armored up from these back-end supports. It just takes so long and so much for Liquid to commit on him there. And Ace is able to come in and collect two and that first blood. Suddenly this Beastmaster very far ahead of everybody else in this game.
Well, you didn't win the lane, Senior not winning the skirmishes. Nice pushback there with a Hurricane from Celery. He has been quite the nuisance with that neutral creep specifically. Now it feels like the next step for Liquid is, when are you going to be able to use your Ravage, and how successfully? Because 33 is not having fun in this bottom lane. He is getting some farm, but very little compared to what Dyrachyo is able to get out of it. And he's matched up against an Invoker, right? Which is a hero that can be really obnoxious for Tidehunter when it comes to that mana.
This is starting to look like that upper bracket series.
Just a tad bit.
Falling behind on the lanes, and there's no easy moves to make here. Your supports are too low damage to bring down Quinn.
I think it's scarier the fact that they're doing this, they're taking this pace while this game had the slowest first blood. You know, so it's not like they're doing it through kills. They're getting that kind of lead mostly through just lane attrition.
I mean, Gaiman don't need to get kills to win the early game. Their idea is about the longevity of the lane, how that favors your core matchups, and what your supports can do on the map in terms of rotations, right? What do these rune clashes look like when they go 3v3 mid? What happens when the side laners get left in a vacuum in one-on-ones? Those are the instances where they win these early games and pull net worth advantage out of thin air. And right now, Liquid are facing some of those same issues. The Tide can't stand against the Brood with a single Jakiro rotation. This Monkey King was unable to stay on top against the Beastmaster, and this just opens up all the rotations into mid, playing around a hero in the Invoker that Liquid don't have a lot of gap close for. The problems are mounting here, and this is another smoke to defend a tower that is already gone. Where do you go from here if you're Liquid? Down 6K, haven't even gotten a kill. And you know they're going to feel the pressure right now because they've been here before. They were here yesterday.
They know the next step for Game & Gladiators is getting the auras. So they better find a team fight soon. Otherwise, those team fights are just going to get harder and harder. As they do manage to hit a good Rolling Thunder. Set up for the kill on Tofu. Going to look for more as well. Celery being harassed here. Ace going to cut over, though. Might be able to help out. Get a kill on a Crystal Main. Shield Crash does manage to finish off the champ before the Tornado comes in. Nice Centaur Stomp, though. A Vessel used on to the Pango. Have to drop the Ravage to try and bail Nisha out. It still may not be enough. He has a Shield Crash. He has a Swashbuckle. He's going to jump, and the Axes not quite getting there, but he is running. Dyrachyo is chasing. A rock coming forward, more spiders, and Nisha's just going to die. There's nothing he can do about this anymore. Dyrachyo runs halfway across the map to chase down Nisha.
I mean, this man just did a net marathon from bottom jungle area to that fight through a Ravage and still finds his mark. I don't know if that was a net worth positive kill for the Brood, but he's certainly wealthy, so it doesn't matter here. And Nisha's game is just shot at this point.
Yeah.
He has no item progression. This is one of those things where you go team, like, this is a safe lane Brood, right?
What's he doing up here?
Please.
And also the first Ravage used to try and save Nisha.
Yeah, it did nothing there.
Didn't even work out. So the idea the panel had was this Tidehunter was going to be able to sit in front of these pushes coming in from Game & Gladiators. It is not protecting any towers. The first Ravage isn't working. Now Dyrachyo's tearing the Tidehunter a new one, man. The Kraken Shell doing nothing for you against the high damage of the Broodmother at this point.
This Tidehunter is turning into a big liability right now. If you cannot stand and defend your towers with the early Kraken Shell Anchor Smash, then he's just waiting for Ravage cooldown. And Ravage is not the spell it used to be. It's not dealing damage. It's just a minor slowdown here. A stone on the pathway to victory for Gaming right now as they build a 7K net worth lead, and they're still farming up ancient stacks with Ace, who, by the way, already finished that Ags. So Roshan is completely open as well here, and I don't think there's any world you're contesting that if you're Liquid. You have to just look for some pickoffs right now. You just missed a big one as, I mean, Ace's game is just so fast. He just TP'd to go do Roshan. Like, this game fails because the man is too wealthy.
I was going to say, I was like, is he going to wait for dire side Roshan? No, he's got the Axe. He's going to just do it right now. And I'm looking at this gank team of Crystal Maiden, Pango. Normally, there's plenty of damage between the two, but they are so underfarmed. And I question whether or not they'd be able to find a kill. They'll steal a Wisdom Rune with this.
Worth something. I mean, that's really nice for boxi. He gets some extra experience here. Hero needs the levels. But Nisha has been left alone.
Rolling Thunder does go off just in time. The Ice Path just a half a second too late. Nisha survives, but that's all he's doing, surviving. He is not gaining anything. The game of Gladiators is gaining a net worth lead that is growing, and now having Aegis to work with for the next 5 minutes.
I will say this has to be one of the more impressive Broodmother carry rotation-based games I've ever seen. Like, Dyrachyo has been in all 3 lanes pre-15 minutes and impacted all of them at certain points. He's just been everywhere, and his farm is insane right now. They've been unable to touch him.
And I feel like he's supposed to be countered a bit, right? With the Pango and Monkey King, you have some spells that can be thrown out to easily clear through spiders. 33, crawling back, trying to get back to his tier 2, gets met with 3 heroes from Gaming Gladiators. So
more souls for the vessel here, as Quinn will happily collect them.
No lack of charges in this game for Quinn.
I mean, you gotta muster a fight soon if you're Liquid here, just to stabilize the map. Group up, make something happen.
And Quinn from bottom, TP's mid, and immediately goes for the gank on boxi. Boxi turning into the Invoker and trying to ghost walk away, but the sentry's already there in place.
Okay.
A 3-man gank does kill Dyrachyo, though. That is a much bigger kill than, honestly, the Tide and the Morphling combined.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is worth a lot of gold here early, almost 1,000.
Sad though, if Mickey just got that kill and dies immediately, the Sunstrike will add the extra bit of damage required. No chance of escape for Mickey.
That is not a super high damage Sunstrike, but the extra 200 is enough to push it over the edge.
Use the Rolling Thunder to make sure they get this pick off as it appears. Now, there is no ults here from... He's just like, sorry, bro, I can't even save you. I'm not even going to try. If I do stick around, decent chance that I'm going to get killed by a tornado.
Ace is just absolutely out of control in this game. Managed to find a really nice pickup on Dyrachyo, but he's just going to be straight back at it. You have to be able to stand alone for some of these heroes to control the map, and Liquid are struggling. Game and Smoke continue to just run back and forth, close out the lanes, find the ganks.
Well, the Tidehunter is level 10. This is the point where the Krill Eater starts paying off with the extra strength gain that you get. So from here on out, it is a bonus, but you're still down 10K. Later minus for Quinn, so he wants to make sure that they'll continue to scale up, though we'll see if that Midas actually comes to fruition here, because this could be a game of Gladiators closing out game 25 minutes sort of deal.
I mean, Midas on Invoker is a lot about the levels too.
Yeah.
Even if this gold never pays off, it'll pay off in terms of better spells in the fight. And he's not under a lot of pressure right now, as Liquid just don't have the gap closed to get on top of the Invoker and start on him. Man, these cores have just been swarming the map.
Zania pops a healing salve. It's a slow hero, though. I imagine they'll catch him eventually. The Axes reveal his position.
Not a fun game to be a Crystal Maiden in anymore.
Nope, and while they're chasing you around, Jirachi's taking the mid-tier 2, and they could go high ground to force
they
Liquid
are
back.
going high ground. This is not a team that is afraid to poke and even commit for a Rax if you misstep here. They still have this Aegis up on the Beast. That is how fast this last 4 minutes have been.
Yeah, you normally see like second Aegis be the timing to hit high ground, take a lane of barracks. Game and Gladiators do it in one.
This'll come in handy.
They're just playing
trying to.
so fast right now. Liquid have not had a single break this entire game. They're going to lose this tier 3 at 18 minutes, potentially.
Ace jumps forward, goes for the quick kill onto the Crystal Maiden. With Primal Roar used, they have the strength to push forward with the drum speeding Ace. Nobody can really get close to him for now, but maybe he's overextended himself. Blink in with the Rolling Thunder. Nisha gets stuck. That's not good. Roll up, goes back to the Beastmaster. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. They are all in, committed to kill this Beastmaster. Can they get him twice, though?
Go up Ravage.
Fire. And Mickey down to half HP. Hits the Ravage onto the Beastmaster. See if they can pop him. He gets off a round of actions. Wait for him through it. Still all not quite enough. A boundless strike. A little more damage is required, but they've ran out. Liquid have nothing left in the tank. They will lose 2 of their cores. They will lose a lane of barracks, and they will lose the kill on the Beastmaster.
Just too tanky. You have Chen with Divine Favor. You have the mech already up. You have Disruption coming through. The drums add up. And Blitz mentioned you have to get through this 20-minute death ball timing. Well, this was an 18-minute death ball timing, and Liquid did not pass the first test here.
Is under attack.
I mean, how many times get stuck in the same 20-minute window here? Game of Gladiators is just so good at it, man. They've demolished every team at this tournament the same way. Nobody is able to do it quite like they do. And they're proving it once again in game 1 of the grand finals.
No reason to stop. Now you don't have the Ravage, you don't have the Wukong. Don't have Aegis. That's the one downside here for Gaimin.
Yeah.
Can't just bait that beast on the front line as much anymore, and no reason to throw a fight either.
4 buildings they took with that Aegis. That is a healthy, fast pace for Game of Gladiators. Just what they're known for.
It's just so much gold for the team overall. Like, these supports are insanely rich. This Chen is ahead of the Tide Hunter. He is gonna maybe have the, I mean, he's gonna have pipe at almost the same time this Tide got it up.
Yeah, and that's
for what it's used for here. You get caught out. You get caught on some of these big cores, you're just going to lose another lane of racks.
33's inventory.
What a dodge.
He's got a 33's got Wraith Bands queued up.
Yeah,
he's trying to hit that 25-minute armor timing.
He did this in one of their other games too, just for the base defense. I mean, it is efficient when you're stuck in these situations, but it is not something you want to have to do here.
It is a Hail Mary for sure. Throw a lot of gold just to try and give you some base stats to survive a little longer. Tormentors, Roshans, Tier 3s, Barracks, Liquid's base. It's all free for Game of Gladiators, or at least that's what it feels like. A score of 13-4, an 18,000 net worth lead. They are topping out the board in all the metrics right now.
Amazing.
And
what
Liquid can't really go out on the map anywhere. If they do, that's where the Invoker comes in. One of the heroes that is best at being able to hunt around the map. Twin going for the boots of travel for the extra bit of mobility, but it's not him who's going to find the opening. It's Ace. Got the Primal Roar killed for Nisha. Duraccio joins alongside to see if there's any other Liquid heroes lurking about.
Just too easy right now. Absolutely too easy here for Gaimin. The BKBs are just finishing up. The Broods arrives. The Beast was already done.
You have
waving.
nothing to get through BKB. Not this early into the game. You don't have the physical damage.
These are as good as Aegis's.
Yeah.
I mean, you might just go high ground top lane here. You can get that wave to Liquid's base. You can also just keep crossing the map. I mean, every one of these cross map smokes has worked out for Gaimin so far.
Yeah, and they know
the monkey.
They know where Mickey is going to be right now. They've already pinged it out. They know he's playing on the opposite side of the map.
Wants to give him nothing. This man doesn't want to just end this game. He wants to make it miserable for Liquid right now.
Gonna hit the axe. Blinks forward. Ooh, if he didn't blink forward, Mickey was actually through that little area of trees.
It still gets map control. It gets the lanes in.
Yeah,
it
it
prevents
gets
the
Mickey
monkey
back, right?
I mean, you finish up the BKB for the monkey. I mean, that is the best item Liquid are going to get here. Maybe ever in this game if you can't win a fight with it. And they will smoke out. look for something, look for that clutch pickoff.
I mean, it would be amazing if they find Duraccio here. Even just getting the BKB out of him would buy some time, especially with Roshan up right now.
You have to start on him with Blink Rolling Thunder. It's your only initiation tool right now.
Yeah, and then you probably have to Ravage chain into another Rolling Thunder hit.
It's so awkward. You just don't have the Blink Tidehunter. It makes all these plays feel impossible.
I would say missed opportunity, but there really wasn't one, as you said, without the Blink. Not
just
possible.
Going towards Roshan number 2 here at 23.5 minutes. Done so early.
And they still have their safe lane tower up, so it is extremely well protected. Not something Liquid really has a prayer of winning this fight. At best, you could say maybe if they were somehow in the perfect position, they could steal away the Aegis.
They do a lot of AoE for the pit.
Kills.
I mean, this might be your best chance to win a fight in this game as opposed to the high ground.
He's hopping around. Quinn sees him coming. Duraccio is going to stay alone inside the pit. Try and finish up the Roshan, and Liquid's going to be here too late. Aegis already picked up. They're in position. This is not good. Liquid has no way out of this one, so they just have to commit. They're going to go for Quinn here first. Hit him with the Rolling Thunder. Not too bad, but with the Monkey gone, there goes much of their damage. They've thrown a Ravage and a Rolling Thunder and everything they have to be able to kill Quinn. They're struggling to get it. The pipe is keeping them alive. They run out of damage for the second time, and before the fight is even done, the fight is done in Liquid. They call it in game 1.
Well, the question of have they figured something out from those previous 2 games, I think has been answered here. Not much, as the story continues to be the same. Just absolute domination. Something about this matchup plagues Liquid consistently. And man, Gaiman, they looked so confident, so crisp in this game. This might have been one of the faster, smoother games we've seen from them all tournament, which says something because they've been playing it at quite a rapid pace. But the Brood rotations out of Duraccio, the TP mid from Ace on the Beastmaster at the exact right point in time, the target prioritization, everything in this game was just exact.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, final day of the third week of the tournament. 2 grand finals today, and one of them is not featuring Falcons. Team Liquid shocked the Dota 2 world by upsetting the tournament favorites.
Amar's already called it. GG is called. Ladies and gentlemen, Liquid are going to the grand finals.
Takes a toll to lose 8 grand finals consecutively. And I think this time we already got destroyed by gaming once. So now we're like, okay, we've been there, done that. And now we have some confidence that we're gonna do things different.
Counter-Strike 2 has been full of shocks, surprises, and momentous moments like this triple from Munacy. First team to qualify for the grand finals will be joined by Na'Vi.
I will continue this evening crushing this one, and tomorrow I'll make the best of this one.
And of course, the group stage games for the Pubg Mobile World Cup concluded. 6 more matches with the players on your screen from Vampire, managing to stand tall and qualify for the final stages.
Tony K, he is pretty good, but I don't know if he's that good. Needs to start out strong with 1, but that's all he'll get. Tony K goes down, and Power clutch it out with a chicken dinner.
The crowd goes wild. You couldn't ask for a more clutch moment because this team desperately needed every single point that they could get to make it into the finals.
And once again, good evening, everybody around the world. Well, good afternoon or good morning, wherever you may be tuning in from. My name is Quickshot, and as you can see on your screen, the Riyadh Masters Grand Final for Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup in 2024 is already underway. The Counter-Strike 2 Grand Finals will be starting in just a couple of hours, and we concluded the Pubg Mobile World Cup group stages earlier today. My nickname is Quickshot, and we are here for the final day of the third week of competition. There are 8 weeks of tournament, and we're not even halfway through. Once again, I'd like to welcome my guests throughout the day, Sunsfan, as well as Mac and Toby. Sunsfan, Dota 2, you excited for the finals? Your favorites of Falcons were eliminated.
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible. Are we in an alternate timeline or something?
No, for the first time, you were wrong.
Yeah, it's finally happened on the final day.
Listen,
because of that, I go home after this.
That's it. That's exactly it. You get one wrong prediction. I get to send you packing. Near an airport, North America, is that how it goes?
Yeah,
I'll ask you to explain exactly how they played out. Mac, Toby, welcome back. Counter-Strike hasn't started yet. It's still a couple hours away. You've got to be excited.
Yeah, I am so keen to see that grand final. G2 against all odds, just constantly defying expectations. And then Na'Vi I wouldn't say it's a surprise that they are here. No one really expected them to be here with the competition they had to get through, but they beat them all, and they are the major champs for a reason.
Listen, Mac, if you don't predict the right team, I will send you home tomorrow as well. G2 or Na'Vi, and you know the right answer.
I'm on the G2 bandwagon
That's what I
now
wanted to
because
hear.
everyone seems to be there.
Toby, how are you doing this evening? How was PUBG Mobile?
It was amazing. As always, right down to the wire in the group stages. Teams were just a couple of points spread on the very cusp there, so it couldn't be any better.
And Vampire made it.
They did.
It looked like yesterday, they might not. We'll break down that story just a little bit later. Let's take another look at what will be happening throughout the course of Sunday here at the Esports World Cup. Of course, reminder, we've got Dota 2 already ongoing. Counter-Strike will start at 9 p.m. local. That is 2 hours from now? Yes, 2 hours from now. I had to do some quick math.
Yeah.
And we'll break down exactly what happened between the red and the yellow groups. If you mix them, does that make green? Is that how colors work? Red and yellow?
Yes.
Is it?
Orange.
Oh, it's orange? It's orange. Thanks, Suns fan. You've got to say, see, designer, developer. You need to know these color combinations.
RGB. Very
Orange
important.
is the color of good fried shawarma, as I've come to learn.
There's no Y in RGB.
You just have to know. Roy G. Biv.
Roy G. Biv. Right, let's take a look. Of course, I want to catch you up on everything that's happened at EWC with a catch-up powered by STC. I think the biggest updates that will be coming through is the fact that the PUBG Mobile group stage has concluded. 6 additional matches, all 18 games completed now over the last 3 days. So let's check in with Jiniro to what she has to tell us about the games.
Hi guys, at EWC headquarters. Hope you're doing well. We are done with the last day of the group stage here at PMWC, so I thought we'd do a little bit of a check-in in terms of how everything ended. Starting off with match number 4 of the day, where we had Power Esports get another chicken dinner. That's the second one for them of today, and this has really allowed them to shoot up in the rankings because with the eliminations as well as the placement points that they've gotten, they are in a pretty safe spot. Looking at match number 5 of today, Boom Esports managed to get their chicken dinner, and then for the final match today, Team Liquid coming out on top with the chicken dinner secured. When it comes to the overall rankings of which teams have qualified and which teams have to go through the stage of survival, Falcons actually having to go through that survival stage to me is pretty shocking. I'm a little worried to see how they've been performing over the last couple of days, but Vampires also scraping by with the skin of their teeth is another concerning element. I'm looking to see how both of these teams polish things up, but let me know what you guys think.
Vampires scraping by the skin of some other person's neck. That's the way I would have gone with that, Ginny. Thank you so much for the fantastic update. Obviously, each group will be playing against one of the group. 2 days played, so 12 matches in total. Udu Alliance, they've got themselves 3 chicken dinners. They're going to bed nice and full and happy, setting the pace at 122 total points. You can see the top 8 going all the way through. Alula IHC were one of the teams coming in that Team Liquid's coach, Knight, explicitly said he was nervous about. This is a team that they expected to do well, and they jumped all the way up to 6th after not having the strongest opening in yesterday's group games. Let's take a look at the next page, the next 8 teams. And of course, the top 12, including Power, Boom, Vampire, and Reject, they've all qualified for that final main event. The predictions from the rest of the sofa here, all of our respective teams. Crucially, when we go Indico, D+, Mad Bulls, Falcons, as well as 8 additional teams, they will need to take a look at that survival stage. It's brutal, it's neck and neck, and we're going to get Toby to explain to us exactly what all of that means later on in the broadcast. Now, for Counter-Strike 2, obviously there's no games happening yet. It's only going to start in a couple of hours' time. What I would like to do is remind everybody of what that bracket looks like. It was single elimination, best of 3s, and frankly, every single result could be argued to be upsets. I think it was shocking. Many of the games playing out, in particular, G2 taking down Team Spirit in what was a fairly contested game, but frankly, Team Spirit never showed up. VP, well, they just got dominated. And Na'Vi versus Mouse. Mouse took map 1 in convincing fashion, 13-1, only for Na'Vi to bounce back. Today, 9 p.m. local Riyadh, Na'Vi versus G2. That best of 3 grand final will determine who your EWC 2024 Counter-Strike 2 champion will be. In Dota 2, one of the biggest upsets of the entire tournament. One of the first times that I get to look Suns fan in the face and say, "Ha-ha, you're wrong," it happened. And I can't wait to hear what Tsunami has to say about it.
I know you love numbers, Quick Shot, so I'm going to throw a bunch of them your way. 20 teams entered Riyadh Masters 2024. We had 4 days of play-ins, 5 days of groups, and now on the 6th day of playoffs, we had 3 teams enter, and now only 2 are left. And Falcons have gotten 2-0'd by Team Liquid. And in the upper bracket finals, Liquid got 2-0'd by Gaming Gladiators, but now they've got a best of 5 ahead of them. After losing 3 major grand finals last year, is Liquid finally going to be able to turn it around? Normally, I would have thought that 2-0 in upper bracket meant that it was just doom spelled out from the beginning, but I feel the energy. I feel a new light coming on, as now there is only 1 trophy left and 1 key that's going to be placed in it. Is it going to be Gaming Gladiators, or is it going to be Liquid? Can't wait to find out in the best of 5.
Tsunami, I am over the moon with every single check-in you've provided for our show, and I sincerely am going to miss you, as well as the entire Dota 2 broadcast team. They have been popping off this event. Yesterday, Jenkins had a phenomenal joining Suns fan on the sofa and just blowing us all away with this great sense of humor. And of course, those upsets, this is the big one. Falcons, of course, dominated Tundras yesterday, only to get smashed by Team Liquid earlier today. That means they are placed 3rd in the overall rankings for Dota 2, and it will not give them that 1,000 points, the additional boost in the club championship. If we are able to look at the upper bracket, it is Gaming Gladiators taking on Team Liquid right now. That is a best of 5 series between the 2 respective teams. We'll get Suns fan to exactly break down what's happening, because in just a few moments, we're actually going to be joined by Tundra's coach, Moon Meander. I'll learn how to say that in a moment. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Meander? So he just walks slowly in the moon?
Something.
That's
everyone just calls him Moon.
Yeah, but meander is such a great word.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting. I definitely want to find out what it means, where it comes from. Suns fan, tell me what happened. Liquid versus Falcons 2-0 in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they just got destroyed. I actually don't even know, because it feels like they got their hero still, because Amar gets his Timber Saw, which he has just been dominant with throughout his entire career. It feels like he never loses on it. They lose with the Timber Saw, and maybe they lose some motivation or some level of confidence, perhaps. They did pick a weird hero in Ancient Apparition, but Liquid showed up, I have to admit. It feels like they had Falcons numbered this game. Games were not particularly close either. You can see it's 14-1 in this game number 1. Liquid just dominated.
I mean, when I'll tell you this, 14-1 specifically at the time of gameplay, that was around, what, 20 minutes, I think? That's where it stands out to me, because for weeks, and every single time I've watched you about Dota, you've just been like, ignore the kill score, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
but
at a certain point it does matter.
Again, context matters in every single discussion. Give me your opinion here. When I watched Team Spirit against G2 in Counter-Strike, as a much more active Counter-Strike viewer, I could see that Team Spirit were not playing to what their level was.
Yeah.
Was this Falcons underperforming? Was this Team Liquid overperforming? Was this just, can you give me a theory that maybe...
Okay, well, I don't want to talk about the grand finals quite yet, but based on what we'll talk about, I think it's more Falcons underperforming than anything. And Team Liquid just came up with strats that maybe it was like a rock, paper, scissors type of deal where Liquid just had Falcons numbered today, but if Falcons get to the finals, I genuinely think they would have beaten Gaming Gladiators. So we get this rematch for the ages that we've seen many a time, and it's always gone one way.
Well, listen, build it up for me. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. We actually heard it in the intro piece.
Yeah.
8 finals consecutively second place. That's what we heard from Team Liquid's mouths themselves.
Yeah, it's been rough stuff for them. For a lot of these, the guy that's on the screen on the right side, 33, was not a part of the lineup. Liquid has kind of underperformed until this tournament, making it to the finals. So we'll see if he can be the difference.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know if you want me to get into game 1 at all.
Let's save the finals for a little bit later, because I think we are going to be getting Moon Meander to sit down and break it down. I think it'll be more valuable to go back and forth. Mac, I'm going to ask you to sit with Moon Meander, and also maybe...
Like how close?
Like as close as you want to, buddy. No, you can cuddle all you want.
Okay.
But I would love for you to also have a conversation with Suns fan and Moon, just about like their take on Falcons' performance and whatnot, because this is the first time that I unfortunately didn't get to watch Falcons surprising. They didn't bounce back. So I didn't get to see your facial reaction and understand.
It was deadpan disbelief, the usual then.
Deadpan disbelief, like I'm shocked to hear that. Let's throw it over to Tsunami, who caught up with Team Liquid's Boxi after their win over Falcons earlier.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Boxi of Team Liquid, who has now secured grand finals yet again at back-to-back Riyadh Masters. And you also get the privilege of your first key crushing, because you guys have been cruising through upper bracket, but now Team Falcon's journey has ended in snaking. If you don't mind, could you please bring your key to Liquid, the victors of this lower bracket final? A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for an amazing run from Team Falcons as they end here in the top 3. And Falcons have ended their journey, but Liquid continue onwards because, boy, you guys came in kind of angry this morning, it seems. After the 0-2 against Gaming Gladiators yesterday, most teams, I imagine, would have gotten a little bit, thrown off balance, but what was the energy? This lower bracket final was insane. What a 2-0.
Yeah, there was a good 4 or 5 hours of moping, and then Coach William came in with a motivational Seb-esque speech. Ooh. Brought everyone's spirits up,
And I saw that he was doing some studying late into the night about plans for Falcons in game. And how did you guys spend the night after hopefully having your spirits raised and being like, guys, tomorrow's a new day?
Playing overthrow. Maybe for me, I watch some replays, study some patterns, but usually you just try and get into a good mindset. Go to bed in time, eat some food, make sure everything is physically in place, and then you trust your coaches to do the rest.
And everything was mentally in place for you guys as well, as a team, as a unit. I saw Mickey was even graciously giving you some last hits on your Marcy to make sure that you could finish your BKB. How often are you able to convince him to be like, dude, come on, I'm this close?
Mickey doesn't take a lot of convincing.
Oh, really?
I think Nara would be a little harder to convince. It's like, how many back and forths do I need to go through before? Mickey is like 1 or 2, so it's not so bad.
How many back and forths are involved when your team decides to go tier 4s, though? Because that was one moment where maybe the communication had a little disconnect.
I mean, I think in theory it can be executed, but we need to focus their heroes instead of the towers. Personally, I would have preferred to maybe take a Rax and go Roshan, but it's a team game and you have to trust the calls that are being made. And I think if we go throne and then we kill their heroes as they come in 1 by 1, we might be able to do it. Of course, it's riskier, but sometimes you feel it and you go for it.
And the feeling didn't work out there, but in the end, the game ended up being in your pocket. Now, Boxy, we've been down this road before. For you, in 2 different circumstances at this event. Last year, you made it to Grand Finals against Team Spirit. This year, it's going to be Grand Finals against Gaming Gladiators. For all the Liquid fans out there, why is this time going to be different? Not just in terms of the year's performances, but everything. This is a championship opportunity for you now. Why can we all believe in Liquid?
I think a lot of finals we've played, we've been a little bit scared, perhaps, because it takes a toll to lose 8 grand finals consecutively. And I think this time we already got destroyed by gaming once. So now we're like, okay, we've been there, done that. And now we have some confidence that we're going to do things different. And I think they are like a scary team, but I think they were scarier before. I feel like now they're a bit like one-trick pony, and I don't know. If you don't lose in 15 minutes, you might win. Yeah.
I love the attitude, Boxy. Congratulations on another Grand Finals. What a feat from Team Liquid. Can't wait to see the Grand Finals. I will let you prepare for that as we send it back to the studio.
Well, that aged like milk because Team Liquid lost game 1 to Gaming. In 24 minutes, the score was 18-4.
On the bright side, Boxy, who I believe is Swedish, the superior Nordic
He did sound Swedish.
country. More importantly, he did say it. If you don't lose in that time frame, and honestly, if you've lost in 24, it means you're probably losing at 15, right?
Yep,
like
true,
transitive properties gameplay. We will obviously be diving into that grand final in just a moment or two once Moon finishes his meander outside. Hey! But before that, I wanted to do something that's one of my favorite parts of the show, especially this week. Suns fan interviewing people. Let's run the first video.
Find out which Dota team will fill in their key on the totem. Let's ask some fans what they think. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid, who wins?
Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid.
Why?
They shouldn't have let you out of there, dude. Your breath smells. You need to eat. You need some Mentos gum. We're sponsored by Mentos, Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid, because they've won all the other ones. What am I supposed to say here? They just always win the grand finals. It's like an easy prediction.
Boring. Next. Hello, I'm here with Shiva, the queen of Dota. Some people consider that to be Jenkins. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good today.
Who's winning the finals today?
This is a great question. I hope. You know, I say this, I think, a lot of times when the same two teams are in the finals. Maybe Liquid can do it this time, but it might just be Copium.
Yeah, I think everyone's on board with that. Yeah. Thank you, Shiva.
That was it.
Hello, and we are here with SVG, who's an enormous Phoenix Suns fan, along with myself, of course, but that's not important because we are here at Riyadh Masters. Who's going to win the finals?
What do you think about the Bradley Beal trade, Shannon?
Nobody understands. It was terrible. It was absolutely awful. Who's going to win the finals? Not in the NBA, but at the Riyadh Masters.
Gaming Gladiators.
Why?
They have beaten Liquid the last 5 times in Grand Finals.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Thank you. I'm here with analyst Kazoo. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, it's the Grand Finals day. How are you doing, Shannon?
Great. Nobody cares. Who's going to win the finals?
I actually changed my mind. Last time I told you it's Gaben's Gladiators.
Yeah.
They did destroy Liquid pretty hard, but I have faith in Insania Aiden Sarkohi.
Wow.
To make the comeback today in the finals.
That's a hot take. That's a Pepsi hot take, some would say.
That's insane.
Thank you. I'm here with 2 random fans who have absolutely no affiliation with Gaming Gladiators. Who's going to win the finals?
Liquid.
That's a lie. Gaming.
Easy. Who's going to win the finals?
GG.
Why?
We are the best in this season. I don't know.
Okay, what about you?
GG.
Why?
Duracio.
Okay, that's a terrible answer. Who's going to win?
Sure, GG.
Why?
Anton Duracio.
You guys all know each other, yes?
Sure. I'm a big fan.
This counts as 1 vote. Who's going to win the finals?
Falcons.
They're not in the tournament anymore.
They'll find a way.
I respect that. Here with Arabic Talent right now, we're going to find out who is winning the finals.
GG.
Why?
Because Duracio will not throw.
Will not throw?
Yeah. I love watching him not throw.
Wow, I don't think I've ever actually seen that. Who's winning the finals?
33.
That's not a team.
That's a 33. He's winning the game alone.
Okay, why?
Super good. Super good player. Love the guy. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we're back. Has your opinion changed at all?
Not about the tournament, but nice shirt. Is that the same shirt that you wore the last time you interviewed me like 4 days ago?
No, I just happened to bring 3 pink shirts by accident. They all look the same.
Next time you interview me, let's iron the shirt and back to you.
Okay, back to you. Hope you guys learned a thing or two about who's going to win the finals. If you lost a couple brain cells along the way, apologies. Why do they hire me for these events? I'll never understand. But we're back here at EWC Central, and we're joined by a very special guest, Mr. Meander, the coach of Tundra, of course. Had a very prolific Dota 2 career as a player, and of course, Heroes of Newerth, which is the superior game for being Korean.
Of course.
How are you doing?
Doing great, enjoying the city so far. Like, got to eat the good food here.
Ooh, have you had shawarma?
I eat shawarma every day.
Okay, I don't know if we're allowed. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about the brand. Okay, we'll talk after because I don't know if I'm allowed to say the company name. But there is one specific place you have to eat. We're going tonight as well, so you should join us. But that is another story entirely. Talk to us about how the event was for you as the coach of Tundra, because you guys got top 4.
Yes, the event was really well ran. As a coach, I could tell the organizers put a lot of thought into this. The games were not all crammed, so we didn't have to play the game starting at midnight. Shuttle was not too far away, and they didn't make a shuttle 2-3 hours before the game. It was 30-40 minutes before we shuttled, we came, and we setting up in 15 minutes. Everything was smooth.
All right,
nice.
That's good. As we're getting into the game, we don't really need to talk too much about it, but I do want to talk about the series overall. You guys played in the lower bracket semifinals, I think it was technically, against Falcons, correct?
Correct.
And how did that go?
I mean, we should have won both those games.
Okay, why?
In my opinion, because I feel like Falcons has a very wrong read on how to play the patch.
Oh, okay.
The reason why they beat us, in my opinion, they just have better team fighting concepts and skill. We were kind of sloppy, very sloppy, because when I looked at the games, I knew we had them. Yeah.
Was this the game we were watching yesterday? This is the one we were watching when we had...
I believe so, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we thought you were going to win yesterday, and we got the prediction straight from who was it? What's his name again? Jenkins. Jenkins's mouth that you were going to win from that point, and we ended the interview, and then it went to a 2-0. So that was
Yeah, he liked the pace, but Jenkins is always wrong, so that's always like a curse. I feel like.
Yeah. Because right now this patch is like there's two types of teams in this tournament. There's the aura teams where they just run at you.
Yeah.
And then there's the slow teams that just wants to go late game. It's always like that every tournament. This is the aura patch, so we were just the third best aura team, and we lost to the best slow team, which is Falcons.
Right. And
what
what is it like?
For a noob like me, an aura team is a team that picks a bunch of heroes that have inbuilt auras for the, like, just go for buffs and stuff. Like,
exactly.
I'm a bit of a noob. Right? I'll just put that out there. I'm a bit of a noob, so.
Exactly. They just use the math, I like to call it damage amplification.
Yep.
It's countered by damage reduction. So they're just all stacking damage reduction items and heroes that wins lanes.
Yep.
And then suddenly they just go to your high ground and death ball you. The main reason that happened is because Ice Frog nerfed Glyph.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, that patch was getting pretty old, right? It felt like it was the exact. I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but as a caster, it's like if I know what's going to happen in the game, that's a bad sign for Dota. It's like you kill first Roche, you get the outer towers. You get second Roche, you go high ground. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's like entirely dependent on Roche. And then now that they've changed this glyph, it's made it easier to push. But now we're seeing teams like win in 20 minutes sometimes, especially with Gaming Gladiators. Do you prefer the old patch versus this one?
I feel like I put myself in Ice Frog's shoes, right? I balanced the game. Last TI, what is everyone complaining about? I can't end the game. We keep throwing. We can't go high ground. Screw this. So I nerf high ground. So Gaming Gladiators will automatically get a buff. Right? So I nerfed the I nerfed the auras now. So it's not as strong. It's not as suppressive. So I nerf all the offlaners too. All the strong offlaners. However, if Gaming Gladiators, it's not like every team that is top tier right now is all auras. Like, we're not auras, but we're top 4. Falcons not auras, but they're top 3. Because the game is balanced in such a way that all strategies are viable, just aura slightly better than everyone else, and Gaming Gladiators is just so good at execution, that's why they're on top.
Yeah, it does feel like they've reverted back to, what, early 2023, where they were just steamrolling everybody. Did you watch the last series between Liquid and Falcons?
Yes, I was.
I was shocked that they lost so convincingly. What happened?
Just non-auras versus auras, and Team Liquid executed the aura draft better. The only difference right now in this series between Liquid and Gladiators is who can come online earlier when these two aura teams fight each other. And in game 1 and on the previous series, Gaming Gladiators came online faster all of the games.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you count the upper bracket finals and now this game 1 that's already been played, that's 3 games in a row game and have kind of steamrolled Liquid, and Liquid had the opportunity, you know, to look at the replays and try to counter strat or whatever you want to call it. Do you think they have a chance against Gaiman in this final?
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
I feel like last game 1 was just an anomaly, in my opinion.
Okay.
Was because their strategy on Team Liquid, I could see it clearly, was to ban all of Tofu's heroes. But Tofu picked a hero he hasn't played all tournament, which is Jakiro position 4. That was the last S-tier offlaner that can win the lane for the offlane. So it broke the structure. So they wasted basically essentially 3 bans on Tofu. Then he got his heroes anyway, and then Gaiman got the rest of his heroes.
Okay.
Now, so what did they do this game? Yeah.
This game is different. It's because they removed all of Tofu's heroes, and then Gaming Gladiators started banning some of their Tofu heroes too. And then they took the. So now this game is just no supports in this game.
Is he playing Alk? What is he playing?
He's playing Alchemist Invoker 4.
Invoker 4?
Yes, and it's not the same. And now their safe lane is getting owned. Look at this Brood. He has run away. He's done. So I feel like there's a chance Liquid is, like, Gaiman is showing cracks now from this game, in my opinion, compared to the previous game.
Okay, so from this point, I know there's a lot that could happen, a lot of random things, and especially in the draft. But do you think it's going to go all the way to 5 games?
No, I actually do not think it's going to go all to 5 games. Okay. Either 3-1 Liquid or 3-1 Gaiman, in my opinion.
Oh, that's still quite the separation, then.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
So whoever wins this game, do you think that will have a huge influence on what happens for the next 2?
For sure. If Liquid wins this game, that means Gaming Gladiators structure has been cracked.
Okay.
And right now, and both teams right now are going for first pick. I can tell you first pick is stronger for these teams because they're going for the exact same heroes.
Okay.
I'm assuming the first 2 picks in this game were Sand King, Shadow Fiend. I don't know what the order exactly was, but because like Shadow Fiend is a hero that has only been getting through until very recently. It was like permaban for the most part. Why is this hero so strong right now?
The hero is so strong right now because he just can't seem to lose his lane.
Mm.
So you pick him and you can put him in the safe lane in the mid lane, and even if he gets counterpicked, he doesn't lose the lane. That's a kind of broken concept.
Yeah, and it's very good against melee heroes, and Sanking, who's been like feels like it's mid almost every game. I don't know how this hero keeps getting through. Maybe it's not considered top S tier. What do you think of Sanking right now? Because when so to give an idea to people that don't know, they added facets to the game, which is like these 2 paths you can take. And everyone was going for one path in particular, and they nerfed the crap out of it. Like, unplayably bad now. So everybody's like, all right, this hero's dead. But it turns out the other facet is really good now because you basically gotten rid of that one and then increased the area of the sandstorm. So how strong is Sanking in your estimation?
Sanking is definitely very strong. However, he's just not as strong as like the other heroes like Broodmother. For example, like the Sanking SF matchup, it's very favorable for SF. However, with one stun, Sanking can kill him. And the strength of Sanking is not it's his third spell. That's his strongest spell. Because he can instantly clear ancient stacks, he can instantly push waves, he can have high kill threat, and no melee can lane against this guy.
Yeah, I think I brought up this concept to a lot of people that don't understand, or they don't know Dota that well, and they find it very intriguing that Sanking, his ultimate is by far his least important spell, right? Which to many people that play like League, that's really weird, but it's definitely, like if you deleted the spell, it might not even make any difference in the pick rate, because it's just kind of there, you know? Okay, let's talk a bit about Tundra. You became coach. How long have you been coach now?
So I was with Tundra in the Malaysian tournament earlier, and it was with another team. And we were just like kind of like a loan deal.
Yep.
And then I was ready to retire, maybe join you in the Kelly Suns fan casting and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But then I got another offer from them because they wanted to trial me and stuff, and they lost to qualifiers to OG, and I trialed on, and we beat OG three straight qualifiers, and then they like want to join. I'm like, sure. So that's how I kind of got in there, and then ever since then, it's been smooth cruising. We got top 3 at ESL Birmingham, and we got 4th place here. I feel like
I think it's pronounced Birmingham.
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 Okay, let's talk about some of the players and your relationship with them. So first I want to talk about, I think Ramses is the newest addition, right? He came on it was like a couple months ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
How's it like working with him? Because he has always been known as a wild card to a degree.
Yes.
Was a superstar back in the day with Virtus Pro, and then has kind of been bouncing from team to team. But it seems to have found a nice home here with Tundra.
Yeah. I feel like my coaching style, I'm not like as I feel I'm not as oppressive as other coaches. If I know like Ramses, he's very sensitive to being critiqued. So I don't really critique them. If he's sensitive to being critiqued, I don't critique.
So you just change it. You change your strategy for each player based on their personality.
Yes. If Ramses needs help and he's struggling, I will reach out to him and ask if he wants help. If he still says no, then no. And he says yes, then we work together, and it's good. Like sometimes he'll be forthcoming and say, "Yo, Moon, like this is a problem. Like what do I do?" And then I come to him and I solve it with him.
That's crazy. That's so different because I come from a Counter-Strike background, and talking to coaches, it's more because it is such a team-based game with the strategy while the game's live. It's you really have to drive in what each individual piece of the puzzle needs to do before the game's played. And the fact that there's players that don't want your help or like selectively want your help, and that you're okay with that, that's crazy. Like I feel like, you know, there are players that are out there in CS in particular that when they need help, you kind of just need to give them help. Even if they don't want it, they kind of have to take it, or it might even limit their chances on a team. Like they might not be on the team for too much longer, that sort of thing. But yeah, I guess the top 4 team, you're at this level. The players obviously have a specific amount of influence in what goes down. I just feel like there's no question here.
Yeah.
I'm just giving a statement. That's crazy.
Because in my career, I've learned that being right is worse. It's not always like correct. What is more correct in the team is having a good team environment and having a good relationship with your players. That's what I strive for as my #1 priority.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't really want to be harsh on people. And but if people want my help, I'm always here.
Do you have a playing background as well?
Yes, I used to play Han and Dota and won a couple championships myself.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations.
Thank
But
you.
also, that's good because you have like that huge insight into what helps a team operate in such a strong manner. And now that you are the coach of Tundra, how long do you see your future here? Like, do you want to be doing this for a while now, or?
Yeah, I feel like at some point in my life right now, instead of I'm at the point of my life where I like to impart my knowledge onto the younger generation. Yeah. Becoming a dad at the end of this year too.
Oh, wow,
So
nice.
I'm going to like
Congratulations.
just passing off, thank you, the next generation. I feel like that's what my purpose is.
So you don't think you're going to come back to playing?
I'm going to play in the next tournament in
okay.
Peru if I go. I'm not sure how the tickets are, like flights, because I heard there's a global outage or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I stand in for my team. My team still respects my ability to play. I stand in once in a while.
What position?
That's cool. 5, position
Okay.
5, yeah.
So Moon was known from back in the day in Heroes of Newerth for having these amazing inspirational speeches during his streams. Some of them probably not safe for work anymore, but now as a coach, how do you impart, like, do you have these motivational speeches with the players when you feel like they need it, like before a big match, like it'll land like this?
Of course, I always try to compact it into memes. So I would, for example, this is a meme of the team where they get overly emotional when they're winning and they throw games. So I said, I look at them, guys, RoboCop, no emotion, stuff like that. And before a match, I was like, guys, the most important thing in this game, RoboCop. And then they all do this. They all wipe the smile off their faces.
It's like the team chant before you go, where you're like, yo, Tundra, instead it's just like,
Correctly. Go in like cold-hearted killer, like ready to kill people.
So, I mean, speaking of cold-hearted killers, I want to know more about Thompson because for those that don't know, this is a 2-time TI winner with OG. Very soft-spoken, at least to the media. What is he like to work with behind the scenes?
Very chill. Very chill
So he's
guy.
exactly as
yeah,
you advertise.
exactly as he is on the media, and very logical. Not toxic at all. Sometimes he does get mad because it's feeling too slow, but he keeps it low frustration level. And one of the nicest things is whenever we lose, he always talks about the positives. Guys, it's okay. We're still in the tournament. We can come back tomorrow. Just a bad day. Stuff like that. It's a cool teammate.
That's good. That's good.
Were you guys disappointed with top 4, or were you, like, if you came into this and we told you guys are going to be 4th place, you're like, oh, that's pretty good? Or are you striving? I mean, I know you're striving for more, but is there some level of satisfaction with such a big tournament?
There is some level of satisfaction. We had like a 20% win rate of scrims coming to this tournament.
Really?
Ooh. Yes. Good.
I feel like that's a good thing, honestly. You learn so much more. Like DC, you were on DC. Technically, you were a player when I was still on the team. We would lose scrims all the time, but then we own at at 2 lands, I guess.
Yeah.
You were that's true. You were at Genting, right? You won.
Yeah, we won Genting.
I have that trophy in my house.
Awesome.
You can come check it out anytime.
All the way in Arizona.
That's right.
I love that place. I love Arizona. I think I lived there for like a year or 2.
I think. Well, I mean, when you were on the team, I was only with them for like 6 months.
Right.
And we barely saw each other because of reasons that we won't get into. I did get into it yesterday, but not again. We're not going to rehash the Tom situation. So yeah, so Thompson's chill. What about, okay, Pure is an interesting character because he had a lot of drama. I mean, he's very young. He had a lot of drama early on in his career. He's still one of those guys that will talk smack. What is he like behind the scenes?
I mean, he kind of reminds me when I was younger.
All right.
Rash, high ego, fun. But at the same time, I know he's doing it on purpose because he told me himself, I'm going through my villain arc right now, Moon. He embraces being the villain. He likes being the villain. His favorite character in The Boys is Homelander.
Yep.
Yes. And it's entertaining for the fans. Like, you know, like, what do you want? Like a generic esports player, like, yo, they play well. Google MLP. No, he's like, they're trash. I'm better. What can you do? Carry diff. Stuff like that. It's good for the scene. It's entertaining for the fans. And provides a lot of stakes on the line.
Right.
So for you in particular, I just heard that you used to have an ego. Yeah. So actively knowing that, was there a specific point in your career where you sort of toned it down a little bit? Did you lose in a bad way, or did you just get to the top, win a couple of competitions and go, okay, I'm humble now, and then just roll it back a little bit?
I think it just, with age, you mature, and I started reading books and stuff, and it taught me a lot about how dumb I was being and stuff. So I toned it down and reset my mental state.
I'm sure the wife helped out in that
I got married and stuff
yeah,
too.
That'll do it. Yeah.
So yeah. For
nice.
sure.
Yeah, okay, cool.
All right, let's look into this game a bit. I know we've been kind of ignoring it for the most part, but can you, from a coach's perspective, analyze? I know that we can see the net worth lead is technically on the Gaming Gladiators side, but what is your assessment so far of what we're seeing?
I think this
Would you
game
give
is
a favor
going-
to one team or the other.
I think this game is completely even at the moment, even though Gaming Gladiators has a slight goal lead. What is it, 3K?
Yeah, 3K.
3K, but
that's with an Alk.
Yes, that's with an Alchemist. And usually with Alchemist, you want to be 5 to 6K at this point in the game, so that means the game is even. Because Alk is a goal hack hero.
Yeah.
Alchemist, because he gets creeps into extra
All
goal.
the money, yeah.
Yep. So, but if he's like same network as the enemy core and he is doing something wrong because his hero's math doesn't really check out.
Yeah.
He's a very snowbally hero, and they're not snowballing the game hard enough right now.
With Invoker as a POS 4, who currently has less gold than Chen, how do you influence the game in a positive way for your team? Because I'm used to the old, like, crazy Invoker plays from like TI's 2s and 3. That was when I watched Dota.
This Invoker support, I think, is a complete meme.
Okay.
He's just gonna alacrity his team, burn some mana. That ain't cheap.
It is annoying, to be fair.
That ain't cheap. No, it is annoying. It is annoying. So he's gonna be carried by his team.
Okay.
His biggest contribution will be alacrity.
Yeah.
Burning some mana, some form of control.
Alright.
But it's not the same as these other fours that do the same but win lane and scale better.
Okay. The last time I played, just for some perspective, was like 2015 maybe, and that was well before, I think it was before Pitlord came out, or like Pitlord was about to come out, and then, yeah, like all this skill tree and the, what are they called?
Talents and facets.
Facets, I have no idea about this stuff.
Well, I mean, speaking of facets, what did you think of that when you saw that enormous patch come out?
I mean, the first thing I knew was the game would be grossly imbalanced in the first 2-3 weeks, and a lot of changes will be needed to be made. And right now, I still feel like the game is still kind of grossly imbalanced. For some reason, I have this theory that Ice Frog's favorite hero is Pangolier. I'm
I love Tango.
Why is this hero has been in the first pick meta every tournament?
Yeah.
He just refused to nerf it properly. He buffs, he nerfs the Q, which is like the most OP part of it, and okay, it's finally back. Gives it a faucet that makes the W the most broken spell.
Yeah, it has been pretty prolific in this tournament, to be sure. But like conceptually, you like the idea of choosing your path before the game kind of deal?
Oh, for sure. All of my friends who quit Dota, like 2, 3, like all my friends from high school, they all came back because they were all excited to play it. They were playing it like, this game is revamped, it's so fun, it's so cool. And then they came back and they were playing support like, wow, I have so many like routes to do as a support. I can pick to do damage or be more healing based on what the team needs, based on what the enemy has. There's so much more to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. So, do you live in Malaysia?
Right now, I'm living in Los Angeles.
LA, oh, so you're NA, nice.
Yeah.
Keith was telling me that, wait, LA is like the West Coast.
Yeah.
Which I have heard is the best coast, but I also heard it's not...
Not for Dota.
It's not the best coast for Dota, so at least, you know, being in a coach role, where is everyone else based? Like over in Europe at the moment, or?
Yes, most of my team is based in Russia,
okay.
Finland, Indonesia.
Yep.
And for the Indonesian guy, they had to fly him to a boot camp to play.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, for me, I just play with Ping. I mean, I'm not playing, I'm the coach, so I'm just, watching with Ping.
Yeah. Okay. So how's that operate if you have one guy in Indonesia? How often do you boot camp? Is it before tournaments or?
We don't boot camp at all. We only boot camp for big events. And he's just solo boot camping.
Yeah, right. So he just plays his game, and then when it comes to
he
it,
barely goes home. He's just grinding all the time. This guy's just a robot.
Crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, Robocop.
Now that you bring it up, I do want to, because you were in the NA scene for so long as a player, what are your thoughts on NA right now being just absolute trash, if we're being honest?
I mean, let's be honest, I was NA's last hope. Well, last time
NA coaching, there's nothing.
Last time we went to grand finals, which NA team went to the grand finals? Top 8 every tournament. Which NA team?
It's true.
I'm gone. What NA team's last place every tournament?
Yeah, it's not looking good for NA, that's for sure. I don't know what's going to happen to Arteezy and whatnot, or Shopify in general, but it feels like that team kind of fell apart. And then you have Nouns, which did make it to TI. I mean, maybe do you think that they'll make some noise at TI potentially? You can be honest with us,
Nouns?
Yeah.
We're all about honesty here.
All right. They're so slow. They're so slow, and it's just any mentality, and I don't think they're ever going to change. They just...
So not able to adapt to the patch, essentially?
Just adapt to Dota in general. They're just not just too afraid to make moves, because in any you make a couple of moves, then they have people, coaches or whatever will like, oh, you made the mistake here, you shouldn't do this, stuff like that. And then now the next game, the player is going to be scared. Which is why, as a coach, I have like one rule myself where I'm never gonna go down and play like, why did you do this? Why did you do that? This is bad. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. Then it like puts so much fear in their heart that they don't do anything next game.
Yeah.
So that's the things I think coaching any team struggle with.
Right. I see. Well, let's get back to the game. Well, actually, I want to talk about. We were talking about the patch a bit, but is there a hero that now that you guys are eliminated from this tournament and there's going to be patches before TI? Is there a hero you're surprised wasn't picked more or not enough, potentially? Because I think in the lower bracket finals, AA was picked for the first time. It didn't work out, but conceptually it feels like the anti-heal is really good, theoretically. Is there a hero that comes to mind for you?
Hero that comes to mind for me that is really strong.
Or is overrated? Like either spectrum.
Overrated. Overrated, I would say. Oh, hero that surprised me that was not picked enough was Timbersaw.
Okay.
Like this hero is like very, very strong, and Primal Beast, very, very strong.
Okay.
But only Falcon seems to be running these heroes.
That is true, and they were winning most games with it until I think they last picked Amar's Timbersaw in their game 1 of the lower bracket. They just got manhandled.
Yeah, they picked it into Monkey King, so he kind of deserved it. But Primal Beast had like a 70% win rate, and he wasn't even picked enough. And then one hero which I felt like was a lot of people are kind of overrating is Ember Spirit.
Okay.
Okay. A lot of people were looking at the stats. Ember was winning a lot of games stat-wise, but it was like last pick when the enemy had no stuns.
Yeah, I feel like the stat, like I'm sure you guys have a stats person, but you can't just look at stats as a black and white thing. You need to look at it in context, right?
Yes, because then people start picking Ember out of phase, and then they're like, why are we losing? Then Ember drops to like, instead of from 90% win rate to 60% because, well, you can't just pick it for no reason.
Why does Monkey King counter Timbersaw? Because wouldn't Timbersaw counter him by cutting the trees?
Just don't
in
hop
some
on
ways,
trees.
yeah.
Just hit him. Because when you hit him 4 times, you get a Jingu stack.
Okay.
So you get really like high damage and lifesteal.
Yep.
And Timbersaw, he's just a hero that's based on being so tanky that you can kill him and he does so much damage. But then but against Monkey King can keep hitting him and he doesn't care about his tankiness. Because Monkey King counters tanky heroes.
Okay. So when you get the stacks, does it increase the percentage-based lifesteal each hit?
He just gets, no, it's just a flat increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, back to the game.
Back to the game.
We're seeing Quinn on the Shadow Fiend, almost insta-gib a Sand King with just a Requiem of Soul. That is his ultimate. Looking pretty strong right now. They still have the Aegis, of course. So now that we've skipped a few minutes after ignoring the game for a while, has your opinion changed? Because it looks like Gaiman are in a little bit better control than they were prior.
Yeah, it looks like Ray didn't hit the pipe timing with Mech on Brewmaster, but they can't seem to abuse it because their cores are not synced up in timings compared to Gaiman's. Like this Monkey King has Gropnir but no BKB yet. And Sand King has Blink Shivas but no BKB too. I felt like he should have bought BKB first before Shivas this game. Because he needs a BKB this game to play. With Shivas, he just explodes to one Shadow Fiend ulti.
And BKB has changed a lot over the years. It used to be an item that you pretty much had to get on every core, every game. Do you feel like it's getting back to that point? Because it was nerfed, if you want to call it that, to be... It doesn't give 100% magic resistance anymore, for example, is one of the changes they made.
I felt like it was a good change because it kind of made Dota like at some point like kind of low skill where every team would just be picking 3 carries on 3 lanes, and then we just delay until we get BKB and we just take a team fight and win. So the enemy team that like is trying to play like a team game by auras, play the traditional offlaner gets punished. So if you want to win lanes, you just have to pick 3 offlaners. I mean 3 carries and then all rolls. And I didn't like that meta at all.
I'm gonna see the Broodmother die first for game, and that was Ace. And Mickey is going to get Sun Strikes. The position 1 is dead for Liquid now as the big bad alchemist now. will chase 33. And you can see, I don't know if they're going to be able to clean up. Actually, they do get the cold snap from the Invoker, so this will, well, he does get the primal split off. But using that in a, that's the big ultimate from Brewmaster. It turns you into 4 little baby pandas that all have their own abilities.
4? Wasn't it 3?
Yeah, well, now it's 4.
What's the?
They added a
fourth
Void Panda.
Ah.
It has like a kind of a push ability, if you want to call it that.
Is it always that, or is that like an Ags thing?
No, it's always that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they've definitely changed that hero a lot.
Yeah.
He's trying to juke in the trees, but the TP's going to get canceled. So some good kills coming from the side of Gaimin. They don't have the Aegis advantage anymore, but they do have quite the lead. And I think it's been 2 Roches already. Do you feel like there's a point in the game where going high ground is just mandatory? Because it feels like the games are ending a lot sooner as opposed to the prior patches, you know?
Yeah, I think for game in this game, they're not as much on the timer, but I worry for them if it does go late because like Chen and stuff, until Invoker, they don't really scale as well. But the Broodmother is going to be the X factor, because if this Brood transitions to a scaling hero, this level 25 talent is crazy on Broodmother. And Shadow Fin late game is also really strong.
What is the 25 talent for Brood?
You get minus 0.3 BAT, which is basically a flat increase of 18% DPS.
So it just makes her attack way faster. In other terms.
Yes.
Yeah, that is really strong. How does Alchemist scale into the late game these days? Because this is I find it to be conceptually one of the most interesting heroes in Dota, because theoretically you get to a certain point of the game and you already have as many items as you can hold essentially, but you can start buying Aghanim Scepters for your team, and it basically is transferring net worth to them. Do you feel like this hero is still really good late game, or does it drop off considerably?
Depends on the lineup he's playing against. For example, in this game, I feel he's gonna keep scaling because it's not like a very true Scotty buyer, like a Terrorblade hard counter. It's just a Monkey King. So yeah. Plus he's also gonna build really good auras this game, like AC and stuff against the ET.
And looking at both lineups, would you say just on paper, let's say it's an even game, who would you take late game if it were to go to like 45 plus minutes?
Who would I take late game?
Yeah, like who have better composition for a late game scaling lineup?
I would still say Dire because of the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend late game is a monster with the Aghanim's Kai Ashkan Refresher compared to the Sand King. Yeah, Sand King is like an annoying tanky guy, but not really this game because he didn't go the tanky build, he went Blink Dagger build, so when you commit for that build, you don't scale as well on Sand King. You just become like stun, Blink stun.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend has been another interesting hero that has changed a lot during the last few years. Traditionally, like back in the day, it's always been like the 1v1 prototype here, like when they had OpenAI.
Yeah.
And did you know about that one?
No.
OpenAI, before ChatGPT and all that stuff, they had a program in Dota where they would train the AI to play Shadow Fiend mid against Shadow Fiend mid.
Yeah.
So you could actually play against the AI, and people were beating it consistently, and then over time it learned. Did you ever play against?
Yeah, I did. I played against OpenAI like multiple times. We even went to the event. I went to the OpenAI event.
Okay.
I was part of the event that played against them. Yeah, we got whomped.
It gets to a certain point where it's almost impossible to beat the AI because they're just learning every single time.
Yes.
They did that with Smash Bros. Do you remember the like amiibo things? You'd have to in Smash Bros, like the one that was on the Wii U, that you had to buy the statues and you'd put them on, and as you played against it, it would learn what you're doing and learn how to counter you. I think this was way before AI became that whole conversation back in like 2015.
Right.
So it was like a learning program in the game, and I remember them getting like really, really good, and you'd try to train it up to a point, and then you'd put it in the game as an AI, and I'm pretty sure they had some competitions where you'd put your amiibo in against someone else's amiibo, and whoever trained their computer Smash Bros player better would like beat the other one. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Could be an idea to, I guess, if you could train an OpenAI Dota team, and
they
play, and then did they play it against another OpenAI one?
No, well that's how they train initially, but yeah, they ended up playing against, who was it at TI? They did that, right?
Yeah, like the All-Star Dandy stack.
Yeah,
like
they
that.
got destroyed.
Really? Was it that good?
The AI was.
Yes. So basically, what OpenAI told us was they ran a program for the AI where they constantly played Dota, but they sped it up for like 100 times or whatever. So they probably played more Dota.
Yeah, like 1,000 years.
Lifetime of Dotas.
Yeah.
Lifetimes of Dota.
Yeah.
And we were just playing like, it's not as much 20,000 hours.
Or just humans.
Yeah, we were playing at human pace.
So like, imagine, like, I was like, what? That sounds like hell for the AI. Non-stop Dota. It's like, I would not want to be in that hell.
Black Mirror episode waiting to happen.
Holy.
Was all chat enabled for that game? Because they could have got dangerous.
Yeah, they probably get really toxic. As we might actually be seeing the end of the game as Game and Gladiators win a huge team fight.
Oh yeah.
And you can see on the top left where all the dead heroes timers are. 3 of them do not have buyback right now because they're not golden. So Gaiman will likely get some buildings here.
They're on the the T2's still up.
That's true. They do have to go through some of these buildings before going to the actual base, but that. Even without the buildings, the net worth lead is now becoming quite large. Do you think the comeback mechanics in Dota are at a good place, Moon? Because we've had times where, I call it the rubber band effect, where it's just way too drastic, and then other times it just feels like it's impossible to come back. Think it's in a good spot right now?
Yeah, definitely in a good spot right now, because like, let's say you do the aura patch right now, and you mess up once. Like last game, Liquid against Falcons, they messed up and they went for throne and they all died, right? And they lost like what 7-8k goal lead, and then when Falcons got Roche, usually in like late game lineups they would lose, but because of the current iteration, they still won that game on Liquid.
Right.
And I feel like that's balance. You allow 1 mistake, 1 to 2 mistakes max, before you lose the game.
Right.
I feel like making 1 mistake is just, and then you lose the game, it's gonna make the game really boring to watch because every team is just gonna go for late game.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Gaiman, they get a full set of racks. They're taking the gate. I think, is it turning to nighttime? Is that why? I would assume they're going to try to go for Roche at some point. This is the second Roche of the game, so if it's on this side, they're actually going to have a team fight right off the bat. And we'll see who comes out on top here. Moon, tell me what's happening in this fight.
So what's happening is a whole bunch of auras are being popped, and no one is dying. And no one is dying, and whichever team has the better auras win.
Oh, okay.
Team fight better.
And
so
what makes a better aura exactly?
Basically, the way you team fight. So like, look, the way Radiant team fight was really wrong already. They all jumped in, and then they all ran in different directions. Like Monkey King ran down, Takis ran up. So the fight was so split for them. So they just couldn't win this fight. For them to win this fight, they all had to back as a team and bait them into Wukong's ring together.
So again, Gaiman win a pretty convincing team fight. They're going to get 3 heroes in all likelihood, and then only question is, will they go for Roche before pushing? Or will they just push first? Looks like it might just be pushing. So looks like a second lane of barracks, and the end of the game might be relatively soon here. Over under on 5 minutes, Moon?
Yeah, this game is over 100% now because the snowball hit too hard. The Broodmother got the Crimson timing before the Brewmaster. The game was even, and they were like going head to head, like aura for aura with the Brew, with the Greaves, and the Pipe. But then the reason why the Broodmother got the Crimson timing first is because on the Gaming Gladiator side, the Chen is also buying additional auras like drums and stuff of Vlad and Vlad. So they have additional drums and Vlads on top of their Crimson Guard.
So they settle for 2 lanes, and now are going to play it very safe. So it will almost certainly be the Roche plane. I think this is where Liquid has to try to contest the Roshan attempt. If they don't, then they're basically just going to sit in base and wait for the end kind of deal.
Yeah, it's like a tough position to be in as a esports player. You know you don't contest, you lose, but you know you can't fight them. If the enemy is like good, you just lose.
Yeah.
So it's definitely tough.
So Gaiman just positioning in a way that if Liquid end up showing themselves, they're going to be able to take them out. And how long until nighttime? It's still 2 minutes away, so Roshan's going to be here for the next couple minutes regardless. And now they spot them as, ooh. So the Shadow Fiend just bought a Refresher Orb, so he's going to be able to use his spells twice. Very powerful, considering he can basically insta-give most of the heroes if he's able to just get right on top with his ult. It's one of the strongest ultimates in the game if you're able to execute it, which is difficult.
Is it still like that slow charge up and then release everything sideways?
Yes, except there's now an item, Kaya Yasha,
of course there's
that you buy that allows you to cast faster. and I don't think there's a hero in the game that benefits more from it than Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, right.
And I was actually going to talk about that. I mean, Shadow Fiend used to be kind of a right clicker, like physical damage type, and then it turned into magical damage. It's like you can basically choose which one you want to go for, and right now the most common is the magical damage.
If you go that way, do you have to build int for that?
Well, yeah. What items do you build?
You build Kayayasha because Kayayasha increases your cast speed.
Yep.
It's interesting because this is the only hero in the game that Kayayasha is good on.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's just this is how bad this item is being designed. And
Shadow Fiend needed some love, you know.
The only hero, and this reminds me of like item hero combinations, like for example Storm Spirit. The only item that was good for Storm Spirit was Meteor Hammer. Nobody else. And they nerfed it, and now Meteor Hammer is just the worst item in the game.
Yeah. There you go.
And this might be the final fight of the game. I think if Liquid loses this, there's just no way they're coming back. Quinn has already popped all of his abilities. I believe he still has Refresher, though.
Yeah, nobody dies in a team fight. This is Dota 2 right now.
Yeah.
Every like ultimate is being thrown, tens of thousands being damaged.
I feel like there's been way worse patches, though. You know, this like the patch that Tundra won, TI. You were not on that team. The AOI 2000 coach team.
You rubbing that in?
That was an aura patch. That was extreme. That was on an extreme.
That
level,
was
right?
worse. That was worse for sure. Raid Pack was way more stupid because Raid Pack was like Crimson Guard plus Pipe combined.
Right.
Yeah.
So Roche meanders over, no pun intended, to the dire side. So now the item will change to a cheese. So Aegis and cheese will be taken by Gaming Glad, unless it's still bugged actually. Used to be a bug where Roche, his items would not change if you attack it before he moves. So I'm not sure.
I can't see a cheese.
Yeah, that's true. It could just be the banner. The Roshan's banner, which used to be the worst item in Dota. And I used to have so much fun casting games because teams would just not even bother using it. But now it's actually pretty good. It allows you to place a flag close to a tower. And it's an aura, kind of.
Yep.
It makes your creeps invulnerable if it's in the area, like for 5 minutes. But
Yeah,
so
right.
you have to kill the flag to disable it, essentially.
Okay. So it's like perfect for a defense.
Yeah, pretty much. So Gaiman now with the Aegis advantage will group up, wait for their auras, as we've said that probably 1,000 times today, and then push for the victory in all likelihood.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators looks like they're gonna win this tournament again. Okay, here's my take. Here's my take. All right.
Okay.
Here's my take. So, I play a lot of pubs and buy auras, so I wanted like a lot of MMR doing it. I like claim 1,000 ranks basically, and I know why a lot of offlaners this patch just don't want to play aura offlane in pubs, because when you pick aura offlaners and you buy auras, it's like a coin flip whether you win the game or not. Because people still won't want to run with you. They don't want to do stuff.
Lack
they
of
want to keep farming. So you hit your timing and nothing happens. And this is why Ace is ranked 1,000. He's low MMR than me. And I'm a coach. I'm 32 years old.
Yeah.
And it's because he doesn't care. He knows what's good for the game. And this is the difference between Gaming Gladiators and the other teams. Like, for example, Broodmother, who have 3 14k MMRs. But why are they only top 6? It's because they're not playing what's good for the patch. They're just playing what they feel each player feels they can win with from MMR and pubs.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why they don't have aura offlaner. Their mid laner is only like playing SF 1v9, and the carry player is only playing Brood Ursa 1v9.
Plus, they do choke a lot in tournaments, to be fair. A lot.
Yeah. Not the
higher
smaller
they go,
ones.
the harder they fall.
The bigger the tournament, the more they usually choke, yeah.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because they are pretty fun to watch, and I'm sure Pure was very happy to see them lose as well.
I mean, he knocked them out. He got the triangle and crushed it. He went back for a double take on the crush, too.
Did he enjoy that more than the rest of your teammates, I assume?
Oh, for sure. He was like radiating happiness. I was there. I was taking a photo and stuff. I was like, damn, this is legendary.
Did you get the crush one during the last couple of weeks?
Oh, no. I didn't get the crush.
Really? You don't let the coach crush it?
We were upper bracket all the way through, and then we just dropped lower.
Ah.
And then the only lower team beat us Bebu, and then we lost to Falcons. So, yeah. I would have crushed the Falcons one. If you beat them.
Yeah, that would have been very satisfying for sure. Okay, it's a slower push than I was expecting, but Gaiman, they get the Ranger Axe. There's only one building left between them and Mega Creeps, which will seal Liquid's fate in this. I mean, how often do we see a reverse sweep, Moon, in your experience, if they're down 2-0 in a best of 5?
Very rare. This game, they tried to break the gaming structure by banning all Tofu's heroes, but unfortunately...
They did better.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, their cores are just not matching up as well. Like, the only one that's kind of good is Sand King. Broodmaster is good in the meta for sure, but not against Broodmother. I feel like the Broodmother should have been banned if they're gonna pick the Broodmaster.
Yeah.
And they got all the fours banned, and when you do that against Gaming Gladiators, usually they get a trade. So they get like the last 4, but in this case, when they ban all the 4s, Gaming Gladiators also make sure to ban the 4. So they like, yes, we have Invoker, but you have a Techies. So we have 2 Griefers.
Yeah, it's so weird to see Brewmaster with just auras and no radiance or anything like that. Just feels dirty watching. But did you feel like this aura thing was prominent before this tournament, or did it more develop during the tournament? Like from this last letter patch, did it make it worse?
I mean, I feel like it's just team dependent. For example, we had 20% we were in scrims, and because I just kept pushing for auras, but we just couldn't execute it. So we're going to this tournament. We just decided to just pick comfort and see how far we can go with it. But towards the end, as the meta developed, we were like, yeah, guys, auras.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to win against Game and Liquid, yeah, you gotta build auras.
Yeah.
Yeah. Game 1 against Falcons, Game 1 against Bebel, we tried the aura strat. It failed because we're not as good, but we should have won. And then game two, we just said like, hey guys, screw auras versus these guys. We don't need to play auras. Let's play the slow game versus them, and then beat them 2-0.
Yeah.
Tried to do the same versus Falcons, but we can't out slow versus Falcons game 1. It's just not our style. So we tried to go for aura game 2, and we couldn't execute it, so we lost.
Well, I have to say, I'm impressed with Liquid. They've taken this game to 40 minutes. Gaiman still, I mean, it feels like they're just waiting for the cooldown on Alchemist ult. Because he's just hitting the buildings, and there's nothing Liquid can do because he's just so tanky.
Yeah.
There is a rapier on Monkey King. So this is this item gives about 250 or 300 damage or whatever. And if you die, it drops on death. So that is a theoretically very powerful item.
How hard is it to kill Monkey King right now? Because you said he's got the lifesteal, so he has to work that up by hitting you a few times. Is it like Shadow Fiend's role in the team fights to jump on him and then pop ult as fast as possible? Is that like what the win condition is in these team fights for GG?
The win condition in this fight for GG is everyone's gonna throw their first round of spells.
Yep.
Nobody's gonna die. They back off. They use their network for refreshers and stuff to refresh, and then go back in again. But now Liquid's out of juice.
Yep.
And then they win the second fight.
Okay.
So Liquid's win condition is to talk about game 3 during this time. This is extra time for them to discuss strategy.
Is there a world where
Only a matter of
GG
time.
accidentally outplay, like someone goes and gets caught while they're trying to set up for this final push? And then
talk to us
Liquid
about
can
the
get back in?
0.1%.
Yeah, is that
What
a
can
0.1?
happen?
Is it a 0.1?
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, the 0.1 only happens on Team Tundra. Where we up, we cannot lose the game. All we can do, only way we lose is if we just all in black hole one guy. And it happened and we lost.
Do you think that occurs more often with cocky players?
Yes, and like we get caught out late game without buyback.
Right.
And that's what they need to do in game. And like there's some Deracho randomly feeding him no buyback, and then they just run down mid. Or some Quinn Callahan like farming alone for no reason and dying. But they're too disciplined.
Yeah,
they already know the game is over. It's Gaming Gladiators. They're a bunch of warriors. They're too disciplined to feed.
I mean, this exact scenario has happened. I don't know if you watched this. I mean, I'm sure you did. Gaming Gladiators versus Spirit, not at this tournament. When PA was actually meta, they would just, against Mega Creeps, they were stuck in base for like 40 minutes defending because PA can just literally one-shot a hero if they get close. But there's so much net worth advantage on the other side in game, and it just, they eventually win, but it was such a struggle bus. And I think it's not quite to that level now, as a Crimson Guard has apparently finished for the Brewmaster, so even more auras to be watching here, it seems.
Yeah, but now that he has the Crimson Guard, the Brood already has one item over that. He has the Assault Cuirass, so once again, one aura above the enemy. Yes.
One aura on top of the other auras.
Yeah, as you can see, these creeps are enormous. Those are the mega creeps, and it's just going to be... So I think in League, if I'm not mistaken, at least this is what I was told. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe, yeah, Quickshot can tell me if this is correct. Do the barracks grow back over time? They don't. Inhibitors, well, I don't know what it is.
Inhibitor is Rax.
Okay, they do.
Yeah.
So in Dota, they do not.
Yeah.
Forever gone. So these mega creeps will just constantly be pushing down.
Yeah.
You get less gold for killing them, much tankier. But yeah, we'll see. Gaming Gladiators probably wait for the next Roche. It's going to be one of those slow finishes, which we've seen many a time from gaming. And it feels like they're very careful in these scenarios, Moon. Would you say that there's a team that's, I mean, would you say they're the most careful team in scenarios like this not to throw the lead away? Or does
They're definitely one of the top ones for sure. Them, Quest, Falcons, they will not throw one game like this. They're very... Actually, Quest did throw, but mostly them and Falcons.
Yeah, were you surprised with Quest and how they did at this tournament?
No, they have Malik, who's the Aura offlaner. So this is his patch.
Okay, there you go.
Then they didn't run out of heroes to be banned. Like for example, Entity was second of our group, but they got top 12 because everyone figured out all they needed to do was ban 2 of DM's Aura heroes, Darkseer, Enigma, GG.
So what are we waiting for right now?
Well, they just killed Roche.
Yeah, so they killed Roche.
Now they push again.
They need they have one ult that's not up. I think that's Alk.
Yeah.
His ult's not really like even an ult, right?
It is. Right now, what they're waiting for? Oh, they're waiting for Shiva's Guard, which Brood
another Aura.
Yeah, because right now the Crimson Guard is so broken from Radiant. That Crimson Guard has such a broken timing that you need like an additional Aura and a half.
Yep.
So Crimson Guard and Brood won, so now they need 2 more auras to cancel Radiant's Crimson Guard and the Aegis before the end. Because usually like Mega Creeps can just go push, but because of Crimson Guard, it changes things a little.
So they're just fully waiting for every single cooldown to be refreshed, including the refresher orbs cooldown, so we can refresh the auras and then pop ults.
This is probably the final
Yep.
fight of the game. You're going to see a big Shadow Fiend ult. The Ancient is fully exposed, so there's no more tower, so they can just beat upon it as long as the creeps are somewhere near, which they always will be for the most part because they have mega creeps.
Yeah.
But you see they're just doing poking and prodding. They're waiting for these creeps to, because look how long they take to kill even with all this damage on the Monkey King, because he doesn't really have a build to clear creeps fast in this scenario.
Yeah, so there's no real decent wave clear on any of the heroes of Team Liquid.
Like you can do that spell that he just used, but then that's down for like 15, 20 seconds, which could be used on a hero.
Yeah.
And
when that cooldown's down, that's an opening for GG to end.
Yeah, and now they're going to try to go for some of the, well, I would say squishier heroes. That was a Brewmaster, and he's dead without buyback. So that's a 5 versus 4, not including the extra life. So this should be the end of game number 2, and you can see Liquid just throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at Gaming Gladiators, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
I want to hear Moon cast the last, the dying moment.
Aura popped,
maybe.
Aura popped.
All right, look, guys, it's a Wind Waker King is trying to run away, but his stone explodes. Unlucky.
Yeah. So it was a struggle city for Game It to finish, but they do successfully win the game. So it's a 2-0 start in this best of 5. They're looking very good to take the championship. Moon, any final thoughts on the state of Dota, your team? You want to thank fans for supporting the team, whatever. Floor is yours, my friend.
Ice Frog, please, please, please nerf Crimson Guard, nerf Pipe, nerf Mac, nerf Drums, nerf Pangolier, nerf Timbersaw. Thank you.
Very good. Couldn't have said it better myself. We'll be back after this break. Pubg Mobile World Cup Group Stage Review is coming up next. And Diogo Jota, hopefully I said that right, joins EWC Central. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024, where the grand final for Dota 2 is still underway, and Counter-Strike 2 will be coming up shortly. Before we continue with the rest of the EWC Central broadcast, it's time for our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. As always, whenever we take a look at the club championship points, there's two stories to tell. Who is gaining points and climbing into those top 10 rankings, putting themselves one step closer towards that $7 million prize pool, and which clubs are falling lower down the standings after being eliminated from their respective tournaments. I want to start by focusing on Team Liquid, as they're able to secure second place in the Dota 2 finals at a minimum. The reason that this is crucial, in my opinion, is they were the ones that eliminated Team Falcons. So Team Falcons are now currently locked at 2950 points. They do not have representation in Counter-Strike 2, and frankly, their team is struggling in PUBG Mobile. Of course, climbing in the standings is G2, who now find themselves in 5th place, with the possibility to climb even higher if they're able to take down Na'Vi in 6th place, because both of these teams are going to be representing Counter-Strike 2 and will be competing in a best-of-3 finals in less than an hour. Reminder that those EWC Club Championship updates will be brought to you right here from the Central Couches every Thursday through Sunday, 7 through 11. That update was brought to you by STC. Now, I think I want to do something that's been a little bit of a meme, has been ongoing for a while. Toby, Falcons kind of suck in PUBG, but what else has been happening in PUBG?
A ton of stuff has been happening in PUBG. Thank you so much. And yes, it's true. Falcons had a tough time on their first stage. So they actually started climbing back, but right at the end of it, they failed to succeed. And, well, to start things off, the first match of the day, your team, the IHC boys, off to a great start and letting themselves
Just to be clear, the team that I predicted to do well, not the team that I'm involved in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I mean, no, not you. It's like you're the owner of the organization.
Oh, man, that would be
the team that you predicted to win did manage to win themselves the first match of the day. Right after that, Power, a team I think many don't have the biggest expectation from, kind of an underdog / Dark Horse team, out with a win, getting themselves 10 eliminations as well. But to add to that, Boom 2, despite getting 0 placement points that match, able to net themselves 10 elims. Everyone has been going, where is Boom? What's happening to Boom? Why are they not playing better? Here they finally start to get things going. You can see
Big Mac said they were going to win the tournament as well.
Yeah, well, I knew that they were my Indonesian neighbors, so I was with them.
There you go. There you go.
They had my spirit.
A tricky, open ending. West side of Gat, you can see teams trying to use whatever cover available they can manage to acquire. And also, I mean, again, Inco almost able to bring it home, but in the end, it's going to be Power, the first of what would be 2 wins on the day. Phenomenal performance from a team. I think, again, pretty much no one expected to play as well as they were able to. Then we had hop down to the south of Erangel and finish a game on Military. Inco able to bring this one home. This one, a little more quiet game. Usually when we have games where pretty much every single team has to rotate far, everyone's going to take a couple of casualties on their way there. So no one really with insane double-digit eliminations, no wild things happening in this game. Pretty clear-cut game of PUBG Mobile, which Inco was able to bring
So
home.
correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we've only seen clubs picking or teams picking up 2 wins a day, and it was Udo Alliance as well as Power, right?
Correct.
I didn't see anybody else doing double kills or anything like double chicken dinners in a day.
Correct. So far, we had it yesterday, as you said, with Udo, almost able to bring home a 3rd, but failed just short in the final match. And then today, Power. In this match, we see here the final Erangel match of the group stages, finishing just on the southern side of what we like to call Potato Hill, because looking at the map, it kind of looks like a potato. They managed to win the game, again, in similar fashion to the Military game. It slows down a little bit, a lot of fighting in the open. It's almost as if teams are starting to realize what's on the line with just a couple of games left to play. 2 more matches left as we head on over to Miramar, and this is where Boom showed us what they're made of. There are 2 games left. They were still far down the leaderboard, and here they come with a performance that you, honestly, if you're a player in competitive PUBG, you might get 1 to 2, maybe 3 of these in your career.
Hell yeah.
20 eliminations in a single match, and they get the win.
20
30 points.
That's a third of the lobby
in
almost.
1 game. To add to this, A7, Alpha 7 got 12. Just to put that into perspective, Alpha Alpha 7 and Boom Esports took out half the server.
Wow.
Them
I mean,
two
that's
teams
incredible.
alone eliminated half the server.
Something that I have noticed, and the reason I'm going to call attention to it, Team Liquid have been in these top 5 placements across multiple matches.
Yes.
This was a team that was just on the verge of being, they were 12th yesterday. Coming into the day, we'll obviously get the final update in standings, but that's a lot of placement points by in those top 5. What's up, Mac? What are you seeing?
Are they 2v3 in this? Do they win this?
They do manage to come out on top in this one. They were, I mean, we heard it from Knight yesterday. Day 1 was kind of, let's figure out what we want to do.
Yeah.
Day 2 is that we're going to put the pedal to the metal. We're going to assert domination across the map, and they were winning.
Why won't they get in the monster truck? It's good cover.
Do you know what? I was so focused on the gunplay, I didn't even see
They were
the
fighting
monster
around the monster truck. That was the pillar of attention as Liquid finished the group stage the way they started it, with a chicken dinner.
What I noticed as well when we were looking at the leaderboard earlier, they are tied for 4th place, but because they won this final game of the groups, they have the head-to-head, so they have slotted themselves in top 4.
Exactly.
Mac, you always get so far ahead of yourself. We have a plan. Would you like to talk about the prize pool? Let's go prize pool stuff first, because with group stage completed, we're going to do standings. So save that point for the standings.
I like the test. It's all good. I mean, I have enough time to talk on this show anyway, so you can just take some of my time. But let's now look at the prize pool, because as we said coming into the show, this tournament of PUBG Mobile, the prize pool is not just allocated fully to the grand finals, it's spread over the course of the whole thing. So group stage is being done, that's a third of the prize pool out already. $70,000 gone to Alliance off their phenomenal
So
performance.
here's the plan then, Toby, right? Obviously, we break it down. Group stage, $1 million has already been awarded because those 24 teams have been seeded already in their final placements. When the standings come up, if you want to know the exact figures, I can throw some values at you.
Go
but as
ahead.
you mentioned, here's Alliance, and this is Mac, where I want you to chime in.
Hell yeah.
Team Liquid went from 12th to 4th, right? They climbed, I think we said, how can you get 90 points in 6 games? They ended with 60. Alliance take home 70,000. Team Liquid take home 63,500. If you want any more, I've got all the numbers available. But talk to me about the standings. We've also got the next pictures as well.
I mean, I think, again, Alliance, everyone I talked to, the casters, the talent of PUBG Mobile, they were all incredibly impressed by Alliance. They knew kind of that Tiamba was going to go out and play well, to the extent that they did not expect it also. Alliance, Tiamba, very curious to see, because they're not going to be sitting out for pretty much most of the next week. They're going to have a lot of days off to figure out what they want to do with the grand finals, watch the survival stage as well. Curious to see what they're going to bring. 4 Miracle Vibes, Team Liquid, Alpha 7, 3 teams we all expect to be up here. I don't think Liquid got up here in the fashion that they would have wanted to off of a somewhat quiet day 1 despite their chicken dinner. So, I mean, again, if their stars start to align, if they get things figured out the way that they did today, I think they're going to be looking real good too.
So, Mac, what's the story that you were mentioning about them getting up to 4th?
So as you can see, if we roll it back a couple of minutes, for the total points for both Liquid and Alpha 7 Esports, they've got 91 on that right side of the screen. But how can they have one above the other? Oh, well, we have a tiebreaker because Team Liquid won 2 chicken dinners. They had double the protein, and they punched out Alpha 7 Esports from that 4th spot.
This might be where you can add to it. How much money did Liquid make off of winning that final match? What's the difference between 4th and 5th?
I really wish you'd read this $1,000.
You know what? It's money. It's money.
Fair, right?
That's a lot of chicken.
What's crucial
a lot of
is I
kebab.
think
It's a lot of
what
shawarma.
is this, right? Team Liquid, because they placed 4th, 63.5 grand. Had they placed 12th, it would have been 54 grand. So you've gone up 12,000 in that first round. The survival stage is another $380,000. Then when you get to the main stage, it's a 1.5 million with 400,000 in first, right? So we're going to see significant changes there. Obviously now we're looking at the bottom of the table. I think crucially for me, when we came into the tournament, Vampire Esports, the 2-time. Is it going to be the 3-peat? Will the 3-peat? Bro, are you like nonsense, like talking nonsense here?
They scraped their way, and so did many other teams. You can see Boom, despite getting 30 points in a single match, only sat in 10th. Now, the interesting thing to me, coming to the final match, it was all chalked up. You had Reject, who weren't playing today, sat at 69 points in 12th place. And, well, then you have Inco, you have Mad Bulls, you have Team Falcons, all teams that knew if we can just unlock 69 points, then it's just a number. It is just a number. Then they'll be able to qualify straight through.
What was the score they needed to get? No, kidding.
9 points more than they had.
Very nice. Just very quickly, I want to move on just to take a look. The 4 teams that we see from 13th through 16th, and if we go to the 3rd and final score rank, the final 8 teams, what is going to happen with them? How do they get into the main event or the finals, as we call it, another title?
That is what I was going to get.
I know, but I want to set you up. I'm trying to set you up.
Oh, it's okay. So what's going to happen is that these teams, for not qualifying into the top 12, are going going to go to the survival stage. They'll be battling out there for 2 days from Tuesday and Wednesday. They'll be playing next week, so they'll get a day off, try to figure out what's going to happen, play there. But not only them 12, they'll be joined by the 4 teams who were qualified straight through to this survival stage.
You know what's so nice about PUBG Mobile, the World Cup, they're so nice to losers because there's still 380 grand being given to the survival stage. Only 4 of the 16 teams will advance to the main stage, but all 16 will win prize money.
Yep.
It's really nice.
I did the math.
Before the tournament, you gave me a 100% guaranteed these 8 teams will make it through, and I seriously wish you had more than one wrong. The only team that has not advanced is Team Falcons.
True.
Woo. Yeah.
Which was what I was gonna get into by being the fact that Falcons, so it goes to show how terrible they won. They had the MVP of the day today was top from Falcons. The best player across all today was a Falcons player, and they still don't manage to qualify.
Yeah.
It's insane. So for both Boom and for Falcons, 2 teams we expected to have back-to-back solid days. Their day ones were horrible. So to be able to, I mean, yeah, still not make the way through. Well, Boom did, Falcons don't. It's going to be a really tough survival stage.
The question I definitely want to unlock throughout the course of the conversation, depending how much time we have left here, is looking at the survival stage, looking at the 16 teams that are there. Something you mentioned much earlier in the week was just how challenging it is, quite how maybe brutal that stage is. Gather those thoughts for a moment, because one of those teams that is kind of underperforming at the moment versus pre-tournament expectations was Vampire. We're going to speak to Sertani and Power Esports Al-Haji after today's conclusion of the group stage.
That was scary, wasn't it? I'm joined by Sertani from Vampire Esports. Sertani, talk me through those final moments. You must have been on the edge of your seat.
Oh my God, I think it's a fire under my chair right now, because anything can happen on last game, and yeah, I don't know how to say it right now, but yeah.
Can't find the words, but one thing is for sure that I will tell you is that Stoned deserves a raise, because he saved you at that point. I mean, talk us through that moment. Obviously, 2 of you were down, Stoned was the last one up, and he had to secure those 3 points in order to make you guys go through.
Yeah, I think on that timing is the right thing to do, because in the game we didn't know how many points we need. So yeah, if they are fight near us and we can claim it, maybe it's get some point. And also, yeah, the Stone, he's a real IGL.
Good on him, good on Stone. Now I can tell you that you qualified in 11th place, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. Now you've got a few days between now and the main tournament. What are you going to work on? Because obviously you guys don't want to be battling for 12th place, you want to be battling for that win, right?
The first thing is important is the confidence, because we come back to the place we belong. Yeah, so the king is come back Israel, and we will work on the timing and the drop spot, and also some route for the circle, because you see every day other team is changed, so we have to prepare something that unexpected on the final. So yeah, we will prepare for it.
Something unexpected for the final. I like that. The Kings are gonna be back. You've heard it here first. But for now, we've got another interview on the main stage, of course, and that is being run by Sandstorm. Enjoy.
Yes, indeed. I am here with Al-Haji from Power Esports, who managed to qualify in 9th place after an incredible comeback. Al-Haji, first of all, congratulations. Incredible performance. How does it feel? You are going to be the only representative for Power Esports, and of course representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup. الحجي أول شيء ألف مبروك، أداء جبار حبيبي. وهلا أنت حتكون ممثل لباور والمملكة العربية السعودية في المين ايفنت. شعورك بعد الأداء الجبار باليوم الثالث؟
صراحة شعور جدا حلو إن راح نمثل المملكة العربية السعودية، وإن شاء الله ما راح نخيب ظنهم، وانتظرونا برجعة قوية إن شاء الله. وما راح نخيب ظنكم باذن الله.
باذن الله حبيبي. Well, he's saying very happy with the performance, and of course very proud to be able to represent his organization and of course represent the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the grand finals after an incredible comeback against some of the strongest teams in the world. Now, another question for you, Al-Haji. What was the change between day 1 for you guys in the group stage and day 3? ايش كان الاختلاف لفريق الباور بين اليوم الاول واليوم الثالث؟ لانه عن جد انت بتحكي 18 نقطه باليوم الاول، وصلتوا تقريبا 76 نقطه باليوم الثالث.
صراحه رجعنا بعد اليوم الاول، كانت فيها اغلاط فرديه، كانت فيها اغلاط، كانت فيها عشوائيه باليوم الاول، لكن رجعت ثقتنا باليوم الثاني بالبطوله بالنسبه لنا. ثقينا ببعض، داخلين اليوم الثاني انه بالنسبه لنا خلاص لو نتأهل لو ما نتأهل. طلعت قوتنا كلها والحمد لله رب العالمين وفقنا والحمد لله تأهلنا للفاينل.
Alhamdulillah, ya Rab. He's saying that they had a massive change in terms of confidence. They trusted each other going into the final day for themselves in the group stage. And at the end of the day, they had to give it their all in order to make it, or unfortunately only make it to the survival stage, but they managed to make it to the main stage. Now, I want to give you the opportunity. Is there something that you want to say to the fans over there, and everyone at home supporting Power Esports and supporting you specifically as well in the tournament? هل في أي شيء حابب تحكي للجمهور اللي متواجد معنا بالأسيسي أرينا أو حتى الجمهور اللي عم بيتابعنا في بيوتهم على البث الرسمي للبطولة؟
والله حاب اوجه رساله اول شيء لاهلي اذا حابين يتابعوني، احب اوصلهم انه الحمد لله توفقنا تاهلنا للنهائي، واشكر باور وكل الموجودين هنا يعطيهم الف عافيه وتوفيق من رب العالمين ان شاء الله بالفاينل.
He's saying that, first of all, I want to say thank you to my family for supporting me, and thank God, alhamdulillah, we were able to make it, and we will be able to represent the country and represent the organization on the international stage for the Pubg Mobile World Cup at the main event. And watch us in the grand finals, watch us in the main tournament, because we have something special hidden. Al-Hajji, shukran كثير حبيبي. Thank you very much for joining us.
Loved the fact that we got to hear from both. Hello. You want to do the mouth thing while I'm talking? No, it's fine. Love the fact that we got to hear from both Vampire and Power, who both made their way into the grand finals in different fashions. Vampire, everyone's expecting them to be there. They were sweating, as they were saying. And here you have Power, just stood hands in their pockets. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have any big expectations, but we made grand finals. This is absolutely amazing. So they're there. They've made their way to the main event. But now it's all about the survival stage. And it is going to be grim. Only 4 spots up for grabs, and all these teams are going to be playing against teams that we have still yet to see. Teams like Team Spirit, like Twisted Minds, who are coming in to this party now, hot off the seats. They've sat back, they've watched all this, and they're going to be going up against the teams right here.
Super quickly as well, the 4 teams that are not featured on this graphic, as you mentioned, Rook Esports, Team Pandem, Team Spirit, and Twisted Minds. The 2 I want to focus on, Spirit and Twisted Minds, are 2 teams. There they are, fantastic.
There they are.
And they're going to be, of course, part of the EWC Club Championship that have secured points, have actually been on the top 10 at different times over the last 3 weeks. So coming into such a brutal cutthroat, which squads do you think may have a better chance of making it out? And I realize how challenging that question is. I will not be making fun of you for this one because it's an unfair question.
No, it really isn't. Team Spirit is going to be the team that goes through. It's they're
bold.
looking.
That's very bold.
And I know, and that's the interesting thing, because they are qualifying through in the 5th seed. They didn't get a chance to even play group stage. They only get this one shot. But I believe there are really
one opportunity.
Mom spaghetti, all that stuff. Yeah. No, they're a really solid team. It's a roster compiled of 2 different teams of Major Pride, who made globals back then. It didn't work the way they wanted it to. Then they bring on Kitsune, a player who has years and years of global experience. He was in the Na'Vi era back in 19, back in 20. They won everything there was to win globally. They now bring him on. He has the LAN experience. I think this team needs to rally around to be able to deliver. So even though they play under pressure, Kitsune, as the captain of the team, has been there before. And I think he has what it takes to rile them up and get them through in the top 4.
Toby, I am absolutely blown away. Thank you so much for the updates. Obviously, you're going to be coming back next week for all playoffs. We have 2 finals today. The reason I give that tiny bit of a preface is, Toby, I'm going to be kicking you off the sofa in just a moment.
I didn't want to be here anyway, so
because I've got a fantastic upgrade. Diogo Jota from Liverpool will be joining us in just a moment, and of course, the Portuguese national team. Before that, though, let's take a quick look into the Kitty Arena. We Dota finals are into Game 3. Gaming Gladiators up 2-0. This could be the final game. Suns fans, I know it's just draft.
It will be the final game.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh! Yeah, but Falcons will win the finals.
Falcons will win.
Okay, so you were wrong on that one. Give me a little bit of context before we listen to the casters on the final stages of the draft.
Yeah, so game in, I mean, again, that game 2 went a lot longer than we were anticipating, but so far Team Liquid has still not found an answer to Gaming Gladiators and how fast they play. Remember, in the upper bracket, they lost 2-0. They've lost 4 games in a row to the same team. They have it in their head from the last year that they cannot beat this team in a finals ever. But let's see what the casters have to say.
Auras.
Waves against a team that always wants to play a very strong lane as this CK Enigma.
All right, well, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Estini and Purge. He feels like Team Liquid's got a better draft than the previous 2 games, but still very much liking what Gaming Gladiators is cooking up as well.
I mean, it just kind of seems hard to get Gaming out of their comfort zone. I will say that it is an absolute good point that, of course, they have the beast. They can look to get the first ages with like the axe timing and then play like through their SF. Like also before this game, I was looking, maybe they want to play some SF Marcy, just some Liquid strat. You know, set the tempo yourself and try. So I do like that they have that going for them, but I will say Gaiman have a very nasty draft, at least for now, to deal with that.
They end up banning Wind Ranger at the very last second they had available, and they pick up that Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really play that a lot. Most likely gonna be Gwen playing that one. I'd really like to see the SF go mid. Sure, bot lane might be a little bit hard, and you just like last pick a Gyrocopter or something that can lane against this Darkseer or Faceless Void would be okay with me. I'd like to see them get a new carry because I really think that Shadow Fiend with Ags really hard counters the CK. And from the carry position, not so good. So that could be really good for them, but it looks like they're just going to go for a Clockwork instead, throwing the most likely Tiny Mid and carry SF. This one, not as big of a fan of. Obviously, Sand King can get out of that pretty easily, but it is a black hole cancel if you have the right angle, which is nice. You also have Roar for that. And the laning stage, I think their plan is to potentially shut down Celery there.
Okay, I'm also a bit confused. I would have liked the pivot that Fear was talking about with their type of core heroes, put the SF mid, but so they're going with the clock. I wonder if there's also anything I'm not seeing that they want to rotate early on or do something funky with their lanes, because at least for now, I think Gaiman again have stronger lanes. The only thing I can see for Liquid is that with the Beast Axe, they help him a lot early, that they get this timing to get the Aegis. But if Beast doesn't have a good lane and they stack for him, and then Gaiman bring the Sand King over there, I feel like that could be really, really bad for Team Liquid.
I'm just nervous for that CK lane. You said they're going to try to pressure Celery with the Clockwork, but he's got Eidolons to protect himself against the battery assault. I'm looking forward to a little bit of pinball action with the new Cog facet, but at the end of the day, as we heard from the coach in the interview, I think it's the same story being told here. We're already about 2/3 of the way through the chapters, and I think we all know the conclusion.
Whew. Fear, final words?
Well, it's not going to be the easiest game for them, but they do have potential with Shadow Fiend and the Beastmaster just to snowball up. Hopefully boxi hits some great holes. If they can start the fights on the Enigma and the Shadow Fiend can win his lane, I think that's their best chance.
Seems like Team Liquid has got quite the job to do here in this third game of this best of 5 grand finals. Gaming Gladiators can, if they win this, take the title here of champions at Riyadh Masters. This is the 6th grand finals they play against Team Liquid, and at the moment it might just look like it's the same result as the previous 5 times. This one maybe even feeling a little bit more dominant than the rest. Let's find out what's gonna happen in this third game of this best of 5 together with Cap and SVG.
That's right, it may be the worst position that Liquid has ever been in their history, their long history against Gaming Gladiators. But Avery, the night is darkest. What's just around the corner?
More curseness?
The dawn, the light. Surely the light is just around the corner, you know? Maybe this is the start of something beautiful. I mean, it would be a beautiful story if they manage to reverse sweep. Reverse sweeps come few and far between in Dota.
I'll say this, Austin. When you go to me to be, the panel had their discussions. We heard the words of the panelists. We saw which way they were leaning. We saw how they felt about the situation. I've heard what you had to say about it. When you're looking to me to bring the hope in the situation, I feel like we've gone off the rails somewhere. I don't know if that's what my brand is known for, but I assume it's not. But is there hope here? Is there a way back from the bottom of this pit of despair that Liquid find themselves in? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a little story that I think a lot of people can relate to, Austin. I think every Dota player has been in that pit of darkness.
Everyone.
They have been at the bottom. Many of these players have gone through the ups and downs, and they have been at the down, and they know how bad that feeling is, and they have all gotten through it to get back to this moment. And that is proof, if you are Liquid right now, that you can reverse sweep this series. Because there is always a way back, and there's always a way back to the top, and nobody is ever out until you retire. And even then, you can come back and do it 8 more times, like Seb.
It's true.
Dota can always pull you back in. It's just a question of whether you're able to push back. And I want to see the pushback right now from Liquid. Because I think I and everybody else watching this series who has watched all the other series between these two teams combined over the last 2 years, well, it would make things a bit more interesting. It would make it a bit more spicy, and it would surely be a twist on a tale that has become as old as time.
Yeah, it certainly has. It doesn't seem to matter what the patch is, what the draft is. Something about Gaming Gladiators has just been a stonewall to Team Liquid. But different draft in this game 3. They get some very important heroes for them, right? They get the Tiny, which has done really good work for them throughout this tournament. This matchup in particular, the Tiny versus Sand King, was something that got them into this upper bracket position in the upper bracket finals against Game of Gladiators. Their previous series, they played that Tiny against Sand King a couple times around, got them some good wins. They've got their Beastmaster for 33. You could always seem to rely on that one. And then some twists. We got Rubik Clockwork. Wasn't expecting to be seeing a Clockwork. Where did he come from?
I feel like it's just Boxy trying to find something that he can build some morale for on the team. Be a initiator, be a playmaker. This is a hero that he's won.
And welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2024. That was the Dota 2 finals that is continuing over at twitch.tv/EWC_Dota 2. It does look like Gaming Gladiators may be able to sweep this tournament and beat Team Liquid 5 games in a row. Check that out if you want to, but I guarantee we've got a much more exciting guest with us right this second. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to everybody at EW Central to Diogo Jota, Portuguese footballer, player for Liverpool. I'm not a huge football fan. I come from South Africa. It's rugby in my game. He's Australian. Mac has joined us.
I use the S word.
First of all, you call it soccer? Hey. Get off my sofa. Diogo, welcome, greetings. Could you say hello to some of the video game people that also maybe don't know exactly who you are, where you're from?
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, everyone there at home. Thanks, guys, for having me, for welcoming me. Yeah, football player, Liverpool, Premier League, Portugal, national team as well. Love esports, so that's why I'm here.
This brings me joy. We actually got to play some VR games earlier, which I want to talk about. Before we do, I hope you don't mind me bringing it up. Tough loss in the Euros, end to the tournament. How are you feeling since then? What have you been up to? Is it straight back to practice, or are you here playing video games like the rest of us?
No, not really. Time for holiday, family time. Not much of a break. I had a few days in Italy, and I traveled here to have the opportunity to experience this magnificent tournament like the Esports World Cup, and I'll be joining the team next week already in America.
Oh, amazing. Okay. What do you think of EWC? Obviously, Mac and I are very fortunate. We've seen quite a few of these big tournaments. For us, this is very special because 21 games, 22 tournaments. I'm actually here the entire 8 weeks. I don't get to leave the sofa. This is my house. What do you think of it? And how many events of this scale have you been a part of or seen?
Yeah, I've been to a few tournaments in Portugal organized by the Portuguese Federation of Football, which they do a lot, but nothing compared to this, obviously. So this is my first big main event. And it's unbelievable, to be honest. Even me, that I'm fortunate to play in big stadiums and in big events like the Euros, this is another level, I think, in my opinion. The technology that you have surrounding all the work you can see people made to make this tournament special, and like you said, all of the games that pleased everyone, and I feel for the players mainly it should be like a dream come true to come to these kind of events.
What did you think about watching some of the Counter-Strike footage? And we had some shots of watching in the arena. What's your personal experience? And also, what are the games that you play? Because I know you are a bit of an avid gamer yourself.
Yes, I play a lot of FC. It's football. It's my main passion. But I do also play Fortnite sometimes.
Yeah, it's going to be here week 7. We've got the game here as well.
Nice. Yeah, so yeah, that's the only 2 I play. But I do like to watch Counter-Strike mainly. And we have in Portugal a big community as well, big community fans. So it was a good timing for me when I had this free time to be able to catch the grand finals of Counter-Strike.
Mac, if I were to ask you how good Diogo is in FC? How good of a player do you think he is?
FC?
Yeah, take a guess. Take a guess.
Top 10.
Top 10.
Yep.
Go higher. Go higher.
What? Actually?
Take a guess. Keep going. Keep
Top
going.
10 of Portugal, yeah?
Keep going. Keep going.
Top 10 of Portugal, maybe.
Yeah. I looked up. I saw that you were the #1 ranked player at one point in FC.
Really?
Yeah.
One week.
It counts.
That's good.
Listen,
That's good.
do you know how many games of FC are played? I've done my research when it comes to the esports. When it says you're ranked #1, trust me, I'm going to say this in an interview. Mac, how did our gaming experience go earlier today? For people that don't know at home, there's this awesome VR gaming experience here at EWC. Mac and I had the honor of playing with Diogo. I did because he was on my team.
Yeah.
How'd it go for you, Mac? Give us the story.
I got MVP in the first game, so that's what I'm going to focus on. We might have lost every game because it took us 3 games to learn what an objective was, but we had fun, and that's what esports is all about, fostering community.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
You have...
Yes, it is.
I like to win personally.
Yeah.
So.
How was the games from your perspective, Diogo?
It was good. I remember killing Max a few times.
Maybe.
But it was good fun. The experience is really mind-blowing, I should say. I never did something similar, so it was very nice to do it. But when you win it, it always feels better.
I'll tell you this. We played 4 maps, and for anyone that knows sort of Call of Duty, Battlefield, the domination game mode, you have to capture and hold a point. The first game was like 100 to 89. Like, we had to work really hard. Then we had 2 games in a row, 100 to 0. There was 0 points gained by Mac. Have you played VR at all? I know you said just a second ago you haven't played it.
No, not really. I tried the PlayStation with the glasses, but it was not really my thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
But these kind of activities, when you play against somebody else, I had my team manager Armando of Luna as well on the other team, so I was quite happy to beat him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was good. But tell me about Luna, by the way. I hear we will be getting another guest in just a moment, cool. Counter-Strike guest. Before I tease that, Luna's your esports org.
Yes, I started 4 years ago after the pandemic, where we all had too much time to think and to plan things, and I decided to go for this project, and I'm fortunately enough to have a team in the Esports World Cup Pubg next month, and we also have FC, of course. That was always my main target, and this year we also had Rocket League. And I'm always looking to expand, and I really wanted Counter-Strike to be the next one.
Hey, listen, there's always next year. There's always more events. I'm hopeful to see the expansion. This is not a test, and I'm not going to expect an answer. Do you watch FC, the competitions? Do you know any of the big names other than obviously your own players? Like,
I follow.
So again, rugby person. This is the first time I'm going to be broadcasting for FC. So who are the names that I need to be scared of? Like who are going to be our semi-finalists in FC 20?
Other than him.
Other than yeah, exactly.
Are you playing?
I'm not. Hopefully, one of my players is involved, Jafonso, probably. So hopefully, you need to keep an eye on him. Obviously, Anders Versgang he won the FC Pro World Championship 2 weeks ago or something like that. So the local community hero, Musa Dosari, MS Dosari, as he known in the community.
FC in this part of the world is huge. From my understanding, I've spoken to a lot of the Arabic talent for League of Legends, for Counter-Strike. Pretty much every single esports org has started with FC first from this side and then expanded to other games?
Yeah, exactly like I'm doing as well.
Yeah, there you go, right?
That's a good sign.
Are you brave enough to give me a prediction for who's going to win FC? You're allowed to say no. You have to
it's early days. It's early days.
For what I've seen the last couple of weeks, Anders, it's a really contender to win it again.
Okay, I'm going to write this down, and then we'll speak with all the bosses if I can quote you on in a few weeks, okay? But I put you on the spot for that one.
Do you have any Portuguese players in FC?
My player Jafonso became 4th, so he lost in the semi-finals on penalties on the FC Pro World Championship. So he's maybe coming here for last chance qualifier, and maybe he's going to be on the event as well.
4th place is great.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
in the world.
In the world.
It's 4th place in the world. In the world.
The thing with FC is like it's really hard to really the amount of players you have, the hardest thing sometimes even is to reach these kind of events.
Yeah.
So it's really hard competition.
If I remember correctly, 512 players, 256 jars. It's double elimination bracket, and we've narrowed it down to like 32 competitors. Like that is a massive pool, and also because FC games are really relatively quick, you can get through it. But it also means you have to win so much more just to even represent and be here. Okay, we're going to be setting up for Counter-Strike. The finals literally started 5 minutes ago. They're on the way of introducing the players. Before we introduce our Counter-Strike guests, Mac, could you give us like a brief introduction here? Who are the two teams playing? I know yesterday, for the grand final, Furia were eliminated. We were a little bit hopeful Neymar was around. We kind of were hoping that at least with him being here, things would go well. But frankly, it was a caster curse or owner curse, maybe. It didn't work out.
Yeah, there was a lot going on, and I feel like Furia exceeded a lot of expectations. So it was great to see how well they did. But for the grand final in particular, we have both G2 and Na'Vi going head-to-head. G2 made a couple of roster swaps coming into this tournament, and they were... No one really expected them to do too well, considering they've only made some fresh roster swaps, but they've made it all the way to the grand final. I think they almost 13-0'd someone yesterday on Dust 2, I believe, and that was against VP. And Na'Vi as well, they were the major champs, but since then have sort of been a bit flip-floppy, haven't had a huge amount of great successes, but now they're here at the grand final of the Esports World Cup, so them against G2 is going to be such a great game, and I can't wait to watch it.
The question I asked for you, we're obviously seeing some shots in the moment on screen of the introduction, the walkouts, so Diogo, definitely keep an eye on the game. It's way more interesting than me. We're still getting our guests like suited up here, but I will say just, you know, the storyline for the teams, the upsets, the way that the quarters and the semifinals has played out has been absolutely huge. We were discussing the likelihood or like the potential for G2 to just sweep this. It's BO3, and do you think they will keep up that performance, Mac?
I don't know, like they have so far. So my prediction for the grand final is going to be G2. There's a couple of big names and a couple of people, like Nico in particular, right, has had a very rough time since Counter-Strike 2 came out in September or October last year. And since then, he was a superstar in CSGO. CS2, bit of a rough start, has had a couple of peaks, but this tournament, he's put up results that are almost the best of his career.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday. I saw the game against VP, and he was one of the best players for sure. Him provided a really good show for the fans as well. I remember they were singing his name.
Yes.
So yeah.
I mean, I remember the fans chanting Manasi at the end as well, like screaming over
the 1v3. Yeah.
Yes, it was wicked. We actually have some.
I didn't see, to be honest. I was like, I was with some other guests.
Yes.
And, I saw 1v3. I saw, okay, the game on. I turn around, I turn back, and he killed all three.
Everyone looked away.
Yeah.
Every single person looked away. I was talking to the casters last night. They all said, "Oh, it's over. All right, it's going to the next round." They looked down, looked back up after the yelling, and was like, "Oh, okay."
Well, we've actually got the highlights on screen right now. I've got like a really selfish question to ask. How many other professional footballers do you play video games with? This is a question I don't get the option. Like, what type of games do you play? Like, is it always a competitive game, like a FC or PUBG?
For example, in Liverpool we don't have many gamers, especially for FC. But in the Euros we played together in the same team. So like pro clubs, it's a mode in FC where we can all play in the same team against other people. So I was playing with John Felix, Ruben Neves, Pedro Neto, José Sasso, a few together.
That to me just sounds like a dream Twitch stream. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand. For you, it's a second job. That's how you're unwinding. I understand. But just know, as a fan, as a viewer, that sounds exciting to me.
When did you specifically get into esports? What was the first esport you started to watch? And was it during the pandemic or was it before that?
Yeah, mainly pandemic. I always played, before it was called FIFA, now FC, so I always played throughout my life. But then I started getting more involved during the pandemic, because even for me it was important to get some competition somewhere, so we could still do that, and it was great. And then I just thought, why not launching a team, because I cannot do this, but I can have someone playing for for me, you know, in my team and fighting for the big tournaments like this one.
I'm forgetting the name. I don't know if anybody in our control room would remember it, but we've got Rensport, the racing simulators here, and one of the venues or one of the arenas has got like all of the racing simulation chairs around. There is a Formula One driver who actually would do qualifying, travels with his whole sim kit, finish qualifying, then go play Rensport, would qualify for like a Le Mans 24-hour where he and 2 other drivers would do. So he races for 8 hours after qualifying, did their Friday and Saturday, won an entire Rensport tournament, and then still placed top 8 in the grid. And for the life of me, I can't remember his name right now. I'm going to look that up in a second. I mean, you can't do that in football, obviously. You can't go from the pitch with Liverpool to then play FC for 8 hours. But it is very fun. The reason I told that brief story, I have a new special guest joining us. Please do come take a seat. Hello, Fallen.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, wow.
Fallen, obviously, you're probably going to be aware of Mac and Diogo. Before I let you introduce yourself to the viewers, I'd love for Mac just to give a little bit of story time for our viewers who maybe don't know who you are.
So this guy here is essentially the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He has not only uplifted the community, but he has also created so many great individuals for Counter-Strike, as well as won a big major. Was that with LG?
2 majors, yeah.
Yeah, 2
One
majors.
of LG, yeah.
LG was, what year was that again? Was that 2016?
16. Both of them in 16, yeah.
And then SK was the other major,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So he's won multiple majors and then also fostered a crazy community. And he also has played many a show match in Sydney and also done some very fun stuff that I've loved to watch over the years. Also known as Bad Fallen when he put sunglasses on.
The reason I wanted Mac to do the intro, Fallen, that means you don't have to, smash your chest. Would you like to say hello to our viewers before we talk a little bit about the finals and maybe the respective esports communities you guys come from?
All right, hello everyone. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Yeah, I have been playing since I was 13 years old, 20 years before, and I saw the whole thing coming up, like all the esports. I started playing the games when I was very young, and back in the days we used to have the cyber coffees, we'd go after school and play together, and seeing everything that came after that is just amazing. Yeah, so glad to be here. Big fan of Jota, watch him play a lot, and
thank you.
Nice to know that you like games too. A pleasure.
I've got a question about this, by the way. Since we got Portugal and Brazil represented, right? Is this a heartbreak? Like, how do you determine which football team do you follow? Like, did you watch Euros and obviously support Diogo? This is a very special moment to have not only both regions represented, but completely different worlds, but also still crossovers.
Yeah, for me, I watch all the YouTube highlights, all the goals and all the things. Yeah, so I follow it a lot. And as Brazilian, we normally watch more of domestic matches, I cheer for Palmeiras. I don't know if Jota knows my team.
Abel is there as well.
Yeah?
Abel.
Abel. Yeah, Abel is our coach. He's amazing. Yeah, but I do watch all the videos, all the goals they make. I love it.
What I will say, just sorry to interrupt, but if you gentlemen look out to the left window, we don't have a camera for this, but there has just been a gigantic fireworks display happening. Very much similar to what we saw for the opening ceremony. Diogo, do you know how... how passionate, how loud, how involved Brazilian esports communities are? Have you ever seen or experienced it? They are the loudest, the busiest, the most intense. Counter-Strike, Valorant, League of Legends, it doesn't matter.
They really live it. I know I follow some of the content as well on the streamings, and they have a massive community, and they really live it. So
they
yeah,
really do.
I have a Brazilian Pubg roster as well, so I know that what they can do, and hopefully here as well next month they can succeed.
For you, Fallen, I'm going to ask you a favor. We have the grand final of CS2 here. I don't know how many opportunities you're going to get to be able to teach a Portuguese professional footballer about the game. What is something you'd love to tell the football viewers, maybe people coming to watch this interview and this combination that you may not get the opportunity to do again?
Yeah, I would say that Counter-Strike is a game that mixes your individual ability of shooting, like how you control your mouse and your keyboard is going to be very decisive if you can get the opponent kills that you need to make the rounds. But also there is a tactical aspect, just like in football. It's not only about scoring the goals. How you move without the ball is very important as well. Here in Counter-Strike, there's a lot of different roles where you have to understand what the team needs from you in every single moment. So, you have to think strategically, but also someone can just come in and with a nice pass, a nice touch to the goal, he can change a match, you know. So that's what we love CS so much. And I think from the esports games, it's one of the games where you can understand the game very easily. Like as you watch it, you kind of understand what's going on. And just a few hours watching it, you're ready to go to capture the emotions that are happening in the game, you know. So I think compared to other titles, it's easy going in terms of watching and understanding it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to watch. Yeah, it's easy to watch. I never played it, so it's not. Watch is different from playing, of course, but and especially to understand those tactical aspects. Of course, when you see someone like yesterday 1v3 and winning, it's special. Yeah, I believe it's very easy to watch this game.
I like the way you put that. You know, it's not just about the guy with the ball. It's also how you move without the ball as well, and how everything else external to the game can really influence what's going on in every single moment of the game. Just information flow is such a crucial thing. That's probably a difference between high-level Counter-Strike and then high-level football. Is what's the communication like when you're on the field? How much yelling?
You don't have Discord.
That's it. You know, you're not in everyone's head.
Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy, especially with the stadium I play, Anfield. Thanks to our fans as well. It's not that easy sometimes to communicate. So even for the manager, he struggles because especially if you're on the other side of the pitch, it's not possible. So the half time is really crucial for a football team, where you can align ideas and go again. Because on the pitch you can only communicate where someone is around. Like, so if I play left wing, sometimes when the left fullback is coming, or even the striker, and when the ball is out, you approach someone to give and share an idea or two. But it's different in that aspect when you have somebody on your ear.
Yeah. I got a question for you, Fallen. Talking about now, if we zoom out, hell of a run here, EWC. This has been a brutal week. I'm not going to lie, we watched you play Nuke so many times, we got pissed off. How was it for you? How do you reflect on the tournament? And, you know, how do you feel about your final placements?
For us, we just changed a player, and we have only 5 players active on a team, so it's like you change 20% of the team, and every time someone comes in, you got to work on the strategy aspects, you got to tell him which reactions you like the most on certain situations, so you got to get the player used to certain strategies, and that takes a lot of time. So the fact that we were able to go to the quarterfinals here and exceed expectations for most people, and we got to prove ourselves that the change made a difference. So I was quite happy that we ended up in the quarterfinals. Of course, we would like to win. Everyone wants to win when it comes to a competition, but you got to go step by step, you know? You can't be the best from nowhere. You got to go step by step.
You really did me dirty, not once, but twice. FlyQuest, you beat them, and then Mongols, you beat them. I was here both times. Like,
I'll tell you this, Mac has a core game that he works on is Counter-Strike 2, and my job as a host is to get predictions, get conversation going, and I love to make fun of people when they get wrong predictions. You gave me the best content ever, because you made him wrong so many times. But also, the tournaments felt there were so many upsets, you know, like, is that something you were expecting? You know, the performances, I think G2's a great story, Spirit kind of didn't really show up?
To be honest, I think on the exactly at this time, I don't think there's a big gap between the best teams and the average teams. So I would say that when it comes to the matches, it's pretty open who's going to win every single match. Back on the days, I would say when I was winning the majors and all those things, you could see a very bigger gap in terms of how you approach the game, how you understand the game. Just like in football, I'd say. Like you watch the tournaments now, the country teams playing, like the big national teams, like they're not far from each other anymore, like they used to be in the past. And that's actually happening in Counter-Strike now. So for you to have a bigger edge, you got to come with special individuals like we're seeing here on this game, like you have some of the best players in the world perform at the highest levels. That's how you get an edge, because overall, everyone can beat everyone, I feel.
I had this thought, right, that most of the teams that had the roster swaps moving into this tournament wouldn't do well, but it's been almost the complete opposite. Every team that made roster swaps has been exceeding expectations, yourself included. Like Skull seems to be sitting in there really, really well. But then what's your take on G2 at the moment with both Malbs and Snacks coming in? Because Malbs has been going crazy, and Snacks as well, obviously a bit of a different approach to what Hooksy would bring to the team, and it's working really well right now.
Yeah, so in my opinion, we have been watching Monesi play with Nico for quite some time now. And, you know, they have been probably the best duo in CS in the last couple months, I would say at least. And you are always intriguing how much of the other guys' impact they have on the team and how much of the impact the in-game leaders are helping them achieve that or not, right? So I think a little bit of this conversation kind of gets us a new perspective once we see a new IGL coming in and a guy that can shoot better. Maops, like he literally can shoot close to Nico level, so you get a lot of individual prowess and skill with him. And now they are ready in the finals, so I think with more months and more tournaments to come, we're going to have a bigger idea on how this is working. But I would say that for a first start, they are just doing perfect, right?
Just before we go too deep on Counter-Strike.
I was going to bring this back.
Oh, I know, but this was it. Diogo, I want to ask just one last question, and then I want to give you the opportunity to say, something to the fans, to the viewers at home. What can we as esports people learn from traditional sports around building teams, synergy? Like, what are some of the things that you can bring to EWC that is unique? Because with your professional experience, with the ecosystem that you're in, there are definitely things that we can grow. What do you think it would be?
Yeah, it's not that an easy question. I'm guessing, like, of course, the experience of being in these events, it's really crucial, and only starting doing them will make all the ecosystem evolve. But I believe they are finally on a really good place now with these kind of events, with the Esports World Cup mainly. It will make them feel really important, and that they do something that a lot of people at home appreciate. And I believe this is the beginning of something extraordinary.
I completely agree. I'm fortunate enough to have been involved in esports, not playing. Fallen's a legend. I was just watching for 20 years. Now we're going to talk about it. Seeing how much it has grown, we could spend hours discussing what Counter-Strike looked like 20 years ago, seeing how it's changed, dipped, grown, as well as every other title. I'm going to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us on the sofa. Thank you for joining us on this very nerdy conversation. Thank you for helping me kick his ass 4 times in VR.
Hey, someone had to lose.
Would you like to say something to the viewers, to people tuning in to support Luna, and maybe something in your mother tongue as well, because I think that's always very special. It's the World Cup, so let's speak in world languages.
Yeah, obrigado a toda a gente aí em casa, obrigado pelo apoio. Espero para o próximo mês ter aqui a minha equipa, a Luna, a fazer bom trabalho. E pronto, abraço a toda a gente e obrigado pelo apoio.
And of course, shout out anything to Liverpool, Portugal. What's next coming for Diogo?
Yeah, next is the start of the preseason, always a special moment. I travel to America on Thursday, and we'll meet with a team that's already been working, and hopefully a successful season after we change the manager, like we all know. So kind of a new era.
Big news there, yeah.
A new era, so let's get ready for a fresh start.
Well, I'll say let's go Luna and Liverpool, Liverpool, Liverpool. Right, we're not letting Fallen go, so can we get the Counter-Strike final back on stream? Reminder, Dota 2 is still ongoing. We're going to dive a little bit deeper into Counter-Strike with Fallen and Mac. Diogo, Jota, thank you so much. You're welcome to enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you are done with work. We'll find out later. And Fallen, thank you so much. Mac, thank you for sitting with us. I want to dive straight in. 5-0. Is G2 just going to smash this 2-0?
It's looking like it. I think they're showing complete domination during the tournament. The things that they thought would work with the new lineup, they're working perfectly.
Yeah.
And yeah, just like we saw Virtus Plow in the past with Taz and Snacks and all those guys, creating new strategies, coming up with weird strength at sometimes. You wouldn't expect VP to be that good eventually, and then sometimes they just come and plow. And I think G2 right here is showing the best VP moment back from the days,
While Mac is quickly looking at gameplay, I just want to commend you. There's a lot of music and dancing and fireworks. You're doing a great job ignoring it. Just very quickly, was that quite a special moment, being on a show on broadcast?
Today has been a special day. I went to lunch with Neymar, and now I see Diego Jota at night.
Bro!
I'm almost becoming a footballer myself. Yeah.
That's awesome.
You're having a great day.
Yes.
And I'm here to hopefully make it better. So look, G2 have managed to get Ancient in almost every single veto, which they have been so good on recently. I've always seen it as that sort of third map. It's a very balanced map in the pool right now, especially with the shift with Dust 2 coming back in and then the new changes to Vertigo. No one wants to touch it. So overall, do you think this is going to be G2 favored? The veto is Ancient, Nuke, then Inferno as the third. So again, G2 getting a veto where both Ancient and Inferno are in there. How do they keep getting away with that?
Yeah, that definitely helps them a lot. And I do feel like Ancient right now is one of the maps that kind of became the new Mirage. Everyone is playing so well. And you can play on a little bit of different styles. A lot of smokes are being thrown so early in the round.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. They play this map so well. When you have Nico shooting everyone on ramp and all those things, like he does make it look very easy. And for Nuke, I do think that Na'Vi has a better chance of winning Nuke, in my opinion, because they have been together for longer, and Nuke is a very strategical map. But you never know. They have a lot of good players on that map too. And when it comes to Inferno, I do agree with you. Like they are a very strong Inferno team. G2 definitely, in my opinion, better on Inferno.
Yeah.
But you never know. It's a final. It can go different ways, you know?
I have one more question for you. Now, with Skulls coming into the team, I was thinking maybe it was going to take a bit longer for him to sort of work and let your team as Furia operate better. But with him coming in, after coming from Team Liquid, do you think that he learnt a lot while at Team Liquid that is going to help you guys now that you've managed to secure Skulls back to a Brazilian team?
Yeah, I do feel like as a player, every time you go through an experience playing a team, you definitely get some of the strengths from other players you met, like some habits and even some ideas that help you develop your game. And I do feel like Skull is a very complete player already in terms of how he understands the game and how he plays his positions. And, you know, when we're talking with Jota about how there is some things about players that you don't get to know before you play with them. And Skulls is one of those guys where there's a lot of things that I have no idea he would be helping with that he can bring to the table. He's very calm, he has good ideas, good communication, very good group guy. So I think he's matching very well together with us at the moment.
Nice.
Fallen, I want to keep you longer, but honestly, you've had such a great day. You shouldn't be working more. I'm going to give you the opportunity to just send a message to the fans at home, maybe tell, you know, Furia fans what to expect, what's coming next, and just whatever comes from the heart.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks so much for having me here. A great pleasure. The tournament itself was amazing here. A lot of bigger structure, a lot of things that went just perfect. It was a pleasure to play here as well. And for the fans, we're going to be practicing for 2 weeks now. We go back to Malta. We're going to be boot camping a little bit, and then we play Cologne after. It's going to be a huge tournament, and hopefully we can do a great job there as well.
Listen, I can't let you go. Jota got to say something in at least Portuguese. Come on, give me some Brazilian Portuguese.
Valeu, pessoal. Espero que tenham gostado aqui da minha participação. Foi um prazer jogar o torneio aqui. Tem tudo sido muito maravilhoso. Os caras fazem um trabalho excepcional. E a gente vai agora para 2 semanas de bootcamp para depois jogar Colônia. Vejo vocês lá e obrigado pela torcida.
You know what? The amount that I've interacted with Portuguese teams in every single game, I need to learn more than just Vamos Brazil! We are going to an ad break. We're going to let Fallen get out of here and probably go hang out with some more famous people, I hope. When we come back, there's more CS2 game shows. We'll talk about the Dota 2 finals as well as look at Counter-Strike 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ready, set, go.
with the timing that G2 just brute forced through. And that's the thing, it was a minute 22 left on the clock. They could have full reset.
Yeah, I was watching that big box to Brokey cross, and I saw an AWPer in Donut. I'm like, you're not getting past. But m0NESY catches bit, things start to tumble out of control. And we know m0NESY's no slouch on the rifle. However, it does have a preference for the big green. We'll be whipping that out into this one.
Well, G2 showing their comfort on this map. It's something they played in every series so far in the EWC. So looking to make that 4-0 in the ancient win column. Oof. Identifying this as a bit of a home map. We have Nuke coming up next. That's a guarantee. Inferno as the third and decider if we can get there. But how many rounds can Na'Vi get on this CT side at the moment? It's not looking good. And another opener almost for m0NESY. Imma will get the better of him with this 5-7. A round like this just to spark some confidence for Na'Vi. That would feel good because G2 are having their way with them currently.
I would have said it's not possible if it's just Wonderful's AWP, but now you've had Imma's contribution early. This is where Wonderful's AWP can start being the difference maker. Starts to maneuver down the ramp. Nico anticipating this is a possibility. He catches a whiff, fires off a shot prematurely. And reveals the AWP's location. I can see immediate reaction. Look at this from G2. Charge towards the other side of the map.
Bit has a smoke to block here, but he's not going to get it off in time.
Yeah, just going to hide out, try and play for the timing peak. Oh, this could be good. Cover is there. Hunter just sitting on top of the planter, and it's a double from Bitsteagle. Wonderful another. G2 crumble, and already the defuse comes through. That is a Na'Vi round. You say confidence booster, Chad.
It's a 10-seconder. He might be able to spam them off the plan if he's quick.
If he's quick, it has to be now. Pre-aim spam, not enough. Na'Vi take the second round. A must-have second round for their CT side. Could we see a little path into redeeming themselves?
Well, we've been discussing the finances of G2 never really having a chance to settle because of the close nature of these rounds. We're about to see the ramifications of that. Saw it starting to break through with the Snacks Tech 9, but they still converted that round. Now there is going to be a few more omissions. And this one could be the round that gets them back into winning ways. Na'Vi, second of 3 tactical timeouts now called for G2. And considering how good things have been going, it is surprising to see this to be the second called. But we'll be discussing those finances. And, well, I know this one isn't called from Na'Vi, but every time Blade had the opportunity to get on the mic yesterday against Mouse, he called the knockout blow. The 30-second timeout into the map victories back-to-back against Mouse was one way to put more stock for the Ukrainian coach.
Yeah, G2 are just going to try and do something back.
Yeah, this is where we need to discuss what the buy looks possible with, and you can see an AK being dropped into the hands of Nico, a couple of Deagle upgrades.
Thank you, Hunter.
I'm going for this A main to push again, Wonderful and Bit, so they're going to have all this space, and this time they won't be greeted. Unforced error with the missed incendiary, and Bit's just going to keep on searching into...
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're in the final 2 hours of our broadcast for the weekend and potentially the final 2 hours of gameplay overall because we've obviously just had a pretty special interview before I talk about Dota. I mean, Mac, it was really cool to see Fallen and Jota to side by side. Great to see Brazilian Portuguese and Portuguese Portuguese. It was also great to have Diogo just picking on you for VR and like being crap at the game.
I'm angry that they're gone.
Yeah.
I liked my couch buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Base cadet back now.
Yeah, to be fair, it's a bit of a...
What have I ever done?
Yeah, the difference there.
Exactly.
It's also... but, Toby, it is awesome because Diogo's team is in PUBG. True. Right? So, Luna, I want to definitely unpack that, talk about...
Oh, yeah, there's a lot to talk about.
Their chances and their hopes. Let's turn to Dota 2. The finals have concluded. In case you did not know the result and missed the graphic, it was a Gaimin Gladiators 3-0. So, Suns fan, we obviously watched some of that game too, you know, with Moon earlier. What do you see from this? We didn't get to watch the game, obviously, because you were on the show.
Auras.
Aura.
I mean, that does seem to be the name of the game here for this patch, which, you know, for better or worse, I mean, this is the beautiful thing about Dota. Obviously, you come out with a new patch. This is going to be really strong for now, but literally right after the tournament, probably within a week, these things will be nerfed. But Gaimin Gladiators definitely coming back to form. They are looking exactly like they did last year. And Liquid looking exactly the same as last year as well.
9 consecutive finals in a row, placing seconds.
Yeah, it must feel bad. I mean, I feel like at a certain point, it just gets in your head. Like, I feel like
that was 4 tournaments ago.
yeah, I mean, they lost 5 games in a row in the last couple days just to the same team that they've been losing to for God knows how long, right? So it has been pretty absurd to watch, but Gaming Gladiators seem to be on top again. But no big surprise. If they had played Falcons, could have been different, but let's see what the casters had to say at the end of this game.
Nisha, he's going to try for it. Quinn starts the initiation. Trying to make himself the target, activating that unit. And Nisha gets the toss into the Requiem, tried to combo onto Ace. They go for the Primal Roar. So many ultimates being used to try and kill him, and there's the time lapse. They saved Ace. Now they've got the Black Hole on the SF, and they are going to demolish Liquid. Triple BKB does nothing for you when you are flat out, outgunned, outplayed. 4 dead. GG is called. The cleanest series of your life. Gaming Gladiators take it 3-0 away from Liquid.
There's not much left to say about this series between these two teams. We have seen it before. We see it again here, but this felt maybe one of the more one-sided of all of these matchups in their long.
This is one of those series where, as a broadcaster, every single one of the gentlemen on the sofas with me right now will understand. An absolute blowout, an absolute destruction and shellacking. And it's almost disappointing from a broadcaster point of view. But you cannot take anything away. Gaming Gladiators have absolutely obliterated. They have. By the way, those things are so powerfully magnetized. Yeah. It's impressive that their real life mechanics are so much worse than their in-game mechanics.
Yeah, that is very true. But I think this is a caster curse, you know. The gentleman that cast this tournament, Mr. Dota Capitalist and SVG, every finals they've cast has been a 3-0 stomp.
Every one?
Every single one, yeah. It has been kind of a weird year of Dota overall, but like we said, Gaming back in form. The patch definitely suits their style of play. And I mean, I think these guys are pretty easy to root for, in all honesty. We haven't gotten them on the couch yet to talk the meta, to talk Dota, especially Quinn on the right is very eloquent in the way he speaks about the game, but I think overall this team is easy to root for because they started as underdogs over a year ago. It's almost difficult to remember because they've been winning so much Dota, but pretty impressive play.
I noticed that Quinn, especially when I see him around the area, he's just so happy all the time.
Riyadh Masters 2024 champions, Gaming Gladiators! Heard you remark yourself as more of a hard worker than a natural talent. And I can tell that you've been putting in the hours these past few months, trying to return to the glory that was that 2023 run. Do you think that this moment is a representation of all the effort you've been putting in? I'm seeing you go up against these Huskars, these Tinies, these Sand Kings, and not breaking a sweat at all.
Yeah, I think hard work does pay off, and we put a lot of time into boot camp, into this tournament, and the time before that, going from being really bad to being good again. So I'm just glad that we were able to make that rise again.
And it is proof positive with this event. Tofu, I spoke with you just a couple of days ago where you were telling me about the trials and tribulations of maintaining consistency, both within in-game and out of game. You feel like this is now reflecting that the effort was worth it, and everything that you had gone through, the difficulties are making up for the rewards.
We had a lot of difficulties before, and I feel like we've been trying for weeks and months, honestly, and especially this last stretch, we've been putting so much time, effort, and passion into this whole project, and I'm just super proud that it paid off and we could show what we're actually capable of.
And what you're capable of is championships. And for Dyrachyo specifically, not just a championship, but a 3-0, one that you have claimed multiple times in the past. I remember during Kuala Lumpur, you thought it was going to be a 3-0, and yet you were not shaken. Once again, you show up here and you're like, it's going to be a 3-0. Are you just saying it, or do you actually have a read?
I mean, they asked me to say it, but to be honest, like I expect us to play well against Liquid because we have a really nice matchup. We also show it like yesterday. We kind of smacked them, so today it happens again.
Which brings me to Celery. What is it about Liquid? Is it them, or was this just your tournament? It didn't matter who was going to show up in grand finals. You knew you had their number.
Yeah, it didn't matter. We were ready.
It's just that easy.
I had a dream like a week ago we were going to win, so dreams come true sometimes.
And the dream has come true. Ace, any closing thoughts for all of the Game and Gladiators fans who have been waiting for your rise and your return to prominence and have been patiently rewarded?
Yeah, like there was some games, there was a lot of other crowd cheering for other teams, but we could always hear some gaming fans out there. So I wanted to thank you all for that. You guys are the best.
And it seems to me that the gaming fans are here in full effect. For one last time, please, a round of applause for your champions! And there is one more order of business.
3 weeks of games, 20 teams, from play-ins to groups to the double elim knockouts. The largest prize pool of any title of any tournament at EWC 2024. It's the Gaming Gladiators claiming $1.5 million, as well as placing their frame into the totem and the 1,000 points towards the club championship. This is by far the biggest and most epic tournament that will take place, and the sheer number of games here at EWC, it is phenomenal. And it is just only a tiny bit disappointing that it was TL getting smacked 5 times in a row, but all credit to them.
They were so good. They were so good this series. But I just need to shout out to the guys that get Game and Gladiators on that board so quickly. They only just did like a 3-minute interview and their name's already up there.
I mean, after game 2, you're like, all right, let's just put it up there. But yeah, they've played out of their mind this. I mean, like I said, this is an easy team to root for because they're pretty down to earth. Like, you guys have met a lot of pro players behind the scenes that are very egotistical. Not really the case.
I'm not going to agree with that one.
Off the record, of course. Not on stream right now, but yeah, they, generally speaking, they came from, you know, a lot of tier 2 teams before they started winning. And then last year they got used to it.
Ooh, question about this now. Is this the discussion of which 3 teams? I don't know for certain if they have locked this in yet.
They're looking for Falcons, I guarantee.
Yeah, there has to be there. Would they put Team Liquid there to add
probably.
extra salts?
Well, I don't think they're actually really good friends with the Team Liquid squad, so I think they do it as a sign of respect.
Okay.
And then the third team, I don't know. That would be kind of up in the air, but. Yeah, we haven't. I don't know if we've seen this process of them selecting this.
This is the first that I personally have seen, because we normally see the keys being crushed and then the final choices. How spicy are these players, Suns fan? Like
I said, they're actually not as spicy as you would think.
Okay.
Except for Quinn. Okay. Quinn on the left, he's from North America, so of course he's going to have a big mouth.
Yep.
Talks a lot of junk, but at the same time.
Do you know, I love seeing
this. It up.
I'm sorry, but I just love seeing them chucking the keys into the base of that totem. It just brings me joy. Toby, I'd like to hear your voice again.
Toby, how's it going?
How have you enjoyed seeing the ceremony, seeing the finals games there, and enjoyed the rest of our show? Because you haven't really appeared too much.
Inside,
please. It's been amazing.
How's Pubg going?
I sat back, I watched the show here, but I also watched the show last week where Suns fan arguably got less screen time than I've had so far this week. Yeah. And look at him now. Now he's in bloom. Now he's focused on Suns fan all the way through. And I know that next week, fingers crossed, no cast, it'll be my turn.
How are you going to avoid making the mistake Suns fan made and then inting the final prediction? Because Suns fan started so well.
That's how I do it.
So
I just get I've done the opposite. I get all of them wrong up until the very final one, then I nail it. And that's all people are going to remember.
That's true. They're going to remember my failures here. Very sad. That's my career in a nutshell, what he's holding in his hands. It's really unfortunate.
I cannot wait to find out what officially they picked. If you were to make a prediction, obviously we don't know this yet. We're live. So we're thinking TL1, Falcons 2.
Ooh, okay, the third. If they really want to go spicy, BB team is one of those really annoying ones to go up against, so maybe them. Although if you want prestige, Spirit, probably.
What was their playoffs run? Who did they actually knock down? Because one of the interesting things about the Gaming Gladiators, because they didn't drop to low bracket, they technically didn't get to crush any keys.
Yeah, that is true.
They've had to pick the crushed ones
we
out
talked
of the
about Liquid twice, right? They beat Falcons.
Yeah.
And then Entity was their first round matchup.
Oh, they're not picking Entity.
Yeah, I don't think so. I feel like if I had to guess, the third team would be Spirit. The other two, I am pretty confident.
Yeah. I think that's why they were debating so hard. They were talking to the admins going, can we have 2 of Liquid? Because we beat them twice.
You know what?
They just have a double of Liquid down there.
Team Liquid's MLBB game. And can we want that one?
Can we take that one? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, honestly, a little bit earlier on, Effie was actually looking at the boulevard of broken keys and picked up Fnatic Onyx a key from MLBB and ushered these exact words. These are the crushed dreams of eliminated teams. And I was like, damn,
real hype about that.
Even Purge was like, wow, that was a bit brutal.
Yeah.
Obviously, the team deserves their victory lap. I have a suspicion that when those fireworks went off with Diogo,
that's true.
My instinct is it was to line up with the final game. I have no idea. It's a festival here. It's a party.
Beyond, so
it's also Sunday night, right?
So look, we're closing. Yeah, it does. Yeah, we're closing out Dota 2. Let's check out the Dota 2 Rio Masters Award Show.
Content ideas, okay. Oh, okay, I got it. Arteezy has a sleep paralysis demon, Shadow Thief, huh? Okay, right, too obvious, sure. Oh, Dota 2 award show! Dota 2's been around for like 18 years. How come we don't have an award show? It's perfect. Well, come on, bro, that's actually a good one, for real.
No, it's not a good one. Think about it. Actually, think about it. Imagine what a Dota 2 award show would actually look like.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Dota 2 Defense of the Award Show for the video game Dota 2 Defense of the Ancients, Dota. We are here now to announce the winner, but before we get into that, let me remind you one more time of your nominees. Fear, 23 Savage, FY, and ATF. And the award for most excited victory celebration goes to Fear! Come on up here, Fear. Come get your award, buddy. Excuse me, where are they? Hello? Fear? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Oh, this is a huge one. Let us now begin our induction into the Hall of Fame. This one is for those Dota players that have been around for so long, but are still here and kicking butt today. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. Please welcome Puppy. Oh, he's not here. Okay, that's okay because there's plenty of other good old players to be inducted in his stead. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Kuroki. Oh, the Hall of Fame inductee is Sumail. Oh, it's Miracle. Okay, Mind Control. He's actually good. He's not here. I thought, great. And best seating position, Boxi, 33, Ramses, and Blitz. And now it's time for a crowd favorite. We have Team Fight of the Year. Your first nominee is gonna be Heroic versus Gaming Gladiators at ESO 1 Birmingham. Next up, BB Team versus the Tormentor at ESO 1 Kuala Lumpur. You know this one, it's Boxi's Lion's Stun at ESO 1 Kuala Lumpur. And Gabi and Ahmed at the Blacklist International Team House. And the winner is, of course, Boxi's Lion's Stun at ESO 1 Kuala Lumpur. Ah, look at that stun! Unbelievable! Putting your hands together. Woo! Woo! God. And your final category of the night, thank goodness, is gonna be Least Retired Player of the Year. Your nominees are Crit, Ame. Oh.
Get Ame's name out of your mouth.
Hey, do you have something that you want to say about Ame, or I'm gonna give you a hug, or what are you doing up here? Oh.
So, sleep paralysis demon?
Yeah, sleep paralysis demon. Okay, let's go.
Well, they say there's a fine line between idiocy and genius, and that is Sir Action Slacks in a nutshell.
Oh, that one? No, that one was both at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Magnifique content.
Cinema.
Yes.
Dota cinema.
Do you know what? Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why that honestly is like so good on so many levels? Even without truly even knowing and understanding either the memes or the moments, I was legitimately roaring out loud at just the writing and the sense of humor implied. And there's obviously going to be many more layers to it if you truly understand all of this. But for me, the team fight of the year, it was Rob. It had to have been that Tormentor. The Tormentor
Agreed.
deserved the award.
Agreed.
I think the panel needs to be reviewed.
Yeah, agreed. I think the reason is it's a building.
Yes.
That's what makes it funny.
Exactly.
It's not even a unit.
People can't wear plaques, buildings can.
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously,
even
there should be
better.
a plaque on it.
And
with the
also,
reward.
it was definitely a team fight because the Tormentor and the
Yeah.
Tesseract, they comboed to pick up that win. We're going to turn our attention to the Counter-Strike 2 finals, and I actually legitimately don't know what is happening. It's been a little while since we've caught up on the games themselves. So before we dive into the action, let's hear what's happening from Lavi's Alexi and what he had to say about the win after... Let's try that again. As we move into the final, let's hear what Navi's Alexi had to say yesterday after their win versus Mouse. Second time's a charm.
There we go, back again on the stage, this time with Alexi B from Navi, our victors in this massive semi-final. Now, yesterday we had a chat, Alexi, and you told me on the other side is Yimthat, you know, finished well, playing well, hits better shots even than you, but in this game, it was a bit different.
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I think Chimpat played a tremendous tournament overall and a really good game. I even told him on the handshakes that he played really well. He had us in his pocket on Dust 2 as well, and won a 1-on-3 on the Mirage. Played super solid for a young guy like that, so I'm really proud of him.
Very good, but now you've gone through Furia, you've gone through FaZe, you've gone through Mouse, and there's only G2 standing between you and this trophy and a big part of $1 million. What do we expect tomorrow?
It's a new lineup, and they're looking really hot, winning clutches, playing great games. But I feel like I got today. I played one of my worst games ever of my career on Dust 2. So for sure, gonna make sure tomorrow that we're gonna do our best to make sure we're coming back on all the maps and just playing the same way we've been playing against them previously.
I mean, having a crowd here kind of cheering for you, does that amp you up during the game?
Yeah, it does. It's funny to see, and a lot of new faces. It's nice.
It feels good. Cheered all over the world. But now with your victory, Mouse will be presenting their key to you, as has been done multiple times with Navi being victorious. Please come on over. Handshakes and all. Commiserations to Mouse Sports. They played an incredible game. Almost had it. Let's not mince words around it. But now you have this key to crush. There's still one more key to crush tomorrow. Maybe G2. But you can also select 3 keys to put into your trophy. Do you have any teams that you already want to settle in there?
I don't know. I will continue this evening crushing this one, and tomorrow I'll make the best effort crushing G2 as well.
I formally apologize. Alexi B. I'm tired. It's late. It's been a long week. Apologies, Alexi. Congratulations on winning yesterday. Let's see how the finals are going to play out in just a moment. Because, of course, we need to talk about the other team that is representing the grand finals for CS2. And that means we're going to chat to G2's Malbs. He spoke to Freya earlier today to chat about the match.
Malbs, great to get to catch up with you once again ahead of the grand finals here at EWC. As we saw from your tweet the other day, this is only your second big grand finals appearance ever. Can you talk to me about the emotions that you're feeling right now?
Yeah, that's not really my big one. This is the first one big, but yeah, my second. But it's just an amazing feeling. Like coming from Guatemala, not a really known country from esports, and just being here is just an amazing experience. And also having next to me like Hunter, Nico, Monesi, and Taz behind me, and also Snacks. Is just, I never imagined this, to be honest, but it just feels great.
Tell me a bit about your individual form and how comfortable you're feeling. Like if you had to rank yourself on a scale of from 1 to 10, how comfortable are you feeling in your role in G2 right now?
I will say 6 to 7. I'm there, but not there, because like on T side, I'm destroying everyone, but on CT, I'm like just there, you know, so. Yeah, 6 to 7, I would say.
Na'Vi today, it's going to be the first time that you face them in an official, quality. How do you feel about them as opponents? Is there anything particularly dangerous about this Na'Vi we're seeing?
Just JL tweets on Twitter. Yeah.
The most dangerous part of Na'Vi. You heard it here first. You said to Darth Mike the other day, the goal, with you joining G2 is to get some titles under your belt. Did you realistically expect, be within touching distance of that title here at EWC?
Honestly, personally, I never thought I was going to be in the grand finals in my first big event with them, but I mean, it works.
How confident are you feeling?
Just by being here already, I feel like we should be really confident. So yeah, really confident.
Well, Miles, best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Exceptional interview, Freya. I think in particular, Malb's very self-reflective. Terrifying to me that if he's ranking himself 6 or 7 out of 10 and they are playing this well, how was going to be. But I do appreciate him being very explicit. T-side feeling good. Counter-Terror's not feeling so good. We are going to get that grand final, the very last series of week 3 of the EWC tournament onto your screens in a moment. I mean, Mac, Toby, Suns fan, let's talk about this. We're going to watch it for a few rounds. What's your immediate takeaways from both of the interviews?
Well, it was, the same thing that you were talking about, how he thinks he's only at a 6 or 7. It does make sense. They have had a slightly weak CT side so far, and that pretty much is reflected by the score you see on your screen right now. At the first half, I don't know what it was at the half, but when we were sitting here with Fallen, G2 were slaughtering on that T side. And coming here onto the second half, you can see that it is going to reflect into what we heard in that interview. Monacy falling means Na'Vi take the lead. And even Fallen was under the impression this should be going to 3. He gave
I appreciate you pointing at me when you say Fallen.
Yes.
Keep it up.
In which way?
Good job. What?
In which way?
That's where he's
Legends.
Legends? Yes, that way. That is what I meant.
Yeah.
That is what I was pointing at. But yes, if Na'Vi pick this one up, then there may be a pure possibility that it is a 2-0 to Na'Vi, because on Nuke, Na'Vi have a decent amount of experience, probably more experience than what G2 have, especially with the current core. So it's going to be an interesting game. But this one's not done yet.
Did you mention the third map, if there is one?
Inferno.
Inferno. Oh, okay, that's disappointing. I was hoping for some... I mean, I want to see Dust 2 a little bit more often. And I don't know if we've caught a Vertigo game, have we? Like the 4 of us?
We haven't seen one on the couch because everyone's avoiding it. That's what I was talking with Fallen about. They've added an extra
open
entrance,
area,
and it just makes things more difficult, because the fact that there is so many things that you need to smoke off to take one side of the map means you don't really need to play too heavily there, and you can play on the other side of the map.
Take a quick look at scorelines, by the way. Monacy 10 and 15, Malb's 9 and 13 at the moment, Hunter 10-14. The players that I think were sort of popping off during the earlier games. Nico's still having a fantastic tournament thus far, though, right? I mean, I obviously haven't seen the gunplay, I haven't seen the rounds, so I'm purely just going off kills and deaths. But this is looking a little scary on G2's pick.
Snack's doing okay. It feels like that they are trying to figure something out here. Obviously, as you said, we haven't caught a lot of the game, but all it could be, right, is Na'Vi with a decent counter strat from the minimal footage that they have.
Yeah.
But they've actually got a decent amount of footage of G2 playing Ancient, because it's been in almost every series they've played.
And it's pretty insane. I mean, you talked about how Ancient is a pretty even map on both sides. They've literally been going round for round for round since round 7. It's pretty pretty impressive, and now it looks to me like it's going to square up at 10-10 as well.
What does that do for the game? Like, if you just keep trading rounds back and forth, does it just keep resetting economies every 2 rounds?
It's almost like that. It makes it a little bit awkward. You have to manage your economy more so on the CT side than the T side, because if that economy is broken on the T side, everything's a little bit cheaper, so
it's not something you see very often. Like, Toby, that's a really good spot in my opinion, because trading rounds back and forth for 5, 6 in a row, so to speak, like that it's not something I see a whole hell of a lot. 10-10. Ooh, things are getting tense here. I didn't see what the economy looked like on the side of Na'Vi.
It wasn't amazing.
Okay, so they might need to like a half buy?
A save of a full buy. I think JL had full utility when he finished that round then. So at least they'll have 1 full buy. I think he might have had 2K in the bank, so there's a world where they just go for a half buy around that saved rifle. You can see a tactical, so Na'Vi probably calling that to have a quick chat as to what they're going to do, because the finances are in a weird position and there's not many rounds left in regular.
Are you a fan of force buys?
Well, I mean, yeah, you got to rusby all the time.
Yeah.
I saw this lad do it at somewhere like 4 a.m. the other night. He shot his teammate in the back of the head, and they still won the round. So, you know, I mean, sometimes it just works out like that.
Get out of my way, baby.
I want to ask you, though, because it might be very relevant in this round coming up. Of course, I have more experience in CSGO than CS2. We know they added so that you can drop utility to one another.
Yeah.
So even if you could just survive with one, if he had some util still, even coming into a eco round or force buy, how much of a difference has it made that you can now actually share the util between one another?
It's huge. Just maps specifically like Inferno just so bad, like to want to play. So bad to want to play as someone that likes action. If you're playing Counter-Strike,
I didn't understand. So bad to want. Wait, I don't understand.
You don't want to play it if you enjoy action and excitement.
Oh, okay.
If you enjoy playing Counter-Strike, don't play Inferno.
Slow map unless you like running through smokes and potentially dying or potentially shooting someone with utility in their hand. So
this map is super fun to play, though, I have to say.
Yeah.
What makes it fun for you?
I think close quarters. I mean, I'm sure the competitive scene, they use ops on this map, but it feels less as the music gets really boosted here.
Also, by the way, it's 10 to 10, so they're changing the times.
I was going to say, they changed it a lot.
We got full festival vibes here today.
How big are ops on this map?
It depends on the team, really. Like, you'll see Monacy probably pick it up more on this half, but their economy's not good on the CT side, so he hasn't got one yet. And, of course, when you do get the chance to save those AKs across, which might not be happening this round, it is that one-tap potential, and it's a lot of stopping power for that CT side. So sometimes they'll just favor that. And as you mentioned, there are a lot of close-quarter angles. So some teams will even just drop the AWP entirely if the opponents are good enough to figure out where you are, try and avoid you, or just use a bunch of flashes to get you off that
I really
line.
like maps where you're contesting something pretty much every round right at the start, which like that middle area is like the place to be for both sides. So there's always going to be some sort of a clash, and if you're not doing that, you're losing map control.
I'll give you a little history on the meta of elbow, is what it's called there on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, what team did they... There's some team that started doing that smoke, right?
So there's a smoke that's instant from CT side that lands there straight away. From that, at Dallas, I believe it was Dallas or something around that time, Astralis started to throw a smoke from T-spawn that would instantly extinguish the Molotov that was thrown there. So you'd be able to swing around behind it with space, use the flashes as well to fully take that mid control. And the meta is just developing every single time we see this in tournaments.
Mac, I got to bring your attention back to this game here. 11-11. This is going to determine the last 2 rounds for game point. I would like to get ready to go to casters. I want to give you the final chance to say this. Once production give us the green light, you toss it. But this is stakes. 2 rounds left. It's gone back and forth. Whenever you're ready.
We have seen over time so much this tournament. Why not just do it again?
So let's head to the casters.
Some of our players in newer positions. That's a different story. Na'Vi looking for a knockout blow, but we're tied up again. 11-11, still buys available. Na'Vi with plenty of cash to get the AWP back out for Wonderful. We're locking horns and hopefully destined for overtime in map number 1 of the EWC.
He's looking for snacks. He fancied his chances. Protocols from G2 seem solid. Cancels his plans. Laid it down to half health. Snack stands confident. Where's Wonderful's health going? Just peppered. Look at the damage. Malb, Snack spamming away. Na'Vi, shadows of their former selves as JL again. Look at that. 11 HP. They are no longer the same men that left spawn.
Bit the only one on full HP.
Unconfirmed, Chad. They have no idea just how much damage they've done. They might have an idea.
That's almost all of the cash invested this late in the game, with the loss bonus only going to be 1,900 into the next. Na'Vi have 60 seconds to piece it together. Limited utility, no space across the map, and 4 players who just need to have a stiff breeze come their way and they will fall over.
4 members of Na'Vi die in a single bullet, and Bit, to an AWP, the same. And down, oh dear, missed shot from Monacy. Monacy down to Bit, making light work of the situation. However, Hunter's here.
They can't brave this.
They definitely can't brave that. An extinguish necessary. 30 seconds, it is uncomfortable. He's re-aiming the boost and acknowledges that's a possibility. Hunter going for a real hero play here. Looking for the 12th, they spam him away. How on earth have they found him there? JL up and over. Can't believe Na'Vi are doing this. Nico doesn't seem to think they are. Nor does Malbs.
Save.
Has to be. They gave it a good shot, a good crack. Bit making it look realistic. By dispatching of the AWP, but yeah, just the damage, the echoes of it. And it will just be the saved AWP from Wonderful.
Fortunate JL went down before time there. Would love to have held on to that, could have dropped an AK, and still arguably could. I've seen him buy it in immediately. There's going to be one emission for Alexi, AKs for everybody else. Util a little bit skimp, lacking Molotovs. We'll make it just one, so they have been able to pull this together. Alexi being able to get a Galil in his hand, so still pretty decent buy for Na'Vi. Need this to take us to overtime, or G2 will be picking up their map choice.
So much pressure on one round of Counter-Strike for Na'Vi. Will G2 bow out quietly? As Hunter has been silenced, back from mountain mid. Has he got the aim? Yes, he has. He prevails with only the 2. Alexi humbles back. Quick one with the Galil. Necessary trade from the in-game leader. There's a reason Alexi hasn't been losing to his former teams. Can he secure overtime with Bit and Wonderful by his side? You've got to get past Monacy.
Yeah, and they've lent on this AWP towards A in multiple rounds. Will they expect it a third time? Taz watching on helplessly. Blade the same. Util available for Na'Vi. Plenty of time to work with. Information lacking for G2. Massive voids. Donut, Red. Those slips are possible while we see the likes of Snacks and Nico, the B defense, pair up and look for space. It's all going to come down to timing. See, Monacy's having to pivot back now. He's worried about the flank through CT. They could come out Donut.
Oh, he's hit the shot. Takes down Bit. What's that? Gets himself to big box, but loses his life in pursuit of it. 2v2. Snacks from Donut. Nico joins him. Bomb's gone down. All to play for now. Util favors them. That's a great smoke from Alexi. Buys time. Forces the hand of Snacks. Nico trying to pivot back through mid. He's lining up some nades for him. He's only got a HE.
Well, they can break it.
That can work. That can work. Wonderful temple. Alexi opts the main side. This is the clear. They have to move through this.
Smoke for the bomb.
And the kit. They can piece this together. Throws out the flashbang. No smoke used. Instead, it's Wonderful. Snappy with the AWP. No time for Nico here. A smoke and a hope that they can miss their shots. He's going to get peeked on by both of them. Alexi holding the cross. Spams away. Doesn't get his fingers on the defuse. He's punching in the code. Trying to cut the wires. And surely he doesn't get away with it. Oh my God. Alexi was confused. As was I. There was a millisecond in it.
Thought he was invisible in that smoke for a second. Bomb ticking down, defuse coming through, a nail biter to take us to overtime, and this is the type of Counter-Strike we want to see.
But Mac, you were yelling it 2 seconds before he could move. There wasn't enough time to defuse.
Had he not gone for that spray with the AK before he committed to the bomb, there was a world in which he actually brings that home.
Look, you say that, but if he gets the kill on some of those bullets of the guy he saw as he ran into a smoke, then there's an even better chance that he gets that defuse. So it's all about those
That's not
tiny
how
little
time works.
decision
That's
making.
not how time works.
You know,
It is.
Yes, you get an extra second on the bomb if you get a kill.
There was half a second left.
Toby, I'm with you on that one.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, okay, so overtime. This is going to be obviously another fantastic round. If you do want to continue listening to the commentary, twitch.tv/EWC_CS2. I mean, look, you got to win 4 at least in OT. Mac, how are you feeling here after watching this and Zeeb's going back and forth, back and forth?
I don't know if I should lend my opinions to these hindsight Harrys I've got next to me on the couch.
Listen, time works. So Toby's point was, don't shoot 3 bullets and you might have enough. They missed the knives, they missed the shots.
Look, okay, so I hope that G2 win Ancient only because if Na'Vi are playing as good as they are right now, they should win Nuke, which means we get a 3-mapper for the grand final. I don't want a similar situation to what we saw in Dota where it's just a clean sweep. That's boring. That's not entertainment. And I'm all about entertainment when it comes to Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sunsfan, how do you interpret? I was talking to producer, so I actually don't know what you were saying.
He was saying it should go to 3 games, unlike Dota, which also went to 3 games, but that's because it's a best of 5 in Dota. should be in Counter-Strike if we're being honest, and hopefully they'll adopt that soon.
Taz does not look happy, by the way. Coach for G2 Esports, that's a bit of a stressed face.
I see a vein popping.
Oh, he always has one there. It's a bit of an angry man at times. Lovely, lovely guy, Taz.
Lovely, but very angry.
But when you look at the team's performance based on every map they've played until this one, this is a lot closer. I mean, obviously, we missed the first half, right? But G2 now looking to get 16. It was the CT side that they almost could have won it, and that's where they're starting right now. Oh, it's tense, especially because this is their map pick. I definitely am one of those viewers that, like, I place a fair amount of importance on map pick, and I feel like there's a psychological edge to it. Like, there's a... If it's this close and this tense, and if the team was feeling confident, it makes me a tad nervous for my prediction.
I feel like I would not survive in a grand final situation. The nerves would just make my hand shake the whole time, and I wouldn't be able to shoot anything. Back to the other day, we were talking about ninja defusers.
Yes.
That is something I would call not a ninja defuse.
Oh,
yes, it was kind of like he almost disappeared when he was in the smoke.
It was a samurai.
They watched him run in.
Yes.
And it's more
he shot half a clip.
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Just, they
It
didn't
was
aim down.
diversion.
Yeah.
Just not really good
Yeah,
for
exactly.
He was the distraction and the guy to do it.
I would love to have seen the slow-mo, you know, from Navi's perspective, because I think there was 2 players knifing. Like, they spammed their bullets, they used the pistol runs, and they just couldn't find, I think it was Nico who was trying to defuse.
That leads me to another question. What happened to decoy nades?
Oh.
Almost a collateral there.
That was close.
They exist.
That would have been the moment right there. Decoy.
Why?
I think the problem with decoy is that it takes up one of your slots.
Yeah.
That's the main reason
The
people would be free.
The only viable
Would you leave
thing
them on site?
I've ever seen from a decoy, I can't remember what team it was, but about 4 or 5 years ago, some team decided to get decoys and throw a full execute with their decoys. So from far away, you can see that as an object getting thrown towards the site. So what the opponents did was dump all of their util thinking a full execute was coming in. And then they did the full execute after the CTs had already used it.
Can you still
it's
use
similar
it?
to the refresher orb, like we were talking about before. He was like, look, so because they have auras and refresher orbs, they can use all their auras. The other team that doesn't have refresher orbs just uses all their orbs. It's the same. It's a utility game.
It's absolutely insane to me, unless if my math is wrong here, that it's been 12, no, make that 13 almost rounds until a team won 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes to show how evenly matched these 2 teams are. I don't know if that's scary for a team that, like, the team that picked this map, if they're like, we should not be this
I mean, to be
even
fair,
here.
they're both going to be really good at Ancient.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How do you interpret that, Mac? Like, what's... Because, like,
Statistics.
No. I love Toby's perspective on it, and I think it's a defendable argument how they're trading. Whoever picks up the entry frag, most likely the team's able to get the win. But, like, you see them trading back as well again.
Statistics.
Yeah.
Spacing.
Yeah.
There's a website for anyone at home that doesn't know about it. It is the central place for all stats, all results, all anything at the top level of Counter-Strike, and it's called hltv.org. If you go there, you can see all of these stats, and the one you're talking about in particular is like 4v5 or 5v4 conversion rate. It's there as well. It knows because the game, everything in the game is tracked. It gets broken down into the numbers. You can play Moneyball if you want, but essentially there are teams that are really good at converting 5v4s, but it's all about, you know, how many opening kills do you get? If you get to that position, then if a team is really good at converting 5v4s, that's
Who wins
usually
this
what
then?
makes a really
What
good
does Moneyball
team.
say about this?
Moneyball says Alexi B, who has not been a fragger for a very long time, loses this, I'd say, 90% of the time.
13 rounds in a row, make that 14. They've traded wins back and forth. That has happened again.
The good thing about that right now in overtime is there's so much money. You get given I think it's 10,000 each half, and if you're trading the rounds and it's still 1-to-1-to-1, everyone's buying every single round.
Can I tell you something? That fan sign absolutely makes me smile. #admin, he's doing it sideways. This is an explicit reference to how Melbs plays the game. He sits at a 45-degree angle, plays with his right shoulder over the edge of the desk. If you get a glimpse of Melbs playing on the desk, it is intriguing, to say the least.
He must have a full-time chiropractor.
I was going to say, I hope he has a good physiotherapist for his career. Unless
we don't believe in chiropractors in Europe. Physio is where it's at.
Okay, very good.
I'm sure you know the other reference to admin he's doing it sideways.
Maybe. No.
Does anyone else?
No.
So, do you know Foon?
Nope.
You didn't know Foon? He was a guy that may have cheated, may have not cheated, but there's lots of frag movies of him bunny hopping and running around. He's the guy that bunny hops everywhere, and there's frag movies.
Oh, I've probably seen. I just didn't know the name.
It's got a music video. Yeah.
Can't do that anymore.
Out connector through Ivy. Have you seen that one?
Nope. You were talking about something from probably 15 years ago for me, or 20 maybe.
Yeah.
But you remember the game.
The only thing I remember is the shawarmas I've eaten.
It is the most memorable frag movie of all time for all of Counter-Strike, in my opinion, and everyone else's.
Look at this. Again, 3v3, 14-13. So obviously G2 have now just swapped sides. They have evened up the score once again. You have to get a 16 on the first overtime. I think the longest that we've seen is triple OT. It almost went quadruple, but we've seen many overtimes throughout the course of Counter-Strike 2 tournament here.
And one overtime makes it MR15 essentially, right?
Yeah.
The good old days.
Yeah. Back to where
I
we
think,
were.
honestly, were people upset when that was changed initially? Because I played a year of Valorant, I won't lie.
There was a lot of
and I thought it was a good change.
Why does that sentence have to be there?
Well, because it's the Dota/League mentality. You know, I just have to preface
We are
everything.
building bridges here. We're mending.
It went even shorter. There was a short game mode before it went to CS2 for matchmaking. So instead of having to commit to that whole sort of 45 minutes to an hour, you could get a game done in 20 minutes. And that was really nice. MR12 is kind of like a middle ground. We are getting some very cool rounds of Counter-Strike.
Look at this.
Monaco committing.
Let's focus on this. 20
health
off
points.
the AK. Oh, this
1v3.
close.
He shouldn't win that.
So,
1v3.
And again, that's the first time in what, 14, 15 rounds.
15
They've been
rounds.
back-to-back. One more round, and G2 finally pick up the first map. I think
it's Modesty
I would like
again.
to go back to the
no.
casters. I'd like to go back to the casters for the fun. That was 15, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's 16.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, he
one more
needs
round
one
and then
more.
win the
Yeah,
first
he
map.
can't.
Yep.
Please listen to my numbers, my man. Right, let's listen to the casters.
10 seconds he takes down Bit. Swaps to the AK, his only way, a wallbang onto JL out of nowhere. Look at the time.
Yeah, and then you've got the swing for the trade. Can't get it done. Stays alive. Knows he has to punch in the digits. And they drop a massive round. 15 confirmed for G2. Modesty coming in clutch on Ancient again. He's had a couple of special ones throughout the EWC. Add that one to the list.
Just farming highlights.
Doesn't just have to be with the AWP, does it? You can do it with everything.
Making the impossible possible. Increasingly probable for Monacy. Well, there's confirmation of the AWP. Well-placed flashbang from Snacks gives them a whole lot of info. Oh, this is good timing from Bit. Monacy's not going to be ready for this kind of peak, and he looks to double up. The spray transfers massive 4 bullets. Chill your beans. Job is done.
Good resilience. They're going to get out and play the number advantage. More utility to slow this down in case the fight would follow. Everybody for G2 now grouped up. Monacy down. Who's going to clutch this time round?
There is a little space. It's Bit that's cleared out, and he's actually fallen to Snacks. That's a big find. Lead onto JL. A dead Snacks. A bomb plant. 2 on 4. JL just calls, waits for the full rotation. They
They're
can
in a
come
box.
from every angle. These fights happen in sync. He's in trouble. Hunter. Mouse. Group up. Isolating Jules, though. That's a misstep from Imet. His team weren't ready. Alexi's good for one back, and now Malbs is surely a dead man. His days are numbered. He still starts to hit the first. So Alexi that keeps a cool head on his shoulders for the close, but G2, even in a 2-man disadvantage, they get the plant, they get Nuffy's palms sweating.
All right, well, they can only take us to overtime number 2, thanks to Monacy's heroics. That one you have to attest to Bit. 20 kills for him. Aggressive push down the ramp. 2 big kills, finding the AWP on the elevation.
Perfectly timed aggression.
Well, what's the call from G2? Are they just going to keep allowing their players to play, or is there a knockout blow? Everybody from G2 heading towards B. This isn't a default.
Yeah, this is far more a direct approach.
He rushed, when in doubt.
Bit lines him up and knocks down one. Team killing. Oh! It's Malbs! Flattens Na'Vi in his wake in pursuit of taking map 1. It's all hanging in Malbs' balance. Throws Na'Vi a knockout blow map 1. Taking down teammates, taking down 3 members of Na'Vi, just running and gunning. 25 frags, but those 3 are game-winning. taking the map. Nico confirms it. Malz justifies his presence in the jersey.
A statement call from Snacks to close out map number 1. They stay undefeated on Ancient in
Rush B! That's all you had to do.
The secret.
That's all you had to do. Okay, listen. I give very quick reactions. Before we go to an ad break, we've got another interview lined up on the other side. Mac, what is you feeling right now?
I need to get off this couch and go watch map 2. I need to prepare myself after that.
You have an hour of job left to do before I excuse you. Toby, what's your thoughts on that map?
Absolutely amazing. Some of the best teams in the world. It makes perfect sense that they're the ones in the grand.
Give me an exciting...
Rush B!
Yes! Rush B! That's what we're going to do. All right, we're going to be going to a quick ad break. When we come back, I have more interviews lined up for you. And we, of course, will be checking in on the Counter-Strike 2 final. Do not go anywhere. FaZe and Vitality special guests will be joining me on the other side of this.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever it is in the world that you are tuning in to the broadcast. This is EWC Central, and one of my favorite parts of the broadcast is the ability to get to speak to very important people from various parts of the organizations and the clubs that are competing here at EWC that normally aren't available for the viewers at home. The two clubs that I'm going to be speaking to right now hold a very special place in my heart. The first is a club that's famous for Call of Duty many, many years ago, and frankly made me want to retire from attempting to be professional because FaZe really put it on the map how bad I actually was. Secondarily, Vitality are an organization that gave me some of the best memories that I've ever had commentating League of Legends. Very high highs, very low lows, but all of them very, very memorable. The reason I do give that personal introduction is I'm about to ask both Anne and Eric to introduce themselves. Very firstly, Anne Banschbach, Director of Esports at Team Vitality, and Eric Anderson, the Head of Esports, or that's his very important dude from FaZe Clan. Ladies first, and could you say hello and introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Trevor, for having me. Like you said, my name is Anne, and I work for Vitality, I think, for 3 years now. Super excited to be here.
Eric, can you listen?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah. And this is Eric Anderson, head up esports for FaZe Clan. Funny enough, actually, I would say Vitality also has a deep history in Call of Duty too. And
Yeah,
I've
that's
been
true.
around FaZe for a little over 8 years now. So hopefully for the fans out there, good and bad, apologies for certain decisions, and yeah, hope you triggered us for most
What
of it.
we're gonna do is this, okay? That is a very loaded line that we could spend an entire hour unpacking. I can tell by Anne's giggles that yes, we definitely could. What I want to do is, we've talked about a couple of different topics. Where I'd like to start, maybe, Anne, if I can come to you first. Let's talk about EWC. Director of Esports, you're here, we're seeing the event. What is it like from your perspective? We've had many players on here. As a viewer, we know what the games are like, but how is it from your perspective?
Well, from my perspective and from Vitality, it's just massive. It's so big. I think it's normal for us to be at all of these events, throughout the year with different games in different cities. And this one is just 8 weeks of esports packed in one. It's a big punch. So for us, it's really big also for an organization. I think we're all working really hard on ensuring that we can show up on all of the games that we have here. And it's also a bit crazy to, say goodbye to one team today and tomorrow welcoming the next. It's just,
It's something that I particularly understand and appreciate. I've been fortunate enough to be watching events for a very long time. And the last time that I recall this many titles of this caliber of teams, we're talking like CPL, CGS, ESWC, like these are 15, 20 years ago. I guarantee you, the viewers at home don't even know the acronyms that I've just shared. I mean, Eric, if I come to you, EWC, what's it like from FaZe? Also coming all the way out here, it's a hell of a trip from where you're based.
Yeah, it's definitely a hike from the States. It's part of the reason I'm actually sticking here for about a month to kind of welcome the teams that come through. For us, it's awesome. This is, I guess, our 3rd year of really participating around some of the games. And so first year, obviously EWC, but we've had other teams out here before, and it's a bummer to see the Counter-Strike team unfortunately go out, but we've got a few other teams coming, so obviously a very good point. It's like you got to kind of look forward to the next thing, and the next team, and kind of reload the gun in terms of, all right, we're excited, like this is going to be great, like this.
Let's talk about that for a second, because
Yeah.
60 points apiece. The club championship is obviously one of the big talking points here. I would love if team captains and star players could comment on the other, but they're so focused on their games.
Yeah.
So I want to throw some spice here. Technically, you're rivals. You're competing against one another to try and climb up the standings. What is the club championship? How do we break into the top 10? Which games are you hopeful for, Eric? We'll start with you.
So, I think I'm feeling good about hopefully Rainbow Six, and our Pubg team just took a big European event, so hopefully that'll be pretty good. And then we have an Apex Legends team that's really new to the organization. Should be really interesting to see what happens. We had a heartbreaking loss yesterday in Call of Duty, so I hope the guys can regain and go forward. That's going to be an interesting one because that's like really off season for Call of Duty, their event. So I'm not sure what to necessarily expect there, but hopefully get as many points as possible and, run away from Vitality.
Ooh, fighting's okay. And what's it like? Let's start from Vitality first, and then I will give you a table that'll make the conversation spicy. But Vitality Club Championship, how do we get more points?
Yeah, not losing, I guess winning.
To be fair, I asked a pretty dumb question.
Yeah. No, I mean, for us, of course, the focus is this week on the MLBB women's team. They're about to arrive tomorrow. And for us, that's really big hopes for the girls. Honestly, I know the script hasn't been written yet, but I think they're going to take it and they're going to go far. And then for us, of course, we have other games here as well. I'm looking forward, particularly personally, to StarCraft because Maro has been having a really, really good run this year so far, and so I'm really crossing my fingers. And then on a personal note, for our other director in Vitality, I think Wrenchbot, I'm going to have a look there because we have someone with a big racing history, and I'm really hoping that we're going to go far.
Shout out Danny.
I had the absolute pleasure of having Diogo Jota, Liverpool football player, Portuguese national player, on the sofa. Soccer, Eric, just in case
we
you
work
lost.
with Man City, so boo for the Man City fans out there.
Okay,
Boo.
look, I got it. We haven't met before. I just gotta make sure. And I was telling him the story about Max Verstappen and how he would play Rennsport after qualifying and then won a race, a 24-hour Le Mans type thing, and then continue doing qualifying. It's wild, but it's great to see the crossover. You mentioned MLBB. I have a table that I formally apologize to both Vitality and FaZe for bringing up because this is the top 10 club champions.
Where we are not yet.
Yes. Yeah.
But can we just say that we're ranking on the same? I think FaZe and Vitality is equal right now.
That's it. You're on tied for points. Would you like to tell the viewers how many points you have? They're tied for points. We'll leave it at that.
Tied for points.
Okay. When you see the organizations, the thing that I love as a viewer, there are organizations on this list that I personally haven't had the pleasure of working with. Now, obviously, they will be opponents for both of your roles. How nice or scary or amazing is it to see all of these clubs from all around the world because there's so many games side by side? Is it something you like or something you get annoyed by because it's so much harder?
It's super cool because it underscores how global esports is, right? Like that's the thing, and that's why it's super fun. That's why this thing coming together is really awesome. It's because we can compete with teams that maybe some of the people actually I've met over the years built their orgs because they wanted to be FaZe.
Yeah.
Right. So I won't throw anybody out there, but there's people that I've talked to that are like, literally, we looked at FaZe and that's exactly what we did. So it's cool to kind of run into some of them in a competitive sense, where we're technically still not competing directly against them in an individual game, but we are competing, saying, hey, who built the stronger organization, right?
Yeah, and who can pick up successful teams across multiple games. I know, like, for an organization like FaZe that is, let's say, laser focused, that has a tone, a style, I'm not expecting FaZe to pick up a real-time strategy team, right? It's not something, if you did, you'd be blown away. But that feels like longer down the line. Vitality, on the other hand, a lot of games. I think you have 6 more games here, or 6 more teams participating. We're going to pull those up. You mentioned MLBB. You've talked about StarCraft.
Can I clarify, 6 more teams than us here?
So just for 6 more games. In total.
In total?
Like,
oh,
okay.
So theoretically, we should. So it's fine. Okay.
It's fine.
We can still
you
body up against there and see who wins.
Oh, I like this actually.
I want to see if it's 6 more, and I was like, actually, we're doing really well then. If you have 6 more games.
You know what? The worst part is, I have a document there.
Shit talk you, actually.
I have a document. There's so many. What I am going to do is I'm going to get a prediction for you guys. Who's going to get more points by the end of the event? This will be purely for the 3 of us.
We're supposed to pick ourselves, right?
Obviously.
I love it. What we'll do, we'll put some numbers to it.
Is there a chat? Can chat vote?
I have actually kicked people off my show for having bad predictions. So I will have to think of some sort of
Eric, you can leave now. You predicted wrong.
Something that I would love to talk about is obviously 6 more games for Vitality, 5 more games for FaZe. I've already heard a little bit about MLBB. I obviously know I would anticipate Apex, for example, being something you're excited about. Tell me about some of the teams that are coming up and you know what you would expect, especially for new titles.
Oh, in terms of us getting into new titles?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a tough one. Okay, so this year we didn't enter into any kind of like titles that FaZe was already operating around. We were already in actually several, and so there were just a couple teams that didn't quite qualify. And part of that's just because identity-wise, we need a story or we need some reason to enter into certain titles. And so if there is a narrative like through line there, then it's something that's interesting. So for example, a lot of people might not know we're in Smash, but it's because all the founders loved playing Smash back in the day. And so it's a game that they really respect. And it's part of the reason, why we picked up Spargo. So I think we're constantly looking for those stories. those narratives. If some of our guys came out and they decided all of a sudden that they loved Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we'll go out and get
I
an
hear
MLBB
you're
team.
an avid Mobile Legends
I
Bang
do
Bang
love
player.
it.
Out of interest, how much influence can you have on that one? You know, as the very important dude at FaZe. That's the official job title, by the way.
I mean, honestly, I can have the conversations with them, but if they don't actually have fun playing the game, it's kind of the reason why, like, if you go back historically, like, we knew Fortnite was going to be a hot game because all the guys were like, this is the most fun I've had since Modern Warfare 2. So if they're having that much fun, everything else comes super organic and natural. And it's a lot easier then to kind of lean in with everything as if the storytelling just kind of happens on its own.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I think as well, I'm particularly excited to see how Rainbow Six plays out. I know FaZe did particularly well at the Invitational, not so much Manchester, so ups and downs, right? Let's go a little bit personal. We've talked about some of the orgs, we've talked about the clubs. I'll give you a chance to kind of share whatever official message we have to in a second. What games do you play? You know, what is something that you enjoy doing? I know the more time you spend traveling and doing these jobs and getting really fancy titles, the less time you have to play. But come on, you just, so I know you're Mobile Legends Bang Bang. What else is on your shortlist?
Yeah, so I just got a Steam Deck, and so I picked up, I started playing, I don't know why I started it in parallel, but I started Octopath Traveler 2 at the same time I started Disco Elysium. I don't know why, it's like picking up two heavy books and just jumping back and forth, and so I know I'm gonna probably forget stuff as I get deeper into them. But honestly, just general RPGs, so I can kind of disconnect and just like play through a story and not worry about some guy who's gonna troll me in lane and screw up my game.
Yep, can relate. Can relate. What about yourself, Ed?
It used to be things like Counter-Strike and League of Legends, but like you said, there's just no time right now when you travel. So for me, it's either console, so Sea of Thieves, things like that, or I don't know, on the Switch, you know, some happy farming.
That's perfect.
I love Harvest Moon. I'm going to say it. I know I'll get hate for it, but that was my very first PlayStation 1 game back in the day. So yeah, there we go.
I had never played Animal Crossing, and then during Corona, with the lockdowns, I had an Animal Crossing group. I've got a fully like a Grand Canyon style canyon.
It makes you just happy.
I've spent 200. It actually makes me really antisocial. Is the problem I have because I want to keep looking at my island and not playing games or doing anything else.
You gotta invite more people to your island.
It's my island. Hang on.
Hang on.
This is people come to my island, they're going to leave their tools at home. Don't mess up my designs. Look, I think one of the things that's really appreciated is it's quite rare to get two organizations that technically are competitors. We're all here for the event, the game, etc. What is something that you would love to share with the fans, maybe on behalf of Vitality and FaZe and First?
No, I think Eric really wanted to go.
Really did.
Go ahead.
I just want to provide some appropriate gas. So Anne is absolutely incredible what she does, and so like it's amazing to work because we worked together actually when she was at G2 and is now over at Vitality. And what a lot of the fans don't really see is when the orgs are kind of working behind the scenes on different things. So obviously you guys have seen stuff around the LEC, but on our ecosystem, the Counter-Strike ecosystem, it's kind of figuring out how to establish rules that are better for players, better for fans, kind of like improving as what we think the way in the direction everything should be going. And so it's people like Anne that work behind the scenes to do a lot of amazing things that no one's ever really going to see until you're kind of cheering there. And it's part of the reason, like, you know, we're able to work together, even though we're competing. And I want to beat them out for certain players and for championships. And like, I'm a little bit unhappy when they win the major because I want to be up there, like my guys up there. But like,
you don't get into competitive sports. You don't get into managerials. There has to be competition. Healthy competition is great.
Exactly, and it's seeing those people that you know and you know them winning on stage. I'd rather have a team where I know people, like good people are behind it and running it and they're helping the industry, because at the end of the day, yes, I want that pie, you know, and I really want to win it. If it's not me, it's good if the industry grows and just, you know, everybody gets a slice. And it's also, it helps, you know, that he's not completely detestable as a person. So,
despite the fact he plays games that we're not a super love with, you know what I mean? Smash, I can't play Smash because I suck.
Oh, okay. I thought you were Disco Elysium is actually an incredible game. I highly recommend it for everybody out there.
Very dark. Make sure you're in a great, healthy place because the text and the dialogue is heavy.
Awesome.
I just want to say thank you again so much. Final messages to the fans, to the audiences. So the people who are hoping that both Vitality and FaZe will climb up the top 10 leaderboard. I won't read our club championship points, but I hold hope. 6 games, 5 games respectively. Message to your fans, Anne.
Message to the fans is, guys, we're in what, week 3, week 4? There's lots of games coming up. Lots of people have played already, so don't look at the board. We're going to climb up there for sure.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if you've watched FaZe Counter-Strike, you know, never count us out. We're always going to kind of
Well,
try to bring it back.
except
for Counter-Strike specifically for this event.
Well, I tell you what,
but in general speaking, you know.
I'm sorry, can I have to high five that? That was
pretty good.
so good.
I got nothing. FaZe up. Like that's
FaZe up. I knew that was coming. I'm going to be throwing to. We're going to be checking in on the Counter-Strike finals. G2 versus Na'Vi. I'm going to ask both of you to give me a painful prediction. Who's going to win this final? G2 won the first map.
I think G2 is on the roll right now, and I think Nico is really going. So I must say G2, but just because they're on fire right now.
They needed a double overtime for the first. Was it double or
Oh
single
yeah,
overtime?
Navi's nothing to frown at, and they're in good shape. But I think G2 currently has momentum, and those guys, when Nico has the momentum,
yeah, it's
usually
terrifying to stop him.
Very.
So I actually didn't check. What are the map picks? Do we know?
Map picks. Nuke and Inferno. Yep.
Oh.
Nuke map 2, Inferno number 3.
I'm gonna give it to Na'Vi.
Honestly.
Yeah, that's my. Okay, I might.
That's fair. That's fair. New
Don't
information.
get me wrong. It's tough because we were talking about this before. Like I've got ex-players out there.
Yeah.
I've got 2 orgs that I respect. So I want to watch great counter.
Yeah, for
Ideally,
sure.
it goes all the way, and it's the Inferno Crucible, and it goes double or triple overtime.
That's what I want
the
to
best
do.
for
I'm
everybody.
asking fans and viewers here, obviously. I also will say this. I still think G2 is going to win it, but my Counter-Strike professional, after seeing the map pick, he believes Navi's going to take it.
Yeah, hearing the map picks make me go.
I don't know. I sincerely hope that I'm right so I can get to brag against both of you.
If they beat Na'Vi on Nuke,
I'm
to totally deserve this.
I'm going to try this again. So thank you very much, Eric Anderson. And vielen Dank an Banschbach.
Ja, sehr gut.
Schönen Abend und dann bis morgen.
Ja, bis morgen.
Okay, bis nächste Zeit. For everybody else, that's the only German I have. I have nothing. I've lived there for 10 years. It's embarrassing. We're going to check in on the CS2 finals. We'll be right back after this. And surely now.
They hit a pop shot on the cross. Good work from Wonderful on that Galil. Na'Vi, an impressive feat to get away with all 4 bodies alive, considering the damage, the early loss of Imet. Potency in this round from G2, it wanes.
And there's so much focus on trying to take down Bit. You could see there in that cam shot we had of Hunter just coming up a storm to Monacy. They're just trying to track him down, finish him off. He'll offer himself up, the knife comes out, and Bit will take care of Monacy.
A brotherly biff.
It is surprising that they're able to keep every... on the ladder, Hunter grabs one, traded, and a smile on the face of Bit. He played a bit of a cat and mouse game there.
Yeah, they spent 30 seconds looking for him, a bit of hide and seek.
But they did a very good job of maneuvering. Nico probably feeling unfortunate he didn't get another kill towards Yard. This was the opener. And I think that was there a team dink in the back of the head? I saw sparks flying, could have just been bullets hitting the box, but still it was a very, very light investment from G2. Now we get the rifles out, away with the real rounds, door blown off. We saw JL put Brolin in his pocket in this position yesterday.
Yeah, it's a set piece into the top side. Look at the flashbangs, look at the destruction. JL, oh, he's gone and got 2. And the site crumbles. G2 left wanting. Just the ramp player left as they kick open the front door. Stake their claim to the A-bomb site. And as quick as it began, an RV4th is theirs.
We'll see if they're able to get off to a 6-0 start like G2 did on their map choice with the T side of Ancient. But that's nice, that threat towards the top side, that's something that G2 need to keep in the back of their mind. Hey, they can just swarm, it wasn't just a default opening. They popped in and they dismantled us. JL, fantastic work, 6-1.
That flash that caught Hunter, was that just kind of similar to the Hut flash? It got him right by Tetris. Perfectly timed for JL's swing as well, just really beautiful to watch. Na'Vi, and we saw it in Ancient as well. Well-drilled flashes, I think JL was responsible for some of those. This time he's the one that's getting the kills off the back of it. Heard JL in an interview praising Blade, and one of the things that was Blade was very critical of JL's game was his use of utility. He had to completely relearn how to utilize those nades in game. It's not about what you know, it's about when you use it.
Stax has invested an awful lot. Obviously, loss bonus going to be coming through 3,400 into the next, but there are some light investments. Scout, MP9s, Deagle, G2 always going to be threatening.
Yeah, they want to be disruptors in this one. They want to try and rumble Na'Vi.
I like Mouse being active. Now you could just see the Rampanker sit back, but he's the one with the saved rifle. Let's get involved. Let's see if we can make a difference in this round.
Nico sees that smoke as an invitation. If no one's silo, I've got a freedom to start to patrol.
Well, Bomb looks to slip down secret. Joining Emma and Wonderful is Alexi B. The late element, the late piece will be Bit. He'll cover their flank and activate late. Smokes on Hunter and Snacks, but they are the A defenders, so probably just going to continue to pipe those towards Squeaky Door. Malbs, if you swing this one open, oh, you don't need to now. They've telegraphed their position. You have confirmation that there are bodies down secret. G2 cannot rotate down the vent to assist unless there's a bit of fuss kicked up by Malbs when he takes contact.
Potency and Bits lurk towards red as well. Nico's anticipating that arrival. Oh, asleep at the wheel. Bit finds him. It's an important frag to find.
But Malbs has stalled them. Might try and pivot back up the vent. This could be risky.
Risky, yeah, absolutely it is. These SMGs in the height, it's going to be hard to get past. Up Squeak, audible. Scout from Monacy, hitting shots. Hunter's found one towards the site. Oh! Just like that, Monacy's flash of brilliance on the Scout. Headshot after headshot, he gets 3 in that one.
He's quick, he only gets quicker with the Scout in hand. The movement doesn't stop, absolutely bangs them out. The vent rotation.
Unbelievable. Monacy and Clutches is consistently delivering, and I think keeping G2 alive here. I mean, Toby, your jaw hit the floor.
Yeah, it's rather impressive to see this guy time and time again. Not just at any game, but at a grand finals too. He did it in the previous one, now he does it in this match.
He looks surprised as well. Did you see his face?
It's insane, absolutely insane.
Oh man, Mac, how are you feeling?
Well, Na'Vi's off to a good start, so I'm feeling like hopefully it's 3. You know, it is early days. 4 on the T-slide nuke. It's a good place to be.
Now, what's crucial is that here on EWC Central, we obviously are trying to mix and match things. We've got game shows, we've got questions, we've got teaching moments. So we're going to move away from the finals. That is continuing Twitch, EWC_CS2. What we are going to do is play a little bit of a game. We got around 25-ish minutes left before we wrap up EWC Central and before I officially get rid of Sunsfan from the show because he failed his prediction game.
Sorry about that.
So, what I'm going to do, can everybody grab their little whiteboards? We've got some whiteboards. Oh, come on. You've been sitting down watching me do interviews for an hour. Okay.
An hour?
Listen, you haven't said anything for 3 hours. So,
who is that?
Into this one. What I would like to do, the name is Toby. The game show is Who is Lying? There will be a statement with 10 options. 10. And we need to write on our whiteboards who is lying. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure of this one. So let's go to the first one. Imposter number 1. I have won a Counter-Strike major, and there are 10 options. So who is lying? You don't have to cover, dude. Come on.
Okay, so translate.
Just one?
These guys have not won a major.
Yeah.
Oh, I can narrow it down, but yeah.
I'm trying to narrow as well. But my narrowing skills are not
Okay, let's give this a timer on this one. Oh, I don't even know. I'm just going to go. I think he's young. I don't know if it was. 15 seconds. Ding, 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 ding. Do you know what? I'm going to have some fun with this one.
I got this.
Go there. Okay. Right.
It's probably
That's my
wrong.
first one. Okay.
I think I got it wrong.
Are we sure at the same
So what is the correct answer? I don't know how many to go. Oh, we need a reveal. We need a reveal. That's right.
It can be more than one?
Yeah, it can be more than one.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Money C.
Yeah, Money C. That was good. So I got Hiko, but I didn't get the other.
Yeah, I got Hiko as well.
Wait, so we all were right?
I don't know. How do we score points? We've not been briefed for this one.
One
well
point.
done.
You're the correct answer.
Well done.
Okay, now I know it can be more than one.
I was unsure about Hiko because I know he's been around for a very long time, but I put it down anyway.
Hiko was the only one that I did know because I thought the tournaments that Donkers won, I was like, was it a major? I can't recall, so I didn't.
I have a.
That was Katowice.
Okay.
And Monacy hasn't won a major.
Yeah,
Good job,
if you
team.
use the back of your pen, you should be able to raise it. I don't think Mac has one, so swap with Toby.
Feels bad.
Okay, let's go. Imposter number 2. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, let's assume multiple answers can be correct. Do we need all of them?
Hell yeah.
I have won international
Thank God.
in Dota 2.
Wait, you said something about 33. But what you said something about him not having been on the team and then joining it.
I don't know. Okay, keep me on the countdown when we need to do this one. Apparently, is there multiple here, Suns fan?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Okay, so there's at least something.
Okay, I'm gonna
guess write all of them and I get it right.
Yeah. Okay.
That is a strategy.
And I'm gonna go with this one.
I'm gonna do this. I have no clue.
I've guessed 3. I haven't got a clue. Right, have we all got our guesses?
Yes.
Okay, so let's reveal our guesses. And then let's see what the timers are going to be.
Oh.
Don't drop the pen. And don't
He's
fall on
breaking the whiteboard.
So who've you got?
money for these.
Who've you got? So you win 33
Wait,
days.
what?
33 and ace.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
ace
God,
is
I
right.
got one wrong. That's
Wait,
embarrassing.
I lost the rest. I lost
That's
the answers.
embarrassing.
What was right? Can we bring that back up?
So let's see. So crit, I got crit.
Arteezy, crit, Quinn, ace.
Oh yeah,
I put 33 like a Dumbo.
Was it TI or was it?
I put 33 for some reason. I forgot.
I baited you into it.
I put Snaking, Thompson,
4 out of 5
and
ain't bad.
Tokyo Tomato.
I got one. I'm
Do you know what this is? Do you know what I've just realized?
Hopefully they're keeping score for us, by the way.
No, they definitely are. I realize now the producers wanted to get one back after we guessed their gaming slang terms so easily.
Oh,
they
now they're
wanted to
just...
at least make each one of us suffer with questions.
Arguably, this is the one that we should all respectively be good at. I was good at the CS2
Individually.
one. You almost nailed it.
Almost was
But
good.
listen,
Yeah.
Mac, again with the numbers, bro. I'm going to teach you math. For every one person being happy, there's 3 unhappy. So
No, I had one right in both of them.
Net happiness is quite low.
We have competitions with like 16 teams. There's only
Let's do
one
the
team
next
getting happy
imposter.
there.
That's also true.
Yeah,
That's
Let's go.
also
Let's
true.
go.
All right, we're ready for the next imposter. Okay,
Oh
I am
my God.
a real team at the PUBG Mobile World Championship 2020.
I am
That's a
a
lie.
real team.
Yeah, but wait, hang on. So who is lying is what we're looking for.
Oh!
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, this one we should be able to get, I think. I hope so. Okay, that one.
Actually, no, I think I saw that name.
Okay. Oh, I really hope this goes well for me. Hold on. I think they gave us a lot of liars here.
Done.
Yeah.
I hope
Then you have
so,
to stop
because I'm
writing,
writing
right?
them all down.
Okay, I have 4 guesses.
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I got 3. I'm happy with these 3.
All right, I got 4.
Okay, so we all got answers?
Another 2 people got something wrong at least.
Okay, right. So let's reveal our answers. I'm going with 4 Angry Men, 628 Mad Bulls, and Hard-Base Team.
I remember seeing Mad Bulls, so I wiped them off, but I did the other 3.
Let's see it.
So Mad Bulls is the only one that I got wrong, right? 628 Mad Bulls, Hard-Base, and 4 Angry Men.
Oh.
Let's take a look at the answers.
Hell yeah.
Yep. So I think you and I just added one. Did you get that? Yeah.
I don't.
Did you write Mad Bulls?
628, 4 Angry Men, Hard.
There
I got
we go.
3,
Was
right?
Mad Bulls one of the 4 that just came in today?
No, they were one of the 4 that
All right.
didn't come in
Wow, I did
today.
pretty good.
That's what I'm saying. Did they
Oh
come
no!
in for
Oh no!
survival?
No! They played.
Okay, got it. Damn it.
Yeah, they finished in 14th.
Okay, well done, guys.
I did
Okay.
just as well as the Dota one on this
Nice.
one. That's incredible. Or
talk-
sad.
You called me, when we were going over the team, I'm pretty sure you referred to me as a Mad Bull at some point.
Did I?
You did.
So technically, I did the best in this quiz.
But I don't
Because I had
know.
all
I
of them.
nailed
Points.
2.
This is a show where the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
Oh, that's
So
what
they
I was
matter.
behind.
Is that only when you get your predictions? And
Did nobody else watch Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Why is the host
Oh,
get to
great.
be the host? Why is he making the rules?
I have decided that one of the videos I would like to play, and I requested this a little earlier today, this comes from the Dota 2 main broadcast. It's another one of the, I'm assuming, action slacks inspired pieces. And it follows somebody that was very close to EWC Central's heart. We told the story of OG. We had Seb joining us on the broadcast, and I'm very sad to share with you that he has retired from professional Dota 2.
Your test results are back, and I'm afraid it's serious. Seb, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're at a critical juncture. If you retire one more time, you're gonna be staying here forever.
No problem. C'est la vie, doctor. I'm a Dota player. Retirement follow cat rules. I can retire 9 times.
Yes, cat rules, everybody knows that, but Seb, how many times have you retired?
I'm not really like an analyst player. I'm more of a good player.
Oh, okay. Should we just check your Twitter then?
No. Let's not read that. Let's see. There was Quanti Gaming at TI3.
They know Aegis is down, and they want to take a fight now. Sven is going to cut them off on the back line. Cost strength, and where's the Stormhammer? He stunned the board!
Hey, putain, you stunned the f***ing board?
Oh! That one hurts.
I haven't won a tournament in 7 f***ing years.
Could always be talent.
Awesome play by Zaya. It was just impressive.
No. Nah, man. I can't coach OG right now. I'm with Monkey Freedom Fighters. Wait, what? What do you mean Sing Sing wants to become a streamer?
I can see what happens. It's all about discipline and focus.
One of my teams. That's it. I retire from retiring.
That one doesn't count, right? Like, retire from retirement? Fine. All right, then there was TI.
All my dreams came true. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. I think I never have to play Dota again. I want TI. Again. Merci. Is that soy milk?
So how many retirements is that? Like 3?
Seb, that's your 8th retirement. That's 7 too many. You're down to your last one. If you want my prescription, not that you're probably gonna listen to it, you need to get rid of the stress, no major life changes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to put you in a room next to Zai.
Hello.
Doctor, what could happen? One sec. Hello? What's that you said? The baby's coming? Oh, I really have been playing too many pubs.
Your son will understand.
Taken out of the equation as G2 find a convincing third round for Alive.
It's interesting to see that, right? Because we've seen a few rounds where Na'Vi have actually pressured through ramp, but they're calling a gamble to have nobody ramp. Right? They're sure they have a player down towards B, but you're giving away a lot of potential territory, and you're not even minding that position all the time. You're keeping in the back of your head that, hey, this could be open, but Na'Vi didn't even explore it. It wasn't even part of their plans within that round whatsoever.
I find it impressive because I know that it would be easy to overthink. When you give up that much space, you know how easy it is to just start averting your gaze, worried about potential flanks and getting lost in the ifs and buts. Second timeout. Blade's burning them early here.
I think something else within that round is you had him across towards Secret, but it didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure down towards B either.
He didn't do anything other than kind of hold the stairs.
Yeah, and I think the key to get him across in that conversation is, all right, just make sure they don't have vision from Secret to say yards clear, which they had. Nico over towards Red Pole and back a warehouse, Malps down towards Secret. Again, it's just the fact that they had ramp open. I don't think we'll see G2 run that same round again. And I was talking about that Monacy AWP. It's in play. Na'Vi Cash starting to crack. 3 MAC-10s, a Galil and an AK.
It could be pacey.
Sorry, it's a Deagle. 2 MAC-10s.
Looking like it might be quick. Flash out hard. MAC-10's charging. Nico.
So blind and dead.
Long range from Alexi B with the MAC-10. Snack's looking to hold on to the site. Good support from Hunter from the heavens. And only JL remains. And hunted down by Malbs. Quick to occupy the lobby. Na'Vi off the back of a timeout. This one does not hit the mark.
Oh, they almost had everybody.
Snack's smiling. He knows he kind of owned him there.
Well, that Counter-Strike 2 final is seriously heating up, and if things continue in this direction, hopefully we get that third and final map. We're nearing the end of our broadcast, so that means we need to dot our T's and cross our I's, and that starts with the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Because the Dota 2 Championship, or the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters has concluded, Gaming Gladiators win 1,000 points. They managed to place their name on the totem, and grab themselves 1,000 points, also moving them all the way up to second place in the rankings. Woo. Now, I think crucially when we look at the rest of this team, Liquid as well as Gaming, now the fact that they managed to get some of those extra points are technically higher than the Gaming Gladiators. How do you feel about them apples, Sunspad?
Those are some enormous apples, and they're delicious, especially for Gaming Gladiators.
G2 Esports and Na'Vi, 875, 710. The winner of this series will accrue themselves of even additional 400 points, and that should propel them, if my math is correct, to the second or third place. Mac, check my math.
Yes.
Yes, fantastic.
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to hear. So that does it, of course, for the top 10. We had the pleasure of speaking to Vitality and FaZe, as well as every other club participating at EWC. They want to get their points, get into the top 16, and get themselves a piece of that $20 million prize money. That does it for EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC. Now, as we are ending out the evening, ending out our coverage, and hopefully sending you to go watch the remainder of the Counter-Strike 2 tournament. For those of you who are not here for Counter-Strike, let's take a look at the Kidia play of the day. We got 3 of them, and the first one's going to be Team Liquid's Cardisan with the 1v2. Toby, what's up, man?
Phenomenal game here for Liquid to close out the series as I get my talking time finally on air.
Like,
Both of them running around the monster truck as our dear Shannon would have appreciated.
Yes.
And yeah, solid 1v2, hard match to fight here. They both have to, he has to push them both and is able to not only secure the elimination of both of them, but also secure the finish of the game.
Monster trucks, monster trucks,
monster trucks. That's your only takeaway from a game of PUBG Mobile.
I can't get over the fact that I watched that clip much earlier in the day and didn't even realize it. Number 2, the thing is, I'm going to read the sentence, and I don't know which of the 6 clutches it is. Manasi with a 1v3 to save the round. Mac, this has happened so many times.
There is way too many of these moments, and I haven't seen this one yet, so I'm super happy to have a look at it. It has, it definitely saved the game for G2 and allowed them to win in OT on map number 1. So yeah, this is looking pretty good so far. Molly stops him from making his way to side. Oh, no, we did see this one. It's the clutch.
But you missed the one where he almost gets him on the first peak. Watch the first peek to the left. He shoots right above his head.
This is nasty.
I mean,
when he didn't get the first one, I thought it was game over, but he still manages to bring it home. It's insane.
Does Wonderful miss a shot? He does.
Yeah.
Ooh, you don't see that too often. He's been playing so well, but Monasi has just been playing better.
Some would say Manasi's playing wonderfully. Now, of course, the Kidia play of the day. Number 1, I love seeing the disappointment in your eyes, is the Gaming Gladiators win in Dota 2. Which amazing player are we going to watch? That is going to be the question. Suns fan, explain it.
Well, this is just the end of the game. I mean, they're facing against Team Liquid, so you already knew they were going to win. Ends up being a 3-0 fashion. Big shocker if you've watched any Dota in the last 2 years. It's literally the same result over and over and over again. But they win a lot of money here at Riyadh Master.
That's it. Thank you. I actually wanted to say something very quickly, is that we have the pleasure of having several champions of Dota 2 in the studio with us. We will be inviting them onto the sofa. But just while I can make some eye contact, the play of the day was map 1 and map 2 and map 3 and map 4 and map 5 of smashing Team Liquid every single time that you have throughout the tournament. So congratulations for that one. I've got one more segment to wrap up. Then I believe I will excuse Toby, Mac, and myself, and we'll invite the champions onto the sofa. Before we get to that, it's time for the EWC catch-up, powered by SDC. Of course, we need to wrap up the show formally and officially, and while we have said this, we've discussed it, we do need to just put some formalities together for the EWC catch-up. Gaming Gladiators 3-0 over Liquid to win Riyadh Masters. Keep in mind, prior to that, Team Liquid did take down Team Falcons, which was a shock. Suns fan, this will be your final chance to kind of wrap up the competition and share your thoughts on the final day of games.
Yeah, Dota 2 was super great to watch for me because I mean, we've talked about this in the past, but the last patch was not particularly inspired, but this one really delivered on a lot of fronts. Obviously, the finals being 3-0 from the viewer perspective, maybe not the best, but at the very least, we get to see Gaming Gladiators lift a trophy again, which is always great to see because they're easy to root for.
I'm going to hype this up as well. If you are watching this catch-up on any other broadcast, this is EWC Central, Thursday to Sunday, 7 till 11. We have the trophy, we have the winners, we have the team in the studio. We're going to be looking at that in just a second.
Do we want to get him in right now?
No.
I can get him in. I can stand up and move.
You can do it?
Huh?
We have to do a
You have the power?
that gets cut for every other broadcast.
But it's getting cut.
Because you just don't know how this works.
We could hold the trophy.
Toby, what happened in PUBG Mobile?
Today in PUBG Mobile, we finished out the group stages with Alliance on top. They will take the first $70,000 of the chunk of the prize pool right down to the cut. Recheck just exactly managed to make their way on into the finals too. They didn't get to play today. They sat back and watched, but still they managed to make it.
They did indeed. Of course, 12 teams managed to lock themselves in. Briefly hype up what's going to be happening in the next stage of the tournament as well.
Tomorrow we're off. They get to rest. They get to watch back the games. Then we're into survival stage. 2 days of play coming up to you Tuesday and Wednesday. Only the top 4 of the 16 will be going up against the remaining 12 in the grand finals. It's going to be absolutely amazing, so make sure to tune in.
I have one question for you. What happened during map 1 of your CS2 grand finals?
G2 beats Na'Vi on map 1, and map 2 is still going, so I have absolutely no idea how this one's going to end.
Yeah, take a look at this. This is the ending of that map 1 play. Just a reminder, this is being clipped up for every other broadcast. That's why showing it again, looking at all the other games. We'll be coming back next week with several new games to EWC. And again, 16-14, that final. What was the strategy again that G2 used to win?
Rush
B. That was exactly it. That does it for the EWC catch-up, powered by STC. It brings me the greatest joy in the world for me personally to excuse myself in just a moment. Now, what's going to happen is Toby, Mac, and myself will step off. We're going to have some Counter-Strike on screen while we manage to get the champions, get all their trophies, have security drop the hundreds of pounds of gold on this table down. But I think crucially, the big thing is we have a Dota 2 champion. 3 weeks of competition, the largest prize pool of any event here. Personally, because I won't see you, congratulations. Let's jump into Counter-Strike 2. While we do that, Suns fan, you have to fill because the rest.
A tough half for G2.
Okay, sounds.
Na'Vi playing some late rounds, piecing things together, playing off of their openings.
You'll take a 6-6, given how this one started. But you do have to take it by force. Clear of the smoke does not bear fruit. Honestly, no info. But they are having a walk around.
Well, they know they can get this space, right? It's just they didn't do anything with it last time. But okay, so I think Monacy caught a little whiff there, and Nico will exchange some bullets. But take a look where the bomb is.
Interesting.
Yeah, so is the finish going to be towards B? And then if so, how do you get JL with the team? Well, they might even get cleaned out before they get there. Here's the Cousins.
Nico. Can he catch him with the same time, the same fight? Hunter confirms no one's looking! And the Kovac Cousins spray down 3. That's teamwork. JL tries to make his play, bomb on his back, but the entire squad against him. G2 locked and loaded to recover this half at 6-6. That was not what Na'Vi bargained for. This Molotov. Snacks gets the fight from the corner, overlooked by Wonderful. Unforced error. Punished by Snacks, puts it all onto JL. And he's not even getting a frag. Snacks snatches it. 6-6 on the half. This Esports World Cup final for the Counter-Strike world. We are all watching as we look to see if Inferno is necessary.
And it's like...
Okay, I don't think anybody heard anything we just said. Hello, I'm Suns fan. I'm your new host for this show. I'm really good at my job, by the way. I know how to throw. I know when we're live. I know when my mic is actually hot. Now it is. Congratulations. No one heard a word you said. We were having a private conversation. This is Ace and Tofu of Game and Gladiators. Congratulations. Pretend I didn't say that already 3 times. Tofu, we'll start with you since I already heard from Ace. How was this victory for you?
Okay, yeah, I hope people can hear me.
Yes, you're good. You're good.
No, I think throughout the season that we had, there's like, there have been some decline, but also motivational factors, and also like people knowing each other for a long time that you're like not sure how to address things because you don't want to upset other people, but then also like you know your way with your teammates. And I think we've been trying hard this whole season, but it's a lot about individuals speaking at different times or people not trying as hard during certain periods. And I think what came in really clutch for us here is that like we sort of aligned on we want to stop losing tournaments. Whether you get second to 16th or whatever, it all doesn't matter. Like if you're not first, you fucked up, and it's like a very bad feeling in a way.
Have you ever watched Talladega Nights? If you're not first, you're last is a famous quote. Is that how you feel?
I haven't watched that, but that's kind of how it feels, yeah. Like, it's not like overwhelming positivity and happiness after you win. It's also a lot of relief and just like really proud that we could prove what we're capable of and just that we have what it takes. And I think over the last 5 weeks from this tournament and bootcamp, we've dedicated everything from just our time, thoughts and effort into Dota, and it paid off.
Ace, how many times have you beat Liquid now in a finals off the top of your head? I think I've lost count.
It's definitely take 2 hands to count that.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Nah, not more than that.
You guys have a good relationship with the team though, right?
Yeah, we are very good friends, to be honest. It's like always, it's always fun to play with them.
Well, because you always win, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, that's
well,
actually
what is it about
issue.
this team that you just have their number? I mean, anyone can see the stats, right?
Like to add on the previous thing, I think from all teams I have the best relation with like the Liquid players, and I really like them, have a lot of respect for them, but like it's really tough on them. Like we kind of keep winning and it's upsetting like a lot for them. Like it's hard.
Why don't you just give them one championship then?
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. But no, I don't know. It makes things awkward in that relation. But it's competition after all. Everyone wants to win.
Yeah. So this patch, we had Moon Meander on, the coach for Tundra, and all he was saying, he said the word aura, I think like 150 times during the game. It was getting pretty annoying actually. Producers kicked him out. What is it about this patch that makes you guys, is it even the patch, or is it more the mental state that brings you guys back to the top? Because I know from the off lane, like, do you get sick of buying these same items every game?
Yeah, actually I also get sick of that. But it's kind of like, if you know what you're doing as a team, then it's okay to buy it.
Right.
But like if things are like dysfunctional and like everybody's doing their own thing and like you're like, I pipe boys, and some dude feeds somewhere, it's like, I don't know, you feel so useless.
You should see this guy in pubs, man.
No, I don't play pubs because of that.
He's so mad. He buys Greaves pipe and I don't know, his carry goes down feeding somewhere else.
See, who was it? It was Moon. You're like rank 1,000, right? Which
no, I actually climbed to rank 300.
Oh, you climbed. Okay, because Moon Meander was saying like your rank is relatively low compared to a lot of pros because you actually do buy auras in your pubs, and it's like a 50-50 of who wins because you're not able to have as much impact maybe as if you have somebody like Tofu on your team to help out.
I wouldn't say that's the reason, because I don't really like, I know if I play pubs, I'm not actually gonna buy auras because I know what the experience is gonna be a rough one. But like I kind of just had my main account has just been MMRDK for a long time, and then it was like rank I don't know, like 7. I had 7K rank.
You got to join the unranked life like me. It's real joy. Definitely no ragers in there at all. But what about the patch from a support perspective? How did it feel this tournament? Like, did you feel like the meta changed from the beginning, or was it kind of static?
I think from heroes, items, and gameplay, a lot has changed, and many teams also play a different way. It's more about identifying what works best for your team, and also within this patch, it's like people have their own heroes that they're good at, right? They're level 30 heroes and whatever, and sometimes they're better, sometimes they're worse.
Right.
But like you want to craft around that, and every player individually has like certain strengths, and you want to find for your team what works best. And I think for us, it has always been a team fight oriented auras type of style, and I wouldn't say that auras are necessarily giga. Like if you look at this pipe item, it's honestly not very good, but having it and the other team not having it makes a big difference, especially since BKBs got nerfed, and that's like the predominant thing on the other side. But I think mostly it's also our playstyle combined with that, and it just works really well right now.
You could kind of see in this tournament, like we came in with our playstyle, and the further we got into the tournament, it was like other teams just trying to copy it and do the same.
I see.
But everybody, like we can feel that as well. People are like playing how we're playing, like a little bit, but they will always just be behind because like we came in with this.
Okay, I have one juicy question for you guys. So when you win the tournament, you get to choose 3 keys to put into the pit, as it were. Who did you choose? I'm going to tell you who I guessed, okay? So Team Liquid, of course. Falcons had to be one of the choices. And the third was tricky. I'm trying to remember who I chose. Tell me who you chose, and I'll remember if it was.
Well, we got the keys on the
oh,
table.
you have it on there?
They're next to the trophy.
I can't see it from here. I'm too fat to get up, so what are they?
Honestly, the third one was also a bit tricky for us. But we did end up choosing Team Spirit.
I knew it. Yes, it was Spirit.
Even though we didn't really beat them.
Yeah, but they're like, it's the most prestigious choice after the other two, right?
We were talking a bit about just choosing Heroic. Because like, they were kind of the only one that beat us. And they also just, like, they kind of helped us actually, because they beat us in the beginning. That really helped us.
Was that during group stage?
Yeah, it was our first game of the tournament.
Yeah, yeah.
We came in like kind of hot. We thought we were good. And we also thought we were going to smack Heroic pretty hard. And then it's just 2-0'd us.
Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, I've talked about it all the time. When you lose, you learn the most. I think that's true in pretty much every sport. Do you guys have any final words for your fans, for everybody that's supported you throughout, or all the haters, perhaps, in this? I mean, it's been a year since you guys have won a major tournament like this, right? You didn't. I think the last Riyadh Masters, you guys got, I want to say, top 4, which at that time was definitely disappointing for you, and then second at TI.
I mean, if Quinn was here, he would definitely hate in socials and like all those Reddit people. Where I also saw some comments about the GG Liquid coming up again, and people are tired of that. But like, oh, what can we do if those are the best teams? Those are the best teams, and like things change. And I think it's always an interesting matchup. Maybe because like we're used to it in a way, but they are really good players, and I think it's fun to play. Beside that, just for people tuning in for this event, for Dota, people that follow us, fans that keep watching, just thank you for supporting us and cheering for us. We had a really good time here, and I'm glad we pulled through.
And one last question, sorry. How was the event overall, like EWC? Like seeing all the festivities happening, did you guys get to do anything, and what was the overall experience from your side?
I think I can't really put a finger on anything bad. Like everything just was very smooth, but like we didn't really have time to do anything, like honestly.
Yeah.
We just played Dota, watched Dota, like analyzed Dota.
You didn't have any shawarmas while you were here? To be clear? We've been talking a lot about shawarmas.
No, we didn't.
Unbelievable. Okay, we'll go after this.
We were kind of just eating the buffet at the restaurant. It was a good restaurant though.
Well, you know, it's not unlucky. You guys won the tournament, so congratulations as we end this interview. Congratulations again. It's really awesome to see you guys on top. I talk about it all the time. You guys are really easy to root for. Very down-to-earth type individuals, not like some of these crazy pro players that we see from time to time. So good job. And for everybody else, reminder, the CS2 finals between G2 and Na'Vi are still ongoing at twitch.tv/EWC_CS, with G2 being up 1-0, but Na'Vi leading to the second map. I'm reading a prompter. I'm not actually that smart. EWC Central will be back next week with a slightly changed schedule now, Thursday to Sunday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So be a little earlier in the day. Have a good night and see you next time. Except for me, I won't be here. Goodbye.